Chapter 1, with such an identity, are you just a bootlicker? Chinfong traveled through time. He looked at the people around him who were attending classes and the ill-fitting clothes on their bodies and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. No, I'm not dead. How come I traveled through time without knowing why? Just a minute ago, Chinfong was riding his electric scooter while wearing Bluetooth headphones and preparing to rush to his rental house. While waiting for the traffic light, a dazzling red light came from somewhere, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, it was like this. Looking at his worn-out clothes and sneakers that were almost full of holes, Chinfong expressed his helplessness. If he were to be honest with himself, he had read a lot of online articles and could accept the idea of time travel. But other people who traveled through time were either top villains with all-powerful hands and eyes, or the sons of the emperor in the world of immortal cultivation. How come they traveled through time and became a beggar when they came to me? While he was still thinking, a strong memory swept through his brain. Chinfong endured the pain and didn't let himself make a sound. After a long time, Chinfong slowly accepted most of the memories belonging to the original owner. He leaned back in his chair, looking as if he were full of energy. After digesting all the memories of the original owner, Chinfong suddenly became energetic. So I'm not a beggar? But he is the eldest son of the Chin family, one of the top families in Kyoto. However, there is a rule in the family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, that is, the heir of the Chin family must conceal his identity and train for 3 years after he reaches the age of 16. It is said to be to temper the character of the heir, but in Chinfang's opinion, isn't this just suffering without any effort? No wonder I'm dressed so poorly. Just at this time, the crisp bell for the end of get out of class rang slowly. Before Chinfong stood up and familiarized himself with his surroundings, a girl of extraordinary beauty walked up to him. Hey, I want to eat Japanese food. I want salmon and drunken crab. You don't have to go. I'm with my boyfriend. I just found a restaurant and it will cost about 1,200. Remember to transfer the money to me later. Chinfong has absorbed all of the original owner's memories, and of course he also knows who the girl standing in front of him is. Li Qingyu, the original owner, licked her wholeheartedly for 2 years. He was afraid that she would melt if he held her in his mouth, and afraid that she would fall if he held her in his hands. Because of the original owner's family experience, all of his bank cards were frozen by his family early on within 3 years. But the original owner was a bootlicker. In order to give Li Qingyu some small gifts from time to make her happy, the original owner had to work 4 or 5 part-time jobs a day. He had gone from being a pampered young master to a street vendor, but that still failed to move Li Qingyu's heart. Li Qingyu always regarded Chinfong as one of her many bootlickers. She enjoyed Chinfang's kindness while not affecting her flirting with other boys at all. Thinking of this, Chinfong sighed. Fortunately, I traveled through time and space to the original owner, otherwise the Chin family's thousands of years of foundation would have been ruined by the original owner sooner or later. How could he become the heir to the family if he couldn't even control a woman? Did the elders in the family have no problem with this? If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. I have no money. Chinfong said to Li Qingyu unhappily. The original owner was a bootlicker, but he, Chinfong, is not a bootlicker. One had to admit that Li Qingyu was still quite pretty. She was very tall, with a slender waist, shiny black hair that flowed like a waterfall, an oval face, 2 willow-shaped eyebrows, and a pair of crescent-shaped eyes that showed her coolness. The rippling waves have the charm of autumn water, making her look charming and attractive, with a faint blush on her beautiful face like a peach. But Chinfong doesn't buy it. After all, his identity is there. Although he hasn't restored his identity yet, he must show the dominance of a noble family. What did you say? Say it again? Li Qingyu stared at Chinfong, his face full of disbelief. Li Qingyu thought he had heard it wrong. He never expected that a bootlicker would dare to make such a fuss. Are you deaf? I told you to buy it if you want to eat it. I don't have any money. And you're in the way, get out of here now. As he said that, Chinfong pushed Li Qingyu hard and threw him aside. Under the huge inertia, Li Qingyu fell straight down beside Chinfong. This scene caused everyone in the class to go crazy. Many male classmates were indignant about Chinfang's behavior. After all, Li Qingyu had many suitors. Chinfong, are you still a human being? You've been chasing after school beauty Li for so long and now you're not even willing to spend 1,200 on her? You're really a scum among boys. Really? You even beat up girls. I think you are really bringing shame to our school. Isn't it just 1,200? I would be more than happy to treat the goddess to a meal for 1200. Look at your attitude towards the goddess? Apologize immediately. Who said it wasn't true? If you don't have money, just stay away from the goddess, okay? If you don't have money, why do you want to learn how to chase girls? Why don't you take a piss and take a good look at yourself? Hearing that everyone in the class was on his side, Li Qingyu pretended to be aggrieved and even squeezed out 2 crocodile tears. Everyone who saw the scene became even more angry. Chinfong, you are a poor boy with no background, how dare you treat the school beautily like this? If you don't apologize today, believe it or not, I will not let you leave this classroom door. Chinfong glanced at the idiots around him and was really speechless. Just when Chinfong was about to engage in a debate with the scholars, the classroom door was kicked open by someone. Damn it, who bullied my herring? This sudden scene attracted the attention of everyone in the class. When they looked carefully at the person who came, they couldn't help but gasp. Is this Master Zhou? Which Master Zhou? Is there another Master Zhou in our school? When seeing Zhou Shun coming, Li Qingyu threw himself into his arms. She pointed at Chinfong and said in a very spoiled tone, "You have to make the decision for me, Mr. Zhou. I just wanted to lend him 1,200 yuan to have dinner with you, but he beat me up when he found out." As smart as Li Qingyu is, she didn't mention a word about planning to use the money to have dinner with her male best friend. It's a good thing I was planning to pick you up for dinner, Qingyu, otherwise I wouldn't know who would dare to bully my woman. Zhou Shan stroked Li Qingyu's hair, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Then Zhou Shan looked at Chinfong, who was wearing cheap clothes, and couldn't help laughing. Boy, you dare to touch my woman? How do you think I should deal with you? Zhou Shan sat directly on the chair in front of Chinfong, and 4 well-trained bodyguards stood directly behind him. Without even looking up at Chinfong, he reached out with his left hand and pulled Li Qingyu into his arms. Then his hands kept moving around Li Qingyu's body, not caring at all that the class was full of people. Li Qingyu had no intention of refusing, but just lay on Zhou Shan's chest with a red face. How about this, kid? I'm not the kind of person who bullies others by taking advantage of my power. Just kneel down and kowtow to my blue fish 3 times, and this matter will be over. After hearing Zhou Shun's words, Chinfong couldn't help but sneer, "You want me to kneel? Are you worthy?" As the heir to a top family in Kyoto, Chinfong has no intention of indulging this fly buzzing in his ear. In front of everyone in the class, he slapped Zhou Shun directly in the face. Chinfong believed that even if he was allowed to go out for training, his family would definitely arrange bodyguards in secret to protect his safety at all times. This is Chinfong's confidence. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding, the god-level sign-in system is binding. Ding, binding successful. Host, Chinfong. Background, heir to the Chin family in Kyoto. Host, do you want to sign in for the first time? Hearing the voice in his mind, Chinfong couldn't help but be shocked. Has the golden finger for time travelers finally arrived? Chinfong signed in without any hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a god-level maid. The maid is on the way, please be prepared. Chapter 2, Top Maid Leng Rushwang. Chinfang's slap not only stunned Zhou Shun, but also shocked everyone in the class. Damn it, how dare you slap me? Zhou Shun was already furious when he realized that he was slapped hard by the poor boy in front of him. Since he was a child, no one except his father has dared to touch him. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, let alone now that Zhou Shun was being humiliated by this poor boy in front of so many people. Why are you still standing there? Kill him for me. Zhou Shun turned around and yelled at the bodyguard behind him. At this time, the other students in the class didn't dare to make a sound, for fear that the young master of the Zhou family would involve themselves with his anger. They were all worried about Chinfong in their hearts, perhaps they would never see Chinfong again after today. Remember the last time the grass on the grave of the person who offended Master Zhou is now 2 meters high? Chinfong is really brave. I really admire him now. Doesn't he know the Zhou family's ability in the Magic City? At this time, some people in the class were whispering secretly, because Chinfong had shocked them too much today. Is this still the Chinfong who used to be Li Qingyu's bootleaker? Is this still Chinfong, the dog that Li Qingyu would give everything to him just by snapping his fingers? Do you feel that Chinfong is different today? It's a little different, but I can't really put my finger on what it is. The whispers became louder and louder, and slowly the discussions of the students around them also became louder and louder. At the same time, the bodyguards behind Zhou Shun had silently surrounded Chinfong. Give him a good beating. I want him to never stand up again for the rest of his life. I'm going to throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Chinfang's slap was so powerful that Zhou Shun's mouth was slightly bleeding. Li Qingyu didn't expect that this bootlicker Chinfong would be so tough today and actually dare to attack Zhou Xiao directly. For shining daggers were pointed at Chinfong. The bodyguards were wearing uniform suits and sunglasses, and a sense of oppression arose spontaneously. System, do you have anything to defend yourself? Give me some quickly. Although Chinfong believed that he would be fine, after all, for strong adults were pointing 4 shiny daggers at him. Before I traveled through time, I was just a college graduate, and facing this kind of situation, I still felt a little bit of fear in my heart. Ding, it is detected that the host's new member gift package has arrived, please sign for it. Just as the system finished speaking, the 4 bodyguards surrounding Chinfong fell to the ground. Behind their backs, there was a butterfly short blade. Those who disrespect their master shall die. Before Chinfong had time to react to everything around him, a white-haired girl knelt down at his feet. Master, I finally found you. No one knew when this girl named Leng Rushuang came in. No one noticed when the girl named Leng Rushuang made her move. The scene before their eyes had already shocked the hearts of everyone around them. Ding, the host's first maid has arrived, please sign for her. Name, Leng Rushuang. Gender, female. Age, 18. Height, 175 centimeters. Force value, 100. The highest for warriors is 100. Background, she was adopted by the Qin family and grew up without a father or mother. She has been with the original owner since she was a child and regards the male protagonist as her spiritual sustenance. Get up. Chinfong was already very excited at this moment. White-haired female slave? System, you really understand me too well. What's more, is this force value system serious? It's directly maxed out, worthy of being a god-level maid. Before Leng Rushuang arrived, Chinfong thought Li Qingyu was already very beautiful, but Leng Rushuang's face shocked Chinfang's heart all the time. This is a beauty that cannot be described in words. It is like pure white jade, and when people see it, they can't help but want to take good care of it. The comparison between Li Qingyu and Leng Rushuang is like stars compared to the bright moon, and crows compared to the phoenix. Master, Rushuang is late and has wronged you. Please punish me. Looking at Chinfang's clothes and the scene just now, Leng Rushuang couldn't help but well up in tears. When has the master of the house ever been wronged like this? It's all my fault for coming too late. Leng Rushuang couldn't even imagine how her master would be treated if she had arrived a little later. And all of this is because of Zhou Shun behind him. How dare someone point a dagger at their master? The Zhou family has already found a way to kill them. It's okay. I don't blame you. Besides, it's not too late. Chinfang's face showed no emotion, and no trace of joy or anger could be seen. Chinfong, you killed someone. If you kill them, you can't kill me. After hearing Zhou Shun's words, Chinfong said, it's a piece of cake. He looked at his 4 bodyguards lying straight on the ground, apparently no longer breathing. Zhou Shun felt scared for the first time, and even stuttered when he spoke, I will give Li Qingyu to you. I still like your arrogant look just now. Didn't you want to throw me into the sea to feed the sharks? What's wrong now? Are you soft? Chinfang's cynical attitude made Zhou Shun feel extremely frightened. Looking at Chinfang's emotionless eyes, Zhou Shun really regretted it. He really didn't check the almanac before going out today. Chinfong. Zhou Shun swallowed and continued, you can't touch me. If you let me go, I will give you money. I will give you a lot of money, and I promise that our Zhou family will not cause you any trouble. As he spoke, Zhou Shun took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Chinfong tremblingly. Chinfong smiled contemptuously and said, even if I kill you, the money will still be mine. Then he said to Leng Rushuang, deal with him too. He's giving me a headache with all the noise. Maybe the next day's headlines will report. A group of 5 people headed by Zhou Shun wanted to undermine national security and organize terrorist forces at Magic City University. They were discovered in time by the righteous Chinfong and stopped decisively. In the fierce fight, the righteous Chinfong accidentally killed the 5 people. Now we commend Chinfong for his bravery. At the same time, everyone in the class, even Li Qingyu, had already been frightened silly. They are just college students. How could they have ever seen such a bloody scene? Chinfong, you. Li Qingyu didn't dare to say anything more, because he saw that there was no emotion in Chinfang's eyes, as if the person dying in front of him was not a human, but an animal. Chinfong took a deep breath and said, "Let's deal with this place. I'm going to go out for some fresh air." In fact, Chinfang's calmness was all fake. It was also his first time to truly experience death. Walking out of the classroom and turning a corner, Chinfong began to breathe heavily. It's so exciting. Chinfong knew that since he would inherit the Chin family in the future, killing was inevitable. The strong prey on the weak, and there is nothing unacceptable. It was just his first time experiencing a death, so Chinfong still felt nauseous. Lang Rushwang rushed out just after Chinfong walked out of the classroom. She sent a message on her phone and said, "Master, please punish me." At this moment, she was kneeling at Chinfang's feet, with her head lowered like a little girl who had done something wrong. Tick, tick, tick. Drops of tears fell onto the floor through frosty eyes. Oh no. This scene made Chinfong confused. Why did this white-haired girl think that he was angry? He was really not angry. Should I coax her? But I don't coax people either. Chinfang's little head was spinning vigorously. Ding, the host's thoughts are detected. It is very simple to take care of Lang Rushwang's emotions. The host only needs to kiss her. After hearing what the system said, Chinfong felt a little happy in his heart. This is not good. Although he said this, Chinfang's body was very honest. Raise your head and stand up. Chinfong tried his best to control his emotions. Looking at the tear marks on Lang Rushwang's face, Chinfong gently wiped them with his fingers. Why are you crying just like that? I said I don't blame you. Feeling the warmth of Chinfang's fingertips, Lang Rushwang blushed slightly. But master, Before Lang Rushwang finished her words, Chinfong had already kissed Lang Rushwang on the lips. Master. Chapter 3, From now on, you are the delivery man Zhou Long. Master. Feeling the warmth of Chinfang's lips and teeth, Lang Rushwang couldn't believe what she was experiencing. Master, this is happening. Master, are you kissing me? Perhaps feeling Lang Rushwang's tense body, Chinfong gently picked her up with his hands. Although Lang Rushwang and Chinfong had already left, the mood of everyone in the classroom was like a roller coaster. No one dared to leave the classroom, and some timid girls had already fallen down due to weak legs. Murder, murder. Should we call the police? A pale-faced boy said to everyone tremblingly. Everyone in the classroom looked at each other, and just as they were still debating whether to call the police, a group of well-trained guards walked in with expressionless faces. Now everyone's heart began to tighten again. No way, no way. It can't be that the witch wants to kill all of them to silence them, right? The guards did not focus their eyes on the people in the class, but instead tacitly packed the bodies on the ground into body bags and carried them out one by one. Of course, this also includes Zhou Shun, who was not dead yet. Just when everything was handled properly, the leading guard said to everyone in an almost majestic voice with a blank expression, "You know nothing about what happened today, or else? Die." After all the bodies in the classroom were cleaned up, everyone collapsed to the ground like deflated balls. On the other hand, Li Qingyu was completely frightened by the scene before him. Kill? Kill someone? The people around Chinfong gave Master Zhou to. Li Qingyu was just an ordinary college student after all. This scene was really unacceptable to her, and she dared not accept it. When Li Qingyu wanted to stand up, she found that her legs were too weak to stand up. Thinking of Chinfang's last terrifying look, Li Qingyu felt a chill running up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Master, are we going home now? Lang Rushwang asked Chinfong. It just so happened that Chinfong also wanted to get to know this world better, so he agreed to Lang Rushwang's request. Along the way, Lang Rushwang always kept a level lower than Chinfong. The most important thing for a servant is not to overstep his authority. Along the way, Chinfang's turning heads rate was 100%. Of course, no one was looking at him. Almost everyone was looking at Lang Rushwang, the little white-haired girl. There's nothing I can do, Lang Rushwang is just too beautiful. Of course, the point is that such a beautiful girl is so respectful to a boy in tattered clothes. This left everyone baffled. When he arrived at the school gate, a Rolls-Royce stopped steadily in front of Chinfong. Lang Rushwang took a few quick steps and opened the car door. Master, please get in the car. Chinfong was sitting in the car with a lot of thoughts in his mind. It all really seemed like a dream. If it was really a dream, he should not let himself wake up. Rolls-Royce, that was something I couldn't even imagine before I traveled through time. This interior and these seats are worthy of being a luxury car. They are much more comfortable than my previous yachty. Sitting in the car, Chinfong slowly waited for you to digest all of this. System, is it still there? Ding, the system is ready to serve the host at any time. Speaking of the system, what use are you to it? Chinfong wanted to know whether his own system required him to complete some tasks in order to obtain rewards. Ding, this system is a god-level sign-in system. Hosts can sign in randomly every week, and the sign-in rewards will become more and more generous over time. Ding, all the sign-in rewards in this system are god-level. Will the sign-in rewards become more generous over time? Chinfong said silently in his heart. So the gift for signing in next week will be better than this maid, and the sign-in reward for the week after next will be better than the reward for next week. Is that what the system means? Ding, yes. Then I don't have to do any tasks or anything like that? According to Chinfong's experience of reading online novels, doesn't it require a large number of tasks to obtain system rewards? Ding, no need. When Chinfong heard the system say that he could get the reward for free without completing the task, he was really happy. Isn't this kind of system tailor-made for lazy people like me? At this time, Lang Rushuang, who was driving in front, began to have wild thoughts. Whenever Lang Rushuang thought about how her master had kissed her, her heart beat faster and her face turned slightly red. Even now I still have endless aftertastes of it. In such a short half-day, Chinfong experienced so many things that he fell asleep while lying in the chair and thinking. Seeing her master sleeping soundly, Lang Rushuang consciously turned off all the music in the car and slowly drove the Rolls-Royce towards home. Master, you have really suffered in the past 3 years. Whenever Lang Rushuang thought about the first time she saw her master today, she felt a pang of heartache. Due to family rules, Lang Rushuang hasn't seen Chinfong for 3 years. I still remember the last time I met my master. At that time, Chinfong was the center of attention and was dressed in silk and satin. And now? At this moment, Lang Rushuang made up her mind to compensate her master well and make up for the 3 years of suffering her master had endured. Lang Rushuang thought of Zhou Shan and the Zhou family again. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in his eyes. The Zhou family, who was ignorant of the danger, really had no need to exist. Lang Rushuang had already sentenced the Zhou family to death in her heart, so she decided to let them jump for a while. Once the young master is settled and has time, I will contact people to destroy the Zhou family first. Anyone who dares to disobey the master must die. About half an hour later, the car stopped steadily in front of a private villa. Lang Rushuang gently shook Chinfong. Master, we are home. Chinfong stretched, rubbed his eyes, and got out of the car sleepily. Looking at the villa in front of me, although I had been mentally prepared before coming here, I was still deeply shocked by this scene of extravagance and decadence. Is this a villa? It's not an exaggeration to call it a manor, right? Walking into the yard, you will find not only a variety of entertainment activities, but also gardens and swimming pools. Master, this is the best villa Rushuang has found. Please don't despise it. Lang Rushuang still felt very guilty. She felt very guilty for letting her master live in such a simple place. Well, this place is pretty good, let's go in. Of course, Chinfong would not say that he really liked this place. After all, he still had to maintain his image as a cool and aloof young master. Just as Lang Rushuang was about to take Chinfong into the villa, Chinfang's cell phone rang crisply. Chinfong looked at the unfamiliar caller ID and clicked to answer the call. As soon as the call was connected, an irritable voice of a middle-aged man was heard. Chinfong, right? I want you to die, I want you to die. You're the one who hired someone to kill my shunner, right? If I can let you live until tomorrow, I won't be named Zhou. Listening to the threats on the phone, Lang Rushuang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I originally wanted to let the Zhou family jump around for a while, but I didn't expect them to come to my door on their own initiative. Who are you? Chinfong asked. Who am I? I hope you can remember my name. I am the Lord of Demon City, Zhou Long. Zhou Long almost shouted this. Having experienced the pain of losing his son, Zhou Long had long lost his mind. Oh, from now on, you are Zhou Long, the takeaway man from Modu. After saying this, Chinfong hung up the phone and walked into the villa with his arm around Lang Rushuang's waist. Chapter 4, let us start with the Zhou family. At this time, Zhou Long in the campus monitoring room was already furious. As the Lord of Demon City, he must be well informed. The moment Zhou Shan was carried away, he had already learned of this devastating news. Snap! The phone fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The principal next to him was already sweating profusely. After all, the city lord's only son died in his own school, so he had an unshirkable responsibility. City Lord Joe, calm down. I have already asked someone to investigate the identity of the boy in the video. The principal looked panicked and even spoke hesitantly. I believe that we will be able to find out the identity of the person who killed Master Joe soon. Pa Zhou Long slapped Li Weiman straight on the face. Li Weiman, I think your tenure as principal has come to an end. Feeling Zhou Long's anger, Li Weiman's legs trembled violently and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his forehead. Master, I found it. An extremely strong man knocked on the door and walked up to Zhou Long. As Zhou Long's personal bodyguard, Moriman had worked as a mercenary in the United States for 5 years. He had saved Zhou Long's life several times and had long become a confidant of the Zhou family. Master, the white-haired girl who killed you is currently blank in the file, and the man next to her is an ordinary student, and there is very little record of him in the file. And the location of the phone call just now shows that they are now in a suburban villa area 40 kilometers away from the school. After listening to Moriman's report, a ruthless look appeared on Zhou Long's face. Sun Man, you take the Zhou family's shadow guards with you personally. I want these two to suffer a miserable fate. Zhou Long said to Sun Man with gritted teeth, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Yes. At this time, Chinfong had become completely familiar with his own villa under Lang Rushuang's introduction. Chinfong couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it's really good to be rich. Before he traveled through time, he couldn't enjoy these good things. Master, please take a rest first. I will prepare a meal for you. In such a big villa, there are only Chinfong and Lang Rushuang. Because Lang Rushuang knew that her master liked a quiet environment, she did all the big and small things in the villa herself. Of course, that includes cooking. However, in Lang Rushuang's heart, being able to cook for her master is the supreme honor. Well, you go down first. Chinfong seemed very calm and composed. He also wanted Lang Rushuang to leave quickly, otherwise he really couldn't pretend anymore. Although he kept telling himself to stay calm, he really didn't think his home was too luxurious. It is no exaggeration to say that it is magnificent. Any random cultural relic is worth hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. Even the toilet is trimmed in gold. Chinfong, lying on the bed, couldn't calm down his inner excitement for a long time, but the only drawback was that he had not yet fully recovered his identity. According to the original owner's memory, he will completely restore his identity in 3 days. Chinfong had already thought about it. How dare this so-called lord of the magic city threaten him? The first thing he would do after he regained his identity was to ask him to deliver food. Just as Lang Rushuang was cooking, a fleet of black autos slowly drove into the entrance of the villa. Lang Rushuang, who was cooking, obviously noticed all this. She didn't panic, but just glanced at the chicken soup stewing in the pot. He whispered to Chinfong upstairs, Master, have a good rest. Leave these stupid things to Rushuang. Her voice was soft, but her eyes looking out the window were very cold. A bunch of ignorant people. After saying this, Lang Rushuang took off her apron and turned the fire for the chicken soup to the lowest setting. Then she took out a short blade and walked out the door alone. Sen Man didn't take Chinfong and Lang Rushuang seriously at all. After all, in his opinion, Chinfong and Lang Rushuang were just two silly boys. Bringing Zhou family's shadow guards with him was even a bit of an exaggeration. After taking the last puff of his cigarette, Moriman broke the door lock with the pistol at his waist and kicked open the door of the villa. Bring your weapons and follow me in. After walking a few steps, they found Lang Rushuang standing at the door of the living room. You are really slow. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Her voice was soft, but it made everyone feel cold to the heart. For some reason, Sun Man actually felt endless murderous intent from Lang Rushuang. What a pity. You could have offended anyone else but the Zhou family. If you are willing to stay with me for one night, I will consider letting you live. Although Moriman could feel that the girl in front of him would be difficult to deal with, he was also very confident in himself. Seeing that Lang Rushuang didn't say anything, Sen Man thought that he was scared by the person behind him. Haha, brothers, please line up. I will let you come one by one later. Sun Man adhered to the principle of never wasting anything and stared at Lang Rushuang with lustful eyes. At this moment, Lang Rushuang did not hesitate at all. The short blade in her hand seemed to have life and pierced directly through Senman's chest. A dead man still has so much to say. No one saw Lang Rushuang's movements clearly, and no one saw when she took action. When Mori Man regained consciousness, he saw his own headless body lying on the ground. Until the moment of his death, Mori Man could not understand why this 18-year-old girl in front of him could be so strong. Lang Rushuang dealt with all the people in the Zhou family with an expressionless face, then she returned to the kitchen where the chicken soup had just been cooked. Afraid that the smell of blood on her body would affect Chinfang's appetite, Lang Rushuang took a shower and changed into a pure white dress. Standing at Chinfang's door, Lang Rushuang couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, will the master like my outfit? Then she confirmed again and again that there was no smell of blood on her body before knocking on Chinfang's door. Master, it's time to eat. Hearing Lang Rushuang's call, Chinfong put on his shoes and opened the door. At this moment, Lang Rushuang stared at Chinfang's face and could not help but be stunned. Why do I feel that the master has become more handsome after just 10 minutes of not seeing him? Lang Rushuang stared at Chinfang's face like an info, and she was completely different from the killer Lang Rushuang who was outside the house just now. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? As he spoke, Chinfong actually rubbed his face. Let's go eat. Looking at Lang Rushuang's dazed expression, Chinfong subconsciously pinched her pretty face, then walked towards the living room. Lang Rushuang said that happiness came too suddenly. Her master just pinched her face. So happy. Why did I hear a sound of fighting outside the house just now? Chinfong asked while lying in Lang Rushuang's arms at the dinner table. There were some wild dogs that wanted to disturb the owner, so I dealt with them. Lang Rushuang answered Chinfong while feeding him food. Were these wild dogs sent by the Zhou family? Chinfong asked. Yes, master. But you don't have to worry too much. After tonight, there will be no Zhou family in the Demon City. Lang Rushuang replied Chinfong shyly. Because she felt Chinfang's gaze resting on her chest. Is it too small? Will the master like it? Lang Rushuang couldn't help asking herself in her heart, and then she slowly straightened her chest. It's not too small, right? I hope the master won't dislike Rushuang. Chapter 5, Shy Lang Rushuang. The dinner ended with Lang Rushuang's shy look. After dinner, Lang Rushuang went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Chinfong lay on the sofa and enjoyed the tranquility. According to the family rules, Chinfong really has to finish his university studies. Although Chinfong didn't know why his father was so obsessed with his university studies, he just went to school since he had nothing to do anyway. It just so happens that Chinfong can also enjoy himself in college. Thinking back to before I traveled through time, I attended a third-rate undergraduate school and spent my freshman year hanging out in the library preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam. There was almost no entertainment during my 4 years in college, and I spent my days going back and forth between the classroom and the library. I finally passed the postgraduate entrance examination, but before I could start my postgraduate studies, I traveled through time and space into this world. So, let us make up for our happy college days here. At the same time, Lang Rushuang put the dishes into the dishwasher in the kitchen, then took out her mobile phone and sent a message. The Zhou family of the Magic City has been bothering the master time and time again. Let's remove the Zhou family from the Magic City. Then, after putting the phone in his pocket, he subconsciously looked at his chest again. Will the master really like it? Lang Rushuang pinched it gently. It's quite soft. The master should like it, right? To be honest, Lang Rushuang was not so insecure about her figure before, but when she thought of the expression Chinfong had when he looked at her just now, Lang Rushuang was extremely scared. Afraid that the master would dislike him. However, Chinfong had no idea of Lang Rushuang's thoughts. Otherwise, Chinfong would definitely pinch her heart a few times, and then say to Lang Rushuang, I like it very much. As night slowly fell, Chinfong also felt tired. Perhaps sensing the tiredness in Chinfang's eyes, Lang Rushuang revealed a hint of heartache in her eyes. Master, let me give you a leg massage. Before Chinfong could refuse, Lang Rushuang had already knelt on the ground, and her gentle force made Chinfong feel extremely comfortable. Thank you for your hard work, Rushuang. Chinfang's fingers slowly stroked Lang Rushuang's hair. As long as the master is happy, Rushuang won't have to work hard. Lang Rushuang wished that time would stop at this moment so that she could always be with her master. Okay Rushuang, it's getting late, you should go to bed early. In this relaxed state, Chinfong was really getting more and more sleepy. Yes, master. I will take you to school tomorrow. Lang Rushuang stood up and watched Chinfong leave. Although their rooms were right next door, Lang Rushuang felt very depressed when she thought that she would not be able to see Chinfong for another night. How about sleeping with the master at night? This bold idea just arose in Lang Rushuang's mind, but it was immediately shattered. Forget it, the master will definitely dislike me. Just as Chinfong walked to the stairs, the system rang without warning. Ding, sensing Lang Rushuang's loss of mood, the host can choose to ignore or resolve it. After hearing what the system said, Chinfong was puzzled. Is Lang Rushuang feeling depressed? Why can't I feel it? System, what reward will I get if I solve Lang Rushuang's loss? If he were honest with himself, Chinfong was very satisfied with Lang Rushuang, the maid. After all, she was beautiful and loyal. To make his maid feel sad? Sorry, Chinfong can't do it. Ding, no, I was just saying that, host, can you please stop thinking about rewards? After hearing what the system said, Chinfong was speechless, but in order to take care of the emotions of his little maid, Chinfong decided to find out the reason why Lang Rushuang was disappointed and then make her happy. Okay, then can you tell me why Lang Rushuang is disappointed? Ding, Lang Rushuang felt very disappointed when she thought about not being able to see the host for a whole night. So Lang Rushuang really wanted to sleep with the host, but she was afraid that the host would dislike her, so she didn't express it. The system's words were concise and to the point, leaving Chinfong confused. What do you mean? Lang Rushuang wants to sleep with me? But she's afraid that I'll dislike her and dares not say it? Chinfong repeatedly confirmed with the system whether he had misunderstood. Yes, host, I can only say that your charm is too great, there is nothing I can do. Then if I ask her to sleep with me, she won't feel disappointed? Chinfong was very happy when he thought of this. There is such a good thing? Ding, yes. Looking at Chinfong standing still at the stairs, Lang Rushuang asked worriedly, "What's wrong, master? Is the master thinking about what happened today? Or is the master thinking about the Zhou family?" Lang Rushuang quickly filtered everything that happened today in her mind, determined not to disturb the master's rest because of anything. He Rushuang, please sleep with me tonight. Chinfong turned around and looked at Lang Rushuang at the bottom of the stairs with a gentle face. But Lang Rushuang couldn't believe her ears. Master, are you telling the truth? Lang Rushuang was so excited that she stuttered. Well, come on up. Chinfong didn't say much. After saying this, he walked into his room. Chinfong didn't have to wait too long before a faint floral scent filled his nostrils. It was obvious that Lang Rushuang had come to Chinfong. The dim light made it difficult for Chinfong to see Lang Rushuang's face clearly, but he could feel that Lang Rushuang was extremely nervous at this moment. If you don't want to, forget it. Perhaps Lang Rushuang was too nervous, which made Chinfong feel that she was not doing it voluntarily. Master, everything of Rushuang is your private property. After Lang Rushuang said this, she kissed Chinfong directly. Feeling the warmth of Lang Rushuang's lips and teeth, Chinfong also felt something. As if she had thought of something, Lang Rushuang boldly grabbed Chinfang's hand and pressed it against her chest. Master, please don't look down on Rushuang, okay? Lang Rushuang's voice trembled. Rushuang will try her best to serve you well. Silly boy, how could this young master dislike you? You are so good and obedient. Chinfong rolled over and pressed Lang Rushuang under him. Next, it is Chinfong's moment of enjoyment. That night, Lang Rushuang's moans were heard continuously, and it was destined to be a sleepless night for both of them. The next morning, when Chinfong woke up, Lang Rushuang was no longer by his side. Looking at the bright red on the bed, Chinfong felt that the ancient saying that a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold was really true. Just after Chinfong was dressed, there was a knock on the door. Master, it's time to eat. Lang Rushuang's voice was soft, but full of joy, which made people feel relaxed and happy when they heard it. When it was time to eat, it was still Lang Rushuang who fed Chinfong. The only difference from last night's dinner was that this time Chinfong no longer paid homage to Lang Rushuang's chest, but directly pinched it. This made Lang Rushuang's face blush continuously. Master, let's eat first. Can we knead it after we eat? It's not that Lang Rushuang doesn't want Chinfong to be comfortable, but Lang Rushuang thought about how tired Chinfong was last night. If he doesn't replenish his energy well now, Lang Rushuang is afraid that Chinfong's body will not be able to bear it. Okay, take me to school after dinner. Chapter 6, Back to School. After breakfast, Chinfong did not stay for too long and got into his Rolls-Royce to return to school. But at this time, the Zhou family was in chaos. Just as Zhou Long was waiting for Mori Man's news, people from the supervisory committee arrived first. Zhou Long, you are suspected of committing a duty-related crime. Come with us. Lang Rushuang is still very humane. In a civilized society, one would use legal means to bring down the Zhou family. Seeing the supervisory committee coming to his house for no reason, Zhou Long was so angry that he had no place to vent. Did a donkey kick your head? You're investigating someone and the investigation has ended up with me? Zhou Long was not polite at all and directly grabbed the collar of the leader. Before the supervisor could explain anything, another group of people rushed into the Zhou family. Zhou Long, you are suspected of corruption and bribery. Here is your arrest warrant. Come with us. Afterwards, more and more people flocked into Zhou's house, and without exception, they all had serious faces, ready to arrest Zhou Long. At this point, Zhou Long realized what kind of big shot he had offended. Even some people from the military district came to the Zhou family. Zhou Long, you are suspected of treason, come with us. Treason? Zhou Long broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the charge. If it was the previous job crime, Zhou Long could still grit his teeth and admit it, but treason? This is an attempt to kill the Zhou family. The question is, I have never committed treason, right? Without waiting for Zhou Long to explain, the people from the military district took Zhou Long away directly. What Zhou Long didn't know was that in Long country, daring to send someone to disrespect the heir of the Qin family was tantamount to treason. Of course, all of this originated from a message from Lang Rushuang. After all, Lang Rushuang is Chinfang's personal maid. She was adopted and raised by the Qin family since she was a child, so she does have some rights. After bringing Zhou Long to the car, the people accompanying them directly sealed the Zhou family's house with seals, leaving no one alive, including men, women, old and young, women, children, cattle and sheep. It's a pity that Zhou Long didn't know who he had offended until his death. Perhaps he had guessed it, but he could only leave it to the king of hell. At the same time as the Zhou family was destroyed, Chinfang's car also drove to the school gate. After a while, many classmates gathered around the Rolls-Royce. Many people took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures, and some girls even imagined the scene of the domineering president falling in love with me. Chinfong did not try to stop this scene too much. After all, before traveling through time, if he saw a Rolls-Royce on the street, he would also take a photo. As the car door slowly opened, Lang Rushuang was the first to walk out of the car. When they saw Lang Rushuang's face, all the students, both male and female, changed their camera angles. Isn't she so beautiful? Is there such a person in our school? Goddess, can you look at me? I can call you mom. I declare that I am in love, and I am in love unilaterally. Listening to the discussions of the people around her, Lang Rushuang had no expression on her face. Just as Lang Rushuang was about to open Chinfang's car door, a courageous young man walked out of the crowd. Can you add a contact number for that classmate? Lang Rushuang frowned slightly. She had been chaste for 18 years and she couldn't let her master misunderstand her. Without any hesitation or emotion, Lang Rushuang didn't even raise her head to look at the person in front of her. Roll. The voice was heavy and full of humiliation. At this time, the crowd also broke into a roar. Ha ha, who gave him the courage to ask for contact information? This brother is really courageous, but that's all he has. You are worthy of being my goddess. You are so domineering and cool. I really like you. The student who asked for the contact information quickly fled the scene amid the ridicule from people around him. At this time, Lang Rushuang ignored the discussions of the people around her and bent down to open the car door for Chinfong. You seem very popular? Chinfong lifted Lang Rushuang's chin with his hand, as if he was appreciating a piece of work of art. Hearing the meaning of Chinfang's words, Lang Rushuang subconsciously wanted to kneel down and admit her mistake. But Chinfang's voice was one step faster than hers. Okay, there are so many people watching, don't kneel down at every turn. Chinfong ignored the stunned looks of the crowd and walked straight towards the school. The crowd silently made way for Chinfong. No one spoke, and no one made any more noise. I think I know this person. He seems to be Li Xiaohua's liquor. His name is Chinfong? I don't know who said this in a low voice, but Chinfong happened to hear it. Just after he said this, he felt himself being stared at by two pairs of eyes. Chinfang's speechless gaze, and Lang Rushuang's cold gaze. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, the boy hurriedly began to apologize. He knew in his heart that he could not afford to offend the person in front of him. It's not just this Rolls-Royce, what's even more terrifying is the premium license plate number with 5/8 in front of the car. It won't happen again. Chinfong had no intention of getting on the same page with this person. After all, the original owner was really a complete bootlicker. As Chinfong walked into the classroom, the noise in the class suddenly quieted down. What happened yesterday is still deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, and they are now trying to avoid Chinfong. When Li Qingyu saw Chinfong reappear in the classroom unharmed, he tried hard to forget what happened yesterday. However, Li Qingyu also had a guess in her mind that she couldn't even believe. Chinfong doesn't seem to be a loser with no background. Even? Chinfang's background seems to be even stronger. Thinking of this, Li Qingyu slowly walked in front of Chinfong. Haven't you eaten yet, Chinfong? This is the breakfast I bought for you. Li Qingyu put a sandwich on Chinfang's table and smiled sweetly. She did this for a purpose. If Chinfong really had a powerful background, and she could get in touch with him, it would be like a pheasant turning into a phoenix. Before, Zhou Shuli used his family's power to coerce me. You know his father is the city lord, and I didn't dare to disobey him. Li Qingyu even squeezed out 2 tears as he spoke. Li Qingyu believed that Chinfong had been pursuing her for 2 years, and as long as she hooked her hand, she would definitely be able to get Chinfong to come back and lick her. I can only say that I don't know who gave Li Qingyu the confidence. If you want to accompany Zhou Shun, just keep hanging around in front of me. Chinfong threw the sandwich on the table directly into the trash can in the classroom in a parabola. Chinfong, I know I was wrong. It was Zhou Shun who really coerced me before. I always wanted to be with you. Li Qingyu turned a deaf ear to Chinfang's words. She believed that Chinfong had liked her for so long and would definitely not just say he didn't like her. But what she didn't know was that Chinfong at this moment was no longer the same Chinfong as before. Rushwang, let her learn a lesson. As soon as Chinfong finished speaking, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Li Qingyu. Snap! Lang Rushwang slapped Li Qingyu twice, causing him to vomit blood, and even his teeth fell to the ground. If you don't get out of here, you will really go to accompany Zhou Shun. Chinfang's playful expression made Li Qingyu dare not say another word. Everyone who saw this scene tacitly agreed not to stand up for Li Qingyu. Chapter 7, Taking Advantage of the System. Li Qingyu, who was stunned, could only return to his seat in disappointment. She didn't understand why this dog dared to be so disobedient in just one day. But she never had the chance to understand again. At Chinfang's signal, Lang Rushwang sat next to Chinfong. This is just what she wished, to be able to silently protect her master like this. There are not too many courses in college, and Chinfong only has one class this morning. A calculus class taught by a stuffy old man. Chinfong didn't give him any face at all and fell asleep on the table. Seeing that Chinfong was already asleep, the teacher who was teaching also consciously shut his mouth. Then he wrote a line of words on the blackboard, "Start studying now." As if afraid of disturbing Chinfang's rest. After finishing his class, Chinfong was not in a hurry to eat, but took Lang Rushwang to stroll around the campus. But Lang Rushwang looked absent-minded, as if there was something on her mind that she had been hiding deep in her heart. What's wrong, Rushwang? You seem a little weird. Chinfong walked to a chair and simply sat down to rest for a while. But Lang Rushwang could no longer hold back her emotions and knelt down in front of Chinfong. Master, I really didn't know that person this morning. I don't know why he asked for my contact information. Lang Rushwang was very afraid that Chinfong would misunderstand her, and how could Chinfong not trust this little maid in his family? Chinfong lifted Lang Rushwang's chin with his foot. Is that all? Lang Rushwang didn't dare to look Chinfong in the eye, but just kept admitting her mistakes. Get up, Rushwang. I'm not petty enough to get angry about something like this. Chinfong retracted his foot, stood up and walked out of the school. Lang Rushwang quickly stood up and followed Chinfong. Just as Chinfong was about to leave the campus, Principal Li Weiman jogged a few steps to catch up with Chinfong. Master Chin, Master Chin. Hearing someone calling him, Chinfong turned around and saw Li Weiman, who was panting. Principal Li? What's the matter? Chinfong searched all the memories in his mind and found that he and Li Weiman had no connection at all. Oh Master Chin, this is my business card. You can always contact me if you have any problem at school. Li Weiman already knew about the Zhou family's decline. Anyone who could sit in the position of principal must be a shrewd person, right? Although he didn't quite believe that a student could have such great power, he didn't dare to gamble. What's more, even he himself couldn't find out Chinfang's family background, so this man in front of him, let alone getting close to him, must not be offended. Master Chin, Zhou Long asked me about you yesterday. Please be careful these days. Either the principal is a master at pretending to be confused, or he certainly knows that Zhou Long must have caused trouble for Chinfong. After all, he was there at the time. But now the Zhou family is gone, who cares whether he is Zhou Long or not? It would be better for him to become familiar to Chinfong. Chinfong accepted Li Weiman's business card. After all, if something really happened in the school, it would be much easier to handle with Li Weiman around. Then I would like to thank Principal Li first. Master Qin, you are really too polite. I will need your support in the future. Fortunately, it was noon and many students had already gone to the cafeteria to eat, so not many people noticed the situation at the gate, otherwise they would definitely be shocked. No one had ever seen the principal being so humble, especially in front of a student. Even when facing Zhou Shun before, Li Weiman had never done this before. But Li Weiman always felt that if he could hold on to the young man in front of him, he might really be able to make another step forward. After decades of hard work, Li Weiman trusts his intuition. Okay, Principal Li, I'm going to go eat now. If you have nothing else to do, then? After watching Chinfong put his business card into his pocket, Li Weiman had achieved his goal. Master Qin, take care. When Li Weiman noticed the license plate number of Chinfang's car, he became more determined in his choice. You must never make enemies of the students in front of you. Although Li Weiman subconsciously believed that Chinfong would have a powerful background, he did not think of the Qin family in Kyoto. The reason is simple. The Qin family in Kyoto is simply an insurmountable behemoth. Chinfong, sitting in the car, began to summon his own small system. System, are you there? Ding, I'm here. Speaking of the system, is your sign-in reward for the first week wrong? Chinfong has made up his mind that he wants the system to reward him again no matter what. Ding, what's wrong? System, the reward you gave me is the maid Lang Rushwang, but according to the original owner's memory, Lang Rushwang was adopted by the Qin family since she was a child, and has always been the original owner's maid. And you gave it to me as a reward for my first sign-in. Aren't you bullying an honest person? In fact, Chinfong's idea was not wrong, because Lang Rushwang had followed Chinfong since she was a child. It could be said that Lang Rushwang was a personal guard trained by the Qin family for Chinfong. Bite. The system seemed like a not very smart robot. It kept ringing in Chinfang's mind for a long time but remained silent. Hey system, you're not going to explode, are you? Don't do that. I'm scared. Chinfong just wanted another reward from the system, but he didn't want to risk his life. System? Are you okay? Please don't blow yourself up. I haven't had a good time yet, system. Chinfong almost knelt down to the system in his heart. Bite. The system was silent, just kept on ringing. Ding, I detected that what the host said makes sense, so I will compensate the host with one sign-in. Ding, sign in. The system's brain still didn't come to its senses after all. It's really good that you didn't explode, system. Sign in now. Chinfong was already a little impatient. He wanted to see if this god-level system would give him some more unexpected surprises. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level fighting technique. As the system's voice fell, Chinfong only felt a force that did not belong to him slowly flowing into his body. Chinfong tried to slowly become familiar with this power. In an instant, Chinfong seemed to have mastered all the fighting techniques. Chinfong now feels like he has endless energy all over his body. He feels like he can kill a cow with one punch. Chinfong was relatively satisfied with this reward. After all, a good blacksmith must have strong tools himself. Although he already has Lang Rushwang's protection, the real strength lies in his own strength. At least if you really encounter any danger, you can protect yourself. Products produced by the system must be high quality. What's more, it's god level. Fighting skills. Master, we are home. After thinking for a long time on the way, Chinfong finally decided to eat the food prepared by his maid. So I told Lang Rushwang in advance and asked her to drive towards home. Master, please take a rest in the living room. I will prepare the meal soon. As soon as Lang Rushwang entered the living room, she hurried towards the kitchen, as she couldn't let her master starve. Go ahead. Chinfong lay on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh, it's still more comfortable at home. Chapter 8, Rushwang, practice fighting techniques with me. Chinfong enjoyed this meal very much. Lang Rushwang's little face was still blushing. Rushwang, I have to give you some advice. At the dinner table, Chinfong crossed his legs, picking his teeth while enjoying Lang Rushwang's massage service. What's wrong, master? Is it that Rushwang didn't do well enough? After hearing Chinfang's words, Lang Rushwang's beautiful eyes stayed on Chinfang's handsome face. You did a good job, but at home, you wrapped yourself so tightly that it gave me a very bad experience. Chinfong pointed at the underwear bulging on Lang Rushwang's chest. Ah. I understand, master. Lang Rushwang felt shy, but she couldn't disobey since her master liked her. Afterwards, Lang Rushwang slowly took off her clothes in front of Chinfong. That's right. Chinfong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Was he too perverted? It was just that he liked this perverted feeling. Master, are we going to school this afternoon? Because of shyness, Lang Rushwang could no longer look up at Chinfong. Afternoon? Chinfong thought for a moment and said, I won't go in the afternoon. It just so happens that the two of us need to do something. Ah? Still doing it? Lang Rushwang was afraid that Chinfang's body couldn't take it. After all, everything that happened last night was still vivid in his mind. The master is really too strong. What are you thinking about in your little head? This afternoon, I want you to practice fighting with me. Chinfong gently tapped Lang Rushwang's head with his fingers. Oh. Lang Rushwang's face was almost completely red at this time. She couldn't help but torture herself again and again in her heart. Lang Rushwang, how could you think of the master like this? Is the master a lustful person? Okay, Rushwang, put on your clothes and accompany me to the fighting room. Looking at Lang Rushwang's condition, Chinfong didn't plan to tease her anymore. There's plenty of time at night anyway. Yes, master. Lang Rushwang quickly put on the clothes beside her. It's not that she doesn't want Chinfong to see her body, but it's still too embarrassing for her. There is a fighting room in the villa, on the first floor of the basement. When Lang Rushwang walked into the fighting room, Chinfong had already changed his clothes. Come on, Rushwang, try your best and don't let me find out that you are holding back. After hearing Chinfang's words, Lang Rushwang had already assumed a fighting stance. In her opinion, her master is omnipotent. Since she has to use all her strength, it means that her master must have countermeasures. Lang Rushwang was a completely different person from the one she had just seen at the dinner table. She looked at Chinfong with a cold gaze and said, Master, I am sorry for the offense. The ghostly figure rushed directly towards Chinfong, at such a fast speed that it even formed an afterimage in the air. Chinfong was not careless either. He judged Lang Rushwang's position by feeling in his mind, and then he gathered his strength and punched directly at Lang Rushwang's chest. Lang Rushwang reacted very quickly and dodged Chinfang's attack by turning sideways. The reaction is so quick? Chinfong was secretly surprised. Lang Rushwang is actually not good at fighting. What she is best at is assassination, killing people invisibly with one blow. Under Chinfang's dazzling gaze, Lang Rushwang had unknowingly circled behind Chinfong. Master, you lose. After saying this, Lang Rushwang stabbed Chinfang's neck with both hands. Rushwang, do you know what is the most taboo in battle? Chinfong turned around suddenly, protecting his neck with his arms and taking Lang Rushwang's fatal blow. After all, it was a sparring match with his own master. Although Chinfong had told Lang Rushwang not to hold back, Lang Rushwang only used 30% of her strength in this fatal blow. Otherwise, Chinfong would definitely die. Chinfang's left hand was like a crab claw, tightly clasping Lang Rushwang's wrist, while his right hand moved mercilessly towards Lang Rushwang's neck. When he was within a finger's distance from Lang Rushwang's neck, Chinfong stopped his attack. Rushwang, the most taboo thing in a battle is to underestimate the enemy. The outcome of this battle has been decided, and it is obvious that Chinfong won. Chinfong also felt that Lang Rushwang was holding back on him, but he was also very satisfied with the god-level fighting skills given by the system. After all, according to the system, Lang Rushwang's martial arts value is 100, which is the highest mountain in the world of warriors. Although Lang Rushwang lost, she was very happy because she didn't expect her master to be so powerful. Master, you are so amazing. You are simply Rushwang's idol. Lang Rushwang was not stingy with her praise, and her master was the most powerful man in the world. Chinfong seemed to be very pleased with Lang Rushwang's compliments. After all, who doesn't want to be praised by a beautiful girl? Master, tomorrow is the day you will resume your status as the young master of the Chin family. According to past practice, you will accept the worship of the vassals of the families in various regions. As if he had thought of something, Chinfong showed a puzzled expression. Speaking of which, I have been a bootlicker for 3 years, and the people in the family still agree that I can be the heir? Chinfong did not shy away from the word doglicker. After all, the things the original owner did could not be called dog licking, and he was even a bit of a turtle man. There were indeed some opposing voices in the family at the beginning, but they were all suppressed by the head of the family. After hearing Lang Rushuang's words, Chinfong began to have some expectations for his adoptive father. Didn't you expect your father to be so overbearing? Suppress him directly? It seems that his father's prestige in the family is extremely high. It is said that a good father will have a good son. Chinfong silently swore that the moment he stepped into the family in the future, he must be more ruthless than his father. Take a shower, I need to go out for a while. Chinfong took off his combat suit, revealing the graceful lines of his back. This scene really made Lang Rushuang drool. The reason why Chinfong wanted to go out was because he received a text message from Li Qingyu. Chinfong, you actually dared to let someone beat me up. I'm very angry. Then, there was a message from the hotel saying, come over here and apologize to me. And pay my bill. Chinfong actually laughed when he saw the news. Chinfong thought he had given Li Qingyu many chances. If I were going to kill Zhou Shan, I would have let her go, and I also let her go this morning. Why do people always like to seek death? Since Li Qingyu was in trouble, Chinfong would help her solve it. However, the one who was solved was Li Qingyu. Okay, master. Do you want Rushuang to accompany you to take a bath? Lang Rushuang was still swallowing her saliva at the muscular lines of Chinfong. She didn't even realize what she said, and her true thoughts came out of her mouth subconsciously. Hey! Rushuang, you have improved a lot. By the time Lang Rushuang realized what she had said, her face suddenly felt hot. As long as the master needs it, Rushuang can do anything. This sentence is Lang Rushuang's truest thought, but it also aroused Chinfang's interest. Can you do anything? Chinfong asked maliciously. Anything is fine. Lang Rushuang answered firmly. Then I want you to swallow it. A hint of joy flashed across Chinfang's face. Ah. This. As long as the master likes it, Rushuang will swallow it all. The master is so perverted. But Rushuang still likes the master. Chapter 9, Scared Li Qingyu. Chinfong felt extremely comfortable after taking this bath, and felt completely refreshed. When Lang Rushuang thought of Chinfang's giant thing, she couldn't help but sigh at the power of its master. My mouth is sour. Master, where are we going next? Lang Rushuang still remembered that Chinfong said in the fighting room that he wanted to go out for a while. Chinfong flipped through the location on his phone and said, go to Magic City Hotel. Chinfong also wanted to know what Li Qingyu was planning to do. Chinfong has his own principles and would never hit a woman. This can also be considered Chinfang's advantage. But Chinfong's shortcoming is that he doesn't distinguish between men and women when beating people. At the same time, Li Qingyu was anxiously waiting for Chinfong in the hotel. Just after class at noon, some of Li Qingyu's suitors invited her to dinner at the Magic City Hotel. Just as they were about to leave after having their fill of food and drink, Li Qingyu accidentally broke a bottle of Romane Conti that was being delivered to the next box. Originally, Li Qingyu didn't take this matter seriously. After all, in her eyes it was just a bottle of red wine. Even some of the young men who are pursuing her are planning to use their credit cards to pay for their goddess. But when they learned that the bottle of red wine was worth 4.5 million, they were so shocked that they were speechless. No, your hotel is trying to extort people, right? More than 4 million for a bottle of red wine? Isn't this bullying honest people? Li Qingyu really couldn't believe it, a bottle of red wine could be so expensive? The hotel manager didn't indulge her at all. Little sister, go and search how much Romane Conti 1937 is. Some of the people who were traveling with them actually picked up their phones and started searching, and when they did, they discovered something devastating. That bluefish, my mom called me and said my grandpa is pregnant, I have to go back quickly. Yes. My dad just called me. I need to go take care of his grandpa. These young men are rich, but not rich enough to spend 4.5 million on a beautiful woman. 4.5 million, enough to hire countless second-tier stars. You guys don't leave. Li Qingyu was really panicked at this time. 4.5 million. Even if I sell myself, I'm not worth that much money. Little sister, I think you are quite pretty. It doesn't matter if you break this bottle of wine, but you'd better be forgiven by those big shots in the private room. Otherwise, you might be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks one day. The manager did not intend to intimidate Li Qingyu, because the person sitting in the private room was a big shot who could truly influence the magic city. Some people even don't know the identity of him, the hotel manager. There were even some people from Kyoto. Ah? This, me? Li Qingyu was really scared at this time. I. Li Qingyu could only send a text message to Chinfong in desperation. But when facing Chinfong, she couldn't change her arrogant and domineering character. At this time, people in the private room kept serving tea and toasting to the Qin family's envoys. If the hotel manager entered the private room at this time, he would be shocked. The patriarch of the Zhao family, the patriarch of the Wang family, the patriarch of the Lu family. This is truly the top family in Shanghai. It can be said that any one of the three can cause an earthquake in Shanghai if they stomp their feet. At this time, the three family heads were kneeling and toasting a young man. If this were to get out, no one in Shanghai would believe it. The young man in front of him was none other than the envoy of the Qin family. He is not even a direct descendant of the Qin family, but just an envoy. However, the aristocratic families in the Magic City still dare not neglect him. Mr. Qin, you are representing the Qin family to visit the Magic City. We should at least show some hospitality as a host. The young man originally had no name. Once when he was on a mission, he risked his life to save a young master from the Qin family's concubine room. Then the Qin family gave him the surname Qin, which means Qin is a big name. In the Qin family, Qin Da's status might be only slightly higher than that of an ordinary servant, but when he was on a diplomatic mission to the Magic City, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect to him. This is the power of the Qin family. In the eyes of the Qin family, slaves can only be slaves of the Qin family. If outsiders dare to provoke them, they will definitely fight to the death with them. There had been an example where a second-rate family in Kyoto accidentally killed the Qin family's lowest-ranking slave. The Qin family directly declared war on them, and eventually this second-rate family in Kyoto was wiped out. The Qin family is so domineering and well known for protecting their own children. This also led to the Qin family's servants and guards being united and never betraying the Qin family. Patriarch Zhao is so polite. I'm giving you a heads up in advance so you all can prepare well. I'm here for our young master. At this point, the three family heads of the demon city suddenly became uneasy, as they received a piece of information from Qin Da's mouth. That is the young master of the Qin family, who is currently in the Magic City. Then, Qin Da's voice sounded again, our young master's training is about to be completed, and he will officially resume his status tomorrow. Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. Qin Da didn't say anything else, but looked at the people in front of him. When the time comes, my Zhao family will prepare generous gifts to visit young Master Qin. My Lu family will definitely visit young Master Qin. My Wang family. The three family heads are all smart people. As long as they can get in touch with the young master of the Qin family, wouldn't they be able to rise to great heights? Just having this kind of thought is enough. Come on, let's have a drink together. Qin raised his glass, and everyone hurriedly drank the wine in their glasses. But it's been so long, why hasn't the Romane Conti I ordered been served yet? Qin Da looked at the head of the Zhao family with a smile on his face. As if to say, this is what you call the hospitality of a host? Zhao Sheng panicked and said, I will go and urge him myself. I'm afraid the hotel manager doesn't want to do this anymore. Then Mr. Zhao walked straight out of the private room. At this time, Li Qingyu was hoping that Chinfong could solve this problem. She was still young and didn't want to die. Where is your manager? Tell your manager to get out here right now. Zhao Shan walked out of the private room with a face full of anger. Normally he could keep his emotions under control, but today he really couldn't help it. If a hotel manager offended the Qin family's special envoy, he would definitely raze this Magic City hotel to the ground. Master Zhao. Patriarch Zhao? The hotel manager knew Zhao Shang and did not dare to be negligent and quickly ran to Zhao Shang. Snap. Mr. Zhao didn't say anything, but slapped the hotel manager in the face. The manager was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhao. Patriarch Zhao. How long have I ordered Romane Conti? Why can't I get it? What's the matter? Do you think I am old and can't lift the knife anymore? The Zhao family started out as a shady business, and Zhao Sheng had a very hot temper, but in the past few years, the Zhao family has gone from black to white, and Zhao Sheng's temper has been restrained a lot. Zhao. Patriarch Zhao. Don't blame me for this. It's all her fault. She's the one who broke your Romane Conti just now. The hotel manager pointed at Li Qingyu and trembled all over. He was really afraid that Zhao Shang would chop him to death if he was unhappy. What did you say? Broken? How come you're not broken? As Zhao Shang said this, he slapped the hotel manager again, knocking him unconscious. Then he walked slowly to Li Qingyu. At this time, Li Qingyu had already collapsed to the ground in fear, trembling all over. Chapter 10, the show begins. At this time, Chinfong had also arrived at the Magic City Hotel. With Chinfang's arrival, the noise in the hotel lobby stopped. It wasn't because of Chinfong, but because of Lang Rushuang behind Chinfong. He noticed that many men in the field were looking Lang Rushuang up and down, with uncontrollable lewd looks in their eyes. Chinfong considered whether he should ask Lang Rushuang to wear a mask when he goes out with her in the future. Many of them were eager to get Lang Rushuang's contact information, but were scared away by Lang Rushuang's powerful aura. Following Li Qingyu's instructions, Chinfong took the elevator to the 5th floor. He wanted to see who gave Li Qingyu the confidence to dare to talk to him like that. At this time, Li Qingyu kept kowtowing to Zhao Shang and begging for mercy. If it were in the past, Zhao Shang would definitely not attack Li Qingyu in public. He would even ask her with a smile whether she was hurt after breaking the wine, creating an image of himself as a kind entrepreneur to outsiders. But things are different now. The person sitting in the box is the Qin family's special envoy. If Li Qingyu's negligence makes the Qin family's special envoy unhappy, 9 lives are not enough for her to die. As the elevator slowly rose, Chinfong saw Li Qingyu's miserable scene as soon as he walked out of the elevator. It seems that I came at a very bad time? Chinfong said jokingly, without any sympathy for Li Qingyu in his eyes. Some just feel relieved. Chinfong? You're finally here. Hurry up and save me, or you'll never talk to me again. Seeing Chinfong coming, Li Qingyu suddenly felt confident. Just as he was about to stand up and scold Chinfong for coming so late, Zhao Shang glared at him again. Helplessly, Li Qingyu did not dare to stand up. Boy, are you standing up for your girlfriend? When Zhao Shang heard what Li Qingyu said, he mistakenly thought that Chinfong was the boyfriend of the girl in front of him. Don't get me wrong, old man. I'm not familiar with her. You guys continue. I'll just stand aside and watch. Chinfong didn't want to miss this good show, so he put his arm around Lang Rushuang's waist and stood aside to watch. Seeing Chinfang's nonchalant attitude, Li Qingyu couldn't help but roar, Chinfong, are you a human being? I order you to pay for the red wine I broke right now, right now. Li Qingyu's forehead was already bleeding. She really didn't want to stay here anymore. She just wanted Chinfong to compensate her for the money and then escape from here. After hearing what Li Qingyu said, Chinfong was also furious. He then said to Lang Rushuang beside him, go and slap her twice to teach her a lesson. Zhao Shang was not completely overwhelmed by anger. He had just gotten a key piece of information from Li Qingyu's words. That is the young man in front of him, his surname is Qin. Combined with what Envoy Qin said in the box just now. Could it be? Zhao Shang didn't dare to think any further. At this critical moment, it is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. Looking at Lang Rushuang walking slowly towards him, Li Qingyu thought of the scene that happened in the morning. The swelling on my left face has finally subsided? Without waiting for Li Qingyu to beg for mercy, Lang Rushuang slapped Li Qingyu twice, causing his mouth to be filled with blood. If you dare to be disrespectful to the master again, I will kill you. Lang Rushuang's eyes were already filled with anger. It was the girl in front of her who had repeatedly bothered her master. Lang Rushuang also learned about Chinfong's 3 years of college life, and it was the girl in front of him who had been keeping her master hanging. Damn it! Hey, old man, you guys continue. I won't delay your work. Crush the arrogant soul with 2 palms, sir, I am yours. Chinfong, you can't just ignore me, I agree to your pursuit, okay? As long as you help me this time, I can agree to anything you ask for. Li Qingyu was really scared this time. If Chinfong really ignored him, he might really die here. And at this time, Qin led a group of people slowly down the stairs from the 6th floor to the 5th floor. Master Zhao, why are you taking so long to order the wine? We've already finished eating. Qin's eyes were hazy, he was drunk. Master Qin, it was the carelessness of the girl in front of me that broke the wine I saved for you. Please deal with it yourself, Master Qin. Zhao Shang lowered his head and slowly retreated behind Qin. Under the influence of alcohol, Xinde did not notice that there were two people standing at the elevator entrance watching the fun. Master Zhao is really joking. This is in the Magic City. You are the head of the family, so you should decide for yourself. Xinde was already drunk to the point of being intoxicated, and could only walk with the support of the two family heads, Lu and Wang. Hey, those two people in front of me, don't you have any sense? Don't you know to press the elevator down? The two heads of the Lu family and the Wang family supported Xinde and scolded Chinfong in front of them. Chinfong said that he was innocently implicated. And Zhao Shang, the old fox, has been watching Xinde's every move. Xinde, you are really so arrogant that you even dare to let people around you scold the master? Lang Rushwang's voice was free of emotion. When Xinde heard the familiar voice, he was sobered up by the shock. Then he looked up in disbelief, hoping that he had just hallucinated. The moment he saw Lang Rushwang, the sky fell. The moment he saw Chinfong standing behind Lang Rushwang, the sky completely fell. The servant Xinde, I greet the young master, and I greet the chief steward Lang. Seeing Xinde kneeling on the ground with his head bowed, Zhao Shang couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, he had been careful and did not offend the eldest young master of the Qin family in front of him. The two heads of the Lu family and Wang were so shocked that they were speechless. When they thought about how they had just scolded the young master of the Qin family, the two of them hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Okay, everyone, get up. Chinfong didn't expect that eating melons would lead to such a thing. Li Qingyu, who saw the scene, seemed to have grasped the last straw, and crawled to Chinfeng's feet on his knees. Chinfong, you can't just ignore me. Chinfong was really speechless this time. Ah? You're not dead yet? Then Chinfong looked at Zhao Sheng and said, Old man, you are not good at doing things. Why is she still buzzing in my ear for so long? She is like a fly. It is very annoying, okay? Hearing this, Zhao Sheng bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Master Qin, it's my fault. Don't worry, I will never let her live past this night. Chinfong lowered his head and leaned over to whisper in Li Qingyu's ear, I've already said this morning. If you bother me again, I'll let you accompany Zhou Shun. I gave you a chance, so don't blame me if you don't cherish it. When Li Qingyu heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Master Qin, this is the token of the head of my Zhao family. Anyone who sees my Zhao family and sees the token is like me, the head of the family, coming in person. You can mobilize all the resources of the Zhao family in Magic City. Please accept it. Zhao Sheng hurriedly took out an exquisite gift box from his pocket, which contained the Zhao family token representing the supreme power of the Zhao family. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Patriarch Zhao. Chapter 11, Is someone bullying a child? After taking Zhao Sheng's Patriarch token, Chinfong casually threw it to Lang Rushwang. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Remember to deal with this woman for me. Before leaving, Chinfong did not forget to give Li Qingyu another stab. Hearing Chinfeng's words, Li Qingyu's face turned pale. Chinfong, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Don't leave. Don't. As the backs of Chinfong and Lang Rushwang disappeared completely, Xinde let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the young master did not blame himself this time. After such an incident, Xinde was completely sober. Hurry up and deal with her. Don't let the young master down. Xinde really didn't expect that he would be in this state when he first met his young master when he arrived in the Magic City. When Xinde thought of Lang Rushwang's gaze, he couldn't help but shudder. He is a real devil who kills people without blinking an eye, and Lang Rushwang's identity is very special. In the Qin family, she only obeys Chinfong. Although Lang Rushwang appeared to be just a servant of the Qin family, her status had even surpassed some of the concubines of the Qin family. There are even rumors that Lang Rushwang is actually Chinfong's child bride. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Xinde then looked at Li Qingyu, who looked as pale as death, and said, throw her into the sea to feed the sharks. Li Qingyu's fate was exactly as the hotel manager had expected. Thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. After dealing with the flies that had been buzzing in his ears, Chinfong felt that the air on the way home was sweet. Tomorrow is the day when he will restore his identity. Thinking of this, Chinfeng's eyes became deep. He is confident that he will be able to lead his family to a higher level in the near future. After all, he has something like a cheat system. This is Chinfeng's confidence, Chinfeng's unique confidence. Just as Chinfong was immersed in the mysterious empire he had built in his mind, a girl slammed Chinfeng's car window in fear. She seemed to be afraid of something. She kept banging on Chinfang's car window and looking back. Chinfong glanced at the traffic light and saw that there was still 1 minute left. Then he signaled Lang Rushuang to open the car door. This lady? Do we know each other? Chinfong was still very polite in front of the pretty girl. Although the girl in front of him was not as cold as Lang Rushuang, the faint teardrop mole at the corner of her eye made people want to protect her. Lang Rushuang looked at the girl who appeared out of nowhere with a vigilant look on her face, in case anything happened to her master. Please save me, save me. The girl was halfway through her words when 3 burly men came after her. Run? Keep running? You're quite a runner. Be good and come back with us. It's your blessing to be favored by Brother Tiger. Damn it, let me tell you this, in the Magic City, if a woman Brother Tiger takes a fancy to, there is no way she can escape. The 3 thugs simply ignored Chinfong beside Yu Shuqin and reached out to take her back. Chinfong originally didn't bother to care about such trivial matters, but he would not allow the demon city to have someone more powerful than him. The devil doesn't allow such an awesome existence. After saying this, Chinfong glanced at Lang Rushuang. Lang Rushuang immediately understood what he meant and took care of the 3 people directly. However, since they were on a main street and there were many onlookers around, Lang Rushuang did not kill them, but simply beat them so hard that they could not stand up. It really means that I can't stand up. Okay, you can go now. Chinfong got into the car and signaled Lang Rushuang to drive away. Although Yu Shuqin is indeed very beautiful, Chinfong's principle is that he will never take the initiative to pursue girls. What we want is for them to throw themselves into our arms. Yu Shuqin ran back home in a hurry. It was obvious that what happened today had frightened her. But she was very grateful to Chinfong in her heart. If it weren't for Chinfong, she might have really been. She didn't dare to think about what happened next. Mom, I'm back. Yu Shuqin adjusted her mood at the door, then opened the door and looked at her mother in the bright sunshine. Is it Xiaoqin who's back? Why are you so late today? I've prepared food for you and it's still in the pot. Please heat it up before eating. Lying on the bed was a middle-aged woman, her thin face distorted by illness. Mom, you're not well yet, so I'll do the cooking from now on. Looking at the sensible child in front of her, Xiaomin silently shed tears. Many times she wanted to die, so that at least she wouldn't be a burden to her daughter. But if I died, Xiaoqin would also be missing her only relative in this world. Whenever she thought of this, Xiaomin would often question God, why did he let them and their mother live such a sad life? Now that my daughter has been admitted to university, I can find someone to support her and leave peacefully. Xiaomin has already made up her mind that if her daughter finds a boyfriend, she will never drag her down again. However, this boyfriend must be careful to control himself and must not treat his daughter badly. Yu Shuqin didn't know what her mother was thinking. He just hid in the kitchen and ate his meal with big mouthfuls. She hadn't eaten much all day and was starving. Because of her mother's illness, the family savings have been drained. These days, she heard from other classmates that brother Chengnan is a loan shark. Although she knew that if she borrowed from loan sharks, she might fall into the abyss, but her mother's illness could not be delayed any longer. But she didn't expect that as soon as she met the so-called brother Tiger, he started to touch her. Yu Shuqin had no choice but to sneak out when going to the toilet to prevent brother Hu from succeeding. But mother's illness? Yu Shuqin thought about it again and again, and she had already made the worst plan. If she couldn't raise money in the next few days, the worst that could happen would be, just sell herself to brother Hu. As long as I can save my mother's life, as long as she can survive, it's worth it. At the same time, Chinfong did not take the incident that just happened to heart. When I got home, the sky was gradually getting dark. What to do at dark? It's time to eat after dark. Chinfong looked at the dishes on the table, but his eyes couldn't help but become confused. Chives? Oysters? Kidneys? Lamb penis? Rushuang? You can also cook these simple meals? Chinfong looked incredulous. Was it what he thought? Who had corrupted his innocent little maid? If you have the guts, come out. In fact, it was not what Chinfong thought. Lang Rushuang was actually worried and afraid that her young master's health would be ruined because of those things, so she specially made nourishing meals. But Lang Rushuang overlooked one problem. That is, after you have replenished your body, you need to vent. What to do after dinner? Work after dinner. Chapter 12, Restoring the Identity of the Young Master of the Qin Family. Night. Lang Rushuang felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have fed her master so many nourishing foods at night. In the end, you are the one who suffers. In the morning, Chinfong got up very early today and did not sleep in like usual. Because today is the day he will resume his status as the young master of the Qin family. There were already a lot of people crowding outside the villa. Many of the heads of the top families in Shanghai were present in person. Qin stood in the center, with Qin family guards standing in 2 rows on both sides. No matter how dazzling the others are in the magic city, they can only condescend to the 2 rows and dare not overstep the boundaries in the slightest. At this time, Chinfong had already finished his breakfast and changed into a custom-made suit. After signaling Lang Rushuang to open the door of the villa, he slowly walked towards the crowd. Chinfong held a red wineglass in his left hand. Although he looked lazy, he also looked noble. "Greetings, young master." The Qin family servants, led by Qinda, were the first to kneel beside Chinfong, followed by the visitors from various major families in the Magic City. "Greetings, young Master Qin." Chinfong didn't say anything, but slowly drank the wine in the glass. Without Chinfang's signal, no one in the field dared to stand up. "Okay, everyone, get up." When everyone stood up and raised their heads, one person in the crowd couldn't help but become excited. "It seems that I made the right bet." Li Weiman was originally not qualified to attend the banquet, but considering that he was the principal of his own master's school, Qin De also sent him an invitation. Li Weiman was fully aware of the importance of this opportunity, so he put aside a lot of work and rushed to the location on the invitation letter early in the morning. The moment he saw Chinfong, he was more or less very excited. Fortunately, I had foresight at that time and did not make the relationship with Chinfong worse, but instead took the initiative to make friends with him. However, there were too many people present, and Li Weiman only saw Chinfong from a distance, while Chinfong did not notice him. But even if Chinfong noticed it, what could he do? He was just an ant. "Okay, everyone is here, take a seat and prepare to eat." Chinfong had naturally eaten before, but he still had to observe etiquette. Many people present had actually eaten breakfast before arriving, but no one dared to disobey Chinfang's orders. "Even if you can't eat it, you have to force it in." After today, Chinfong will be the eldest son of the Qin family in Kyoto. Thinking of this, Chinfong couldn't help but smile indifferently. It was really the right time for me to travel through time. The original owner had to suffer all the hardships, and I have enjoyed all the happiness. "Master Qin, this is a gift from my Zhao family to Master Qin." Chinfong took the gift box sent by Zhao Shang and motioned Lang Rushuang to take it. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Master Zhao." As long as those families in the Magic City don't take the initiative to provoke him, Chinfong doesn't mind letting them continue to live freely like this. But if there are some blind people who get in Chinfang's way, Chinfong doesn't mind killing them. Obviously, Chinfong was very satisfied with Zhao Shang in front of him. "By the way, Master Qin, I have already dealt with the girl named Li Qingyu. This fly will never bother you again in the future." Zhao Shang's face was full of flattery. Facing Chinfong, who was several dozen years younger than him, he did not show any airs at all. Because Zhao Shang understands the power of the Qin family better than anyone else. What the Qin family shows to the world is just the tip of the iceberg. The real power embodied by the Qin family has even reached the point where it can influence the lifeblood of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Zhao Shang's behavior, the other families in the Demon City did not show any slackness. "Master Qin, this is a small gift prepared by my Wang family. I hope Master Qin will not despise it." "Master Qin, this is my Lu family." "Master Qin." Chinfong looked at the people lining up to give him gifts, with no extra expression on his face. These carefully selected gifts were casually thrown to Lang Rushuang by Chinfong. No one dared to complain at all. The banquet lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After seeing off the last group of people, Chinfong collapsed on the sofa. It has to be said that being the eldest son of the Qin family is really tiring. Lang Rushuang could also see Chinfang's fatigue, and the pain in her eyes was about to overflow. "Master, please take a good rest first." "It's time to take a good rest." Being extremely bored, Chinfong turned on the TV and randomly searched for a TV program. Lang Rushuang, as usual, knelt beside Chinfong and gave him a massage to relax him. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Chinfang's mind. Ding! The God-level sign-in system is being updated. Ding! Update progress is 25%. Hearing this mechanical sound, Chinfang's puzzled expression appeared in his mind. Hey system, you are quite advanced, why are you still updating?" But at this time the system ignored Chinfong and started upgrading on its own. Ding. Update progress is 50%. Chinfong was too lazy to care about the system anymore. He just hoped that the more updates he made, the less time he would have to regress. Maybe this update can pack some new stuff for myself. Thinking of this, Chinfong was looking forward to the accelerated update of the system. Come on system, come on system. Ding. Update successful, please restart the system. Then the word restart appeared in Chinfang's mind. Oh, system, you really are a robot. Restart. This time, Chinfong did not wait for the system too long. After 3 or 5 minutes, the system had restarted. Hello system, do you have any new features in this update? Chinfong was already getting impatient. Ding. Please go to the school playground and run 10 laps. You will then receive a random God-level reward. After listening to the system's words, a big question mark appeared on Chinfang's face. No, buddy? Why did you send me tasks after the update? When I was first linked to you, who assured me that I could get rewards just by signing into the system and that I didn't need to complete the tasks? Chinfong was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would not have allowed the system to update. After the update, would he be the system's slave? However, when I thought about getting a God-level reward by running 10 laps on the playground, it seemed that this task was not too difficult. Ding, the host can also choose to give up the mission, and there will be no harm, but these missions can speed up the acquisition of God-level skills. The system's voice was still a mechanical electronic sound, and after listening to the system's words, Chinfang's little brain began to work. It doesn't seem like a bad deal to get a God-level skill by running 4 kilometers. After all, the God-level fighting skills given to him by the system are comparable to Lang Rushuang's. As the saying goes, it is always good to have many skills. Chinfong decisively chose to let Ling Rushuang take him to school. God-level rewards, here I come. Okay, Rushuang, take me to school. Chinfong then returned to his room, took off his expensive suit and changed into casual clothes. After all, if Chinfong went to the playground to run in a suit, he didn't want to be treated as a fool. Chapter 13, What's your name? Running 10 laps around the playground might not have been possible for Chinfong before, but after acquiring the system's God-level fighting skills. Chinfong feels that your physical strength has also been greatly improved without you realizing it. Lang Rushuang has the most say on this point. She also felt that her master was in much better physical condition than in the past few days. While Lang Rushuang went to park the car, Chinfong was waiting for Lang Rushuang on the campus. Just when Chinfong was halfway through watching a video, a very familiar voice reached his ears. Brother Hu, as long as you are willing to give me 200,000, I will follow you. Chinfong looked towards the source of the sound and found 2 people. One of them was the girl who stopped her car and shouted for help yesterday. Afterwards, Chinfong listened to the conversation between the two. 200,000? It's nothing. As long as you are willing to follow me, even 500,000, let alone 200,000, is a piece of cake for me, Xianhu. As he spoke, Xianhu started to attack Yu Shuqin. When Xianhu first met Yu Shuqin, he was already drooling over her body. If he were honest, he knew he had played with many women, but this was the first time he had seen such a pure girl, not to mention that she was a virgin. This enables the boy to resist the temptation. But Xianhu also knew that he couldn't get what he wanted in a hurry. He let her escape last time, and this time he couldn't let her go. As for the money? Xianhu had no intention of giving her any money. It was in Xianhu's style to just walk away after having fun. Brother Tiger, are you telling the truth? Yu Shuqin was now only focused on raising money for her mother's medical expenses. She also noticed Xianhu's little movements, but she avoided them calmly. Yu Shuqin was a bit smart and asked Xianhu to meet her at school. At school, Yu Shuqin believed that Xianhu would not do anything too extreme. Why would I lie to you about this? But I really don't like your attitude. Brother Hu, give me 100,000 first, and I'll go with you now, and I'll be at your mercy from now on. Yu Shuqin was planning to sell herself to the man in front of her for 200,000, just to become his pet in the future. But as long as I can save my mother, I will accept my fate. Okay, come with me now. If you serve me well tonight, I will give you the money. Wang Hu said and pulled Yu Shuqin towards his car. But Yu Shuqin broke free. Brother Hu, I told you, if you give me the money now, I will definitely go with you. Xianhu became a little impatient after all the arguing, because he had never intended to pay. It's just a free ride. You two, take her to my car. Yu Shuqin didn't expect that Qianhu would be so bold in school. If you want to shout for help, your mother will just have to wait to die. As if he had guessed what Yu Shuqin was going to do, Qianhu directly grasped her weak spot. After hearing Qianhu's words, Yu Shuqin seemed to accept her fate and let the people around Qianhu drag her into the car. At this point, Chinfong couldn't bear it any longer. What he hated most in his life was people who took advantage of others' misfortunes, and he also saw that this so-called brother tiger just wanted to get something for free. And the silly girl in front of me really didn't struggle at all. It seems that the system's task will have to be completed later, so I have to be a hero and save the damsel in distress first. Hey, that's enough. You're not even willing to pay 100,000 yuan, and you're kidnapping someone in school? Chinfong put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards Yu Shuqin. Qianhu looked towards the source of the sound, and then saw Chinfong putting his hands in his pockets. You want to die, don't you? You even dare to interfere in my affairs? Why don't you ask who I am? Qianhu didn't expect that any student would dare to talk to him like this. When Yu Shuqin saw Chinfong, she recognized her savior from yesterday at a glance. At this moment, for some reason, she lowered her head in shame. Go, teach him a lesson, and let him know that not everyone can mess with him. When the younger brother behind him heard Qianhu's words, he rushed towards Chinfong viciously. This scene made Yu Shuqin's heart rise to her throat. She didn't want to let her benefactor get hurt because of herself. Chinfong just stood there, motionless, still with a confident smile on his face. Just when the two younger brothers were about to touch Chinfong, a ghostly figure slit their throats. The action was swift and without any delay. The person who came was Lang Rushuang. Lang Rushuang doesn't care whether this is a school or not. As long as someone is disrespectful to the master, they will die no matter where they are. Qianhu looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. We are in school, right? Isn't this a black boxing ring? How dare someone kill someone in school? Even Qianhu, the gangster boss, was shocked by this scene. He didn't even dare to be so arrogant. Who was this young man in front of him? How could he be so arrogant? Brother Tiger, huh? Chinfong still had that smile, a smile that seemed extremely sunny to outsiders, but to Qianhu, it was a death warrant. You can just call me Xiaohu. As the saying goes, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. At this moment, Qianhu had no choice but to give in. How dare you kidnap a female student in public on campus? You don't take the loss seriously, do you? Faced with Chinfang's rebuke, Qianhu was cursing in his heart. How dare he say that to me? In the final analysis, you just coerced the female student, but you killed someone in public. Aren't you truly disregarding the law? However, Qianhu didn't dare to say this out loud. He didn't want to fall to the ground himself. Qianhu hesitated and didn't dare to say anything in the end. All right, put the person down and get out of here. Chinfong was too lazy to talk too much to Qianhu, as it would be cheap. After hearing Chinfeng's words, Qianhu quickly got into his Land Rover and drove towards the school gate. At this time, Yu Shuqin stood in front of Chinfong with a helpless look on her face. Thank you. Lang Rushuang stood behind Chinfong, observing the situation around him. Are you short of money? Chinfong lifted Yu Shuqin's chin with his hand and looked at her as if she were a commodity. If you really need money, I can give it to you. It's not that Chinfong wants to use money to pick up girls, but Chinfong really has too much money to spend. In his opinion, as long as the problem can be solved with money, it's not a problem. After hearing Chinfeng's words, Yu Shuqin couldn't stop her tears from flowing. My mother is sick and needs $200,000 for medical treatment, otherwise she will die. At this point, Yu Shuqin almost burst into tears. I have no other choice. I really have no other choice. Perhaps it was Yu Shuqin's words that aroused Chinfang's compassion, or perhaps he thought of the countless people around him who had lost their lives to illness because they had no money before they traveled through time. I couldn't help but sigh. The rich are feasting and drinking, but the poor are freezing to death on the streets. Then, Chinfong threw a bank card to Yu Shuqin. The password is 4 zeros. Without waiting for Yu Shuqin to react, Chinfong had already walked towards the playground. My benefactor, you haven't told me your name yet? Yu Shuqin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and spoke to Chinfeng's back. Chinfong. When I make money in the future, I will return the money to you. Whatever. Chapter 14, Double Pupils. After Chinfong ran 10 laps easily on the playground, the mechanical sound of the system followed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, now you are rewarded with the god-level skill of identifying people, double pupils. As the system's voice fell, Chinfang's pupils changed subtly. There was a barely noticeable golden hue around Chinfang's brown pupils. Bite. Host, Chinfong. Skills, god-level fighting technique, double pupils. Identity, heir to the Qin family in Kyoto. Then, to Chinfang's confusion, the system explained to him the function of the double pupils. You can check anyone's favorability and loyalty towards Chinfong. Yes, system. This mission was not completed in vain. Chinfong was extremely satisfied with this reward from the system. With double pupils, he could build a legion that was completely obedient to him. You can also check loyalty, so even if someone has second thoughts about you, you can easily eliminate them. System, you are really amazing. Give me more simple tasks like this in the future. Then Chinfong first checked Lang Rushwang's loyalty to him. As Chinfong expected, Lang Rushwang's loyalty and favorability towards him were already full. It has reached the point of being loyal until death. Master, take a rest. Lang Rushwang didn't know why her master came to the playground to exercise. However, as long as it is what Chinfong wants, Lang Rushwang will support him unconditionally. Well, it's time to take a break. Although Chinfong didn't feel too tired, his short-sleeved shirt was already soaked with sweat. Chinfong was not in a hurry to go back. He was almost suffocated staying in the villa all day. Although he had the peerless beauty Lang Rushwang by his side all the time, he also wanted to stroll around the campus again. Since coming to this world, I have never had a good time walking around this campus. The school is very big. Chinfong is walking in front and Lang Rushwang is following behind. Looking at the teenagers playing ball not far away, Chinfong couldn't help but sigh, it's great to be young. During this period, Lang Rushwang still attracted a lot of people's attention. When he felt that more and more eyes were fixed on Lang Rushwang, Chinfong directly took Lang Rushwang's hand, as if he was declaring his sovereignty. The sky gradually darkened, and Chinfong felt a little hungry. Afterwards, Chinfong planned to have dinner directly in the school cafeteria. He didn't want to trouble his maid anymore. There are 3 cafeterias in the school, and Chinfong randomly picked a restaurant that looked relatively simple. He took Lang Rushwang's hand and they walked into the restaurant together like a beautiful landscape painting. Looking at the dazzling signs in the cafeteria, Chinfang's decision-making difficulties came back again. What should I eat? Then Chinfong fixed his gaze on the beef noodles. That's it. Then Chinfong remembered a joke from his previous life, I don't eat beef. While queuing to buy food, Chinfong had been chatting with Lang Rushwang and didn't notice who was serving him food. If he saw the man's face clearly, he couldn't help but sigh, isn't this world too small? Yu Shuqin noticed Chinfong as soon as he entered the restaurant. For some reason, the moment she saw Chinfong, Yu Shuqin actually prayed in her heart that he would come to the window where she worked. Even just looking at myself makes me happy. Then Yu Shuqin saw Lang Rushwang holding Chinfang's hand again. For a moment, Yu Shuqin was very envious of Lang Rushwang. After finishing his meal, Chinfong couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the beef noodles in his bowl, which was full of meat but no noodles. Is meat so cheap now? How dare you have beef without noodles? Chinfong was too lazy to think about it and just started eating. Seeing Chinfong eating happily, Yu Shuqin, who was working and studying not far away, couldn't help but smile. At the same time, Xianhu, who returned to the south of the city, couldn't swallow this humiliation. Damn it, why is it that every time someone snatches the bitch Yu Shuqin away? Xianhu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. It was almost there again, almost there again. It was almost there last time, and it was almost there again this time. Xianhu then sent people to capture Chinfong, who had ruined his plans, and make him suffer a fate worse than death. At this time, Xianhu thought of Lang Rushwang who was beside Chinfong. I couldn't help but lick my lips. This woman is much prettier than Yu Shuqin. Xianhu has already made up his mind that when the time comes, he will kill Lang Rushwang in front of Chinfong. A vicious look gradually appeared on Xianhu's face. He didn't believe that after all these years of networking, he still couldn't win over a college student. Can you fight? What's the point of being able to fight? To get by is to have a background. Just when Xianhu was planning to send someone to cause trouble for Chinfong, an unknown force directly broke into Xianhu's underground kingdom. With lightning speed, he directly eliminated all of Xianhu's men. At this moment, Xian Hu's head seemed to be about to explode. Where did these people come from? Where did they come from? Looking at the crowd of people in front of me, they were wearing the same uniform and each of them even had a submachine gun in their hands. Xian Hu was shocked and started thinking quickly. However, he had not offended anyone during this period of time. What was going on? Are you Xian Hu? The person in the lead was Qinda. Then Qinda took out his mobile phone and carefully compared the photo Lang Rushwang sent him with the line of small words below. This person is disrespectful to the master. Without waiting for Xian Hu to say anything, Qinda shot him dead. Then he took a photo and sent it to Lang Rushwang. Report to Manager Lang, it has been handled. Just when Chinfong finished his meal and was about to leave, Yu Shuqin seemed to have mustered up her courage and ran up to Chinfong. What a coincidence, Chinfong, are you eating here? Looking at Yu Shuqin, who was wearing work clothes and running towards the beef noodle window, Chinfong seemed to suddenly understand why he had more meat than noodles. Hello. Out of politeness, Chinfong greeted Yu Shuqin back. Can I add your contact information? Don't get me wrong, I just want to return the money to you when I have money in the future. Just as Chinfong was about to take out his cell phone, a violent voice came from behind the two of them. Yu Shuqin, you didn't work hard during the period of employment. Do you not want your salary? Chinfong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in a suit with a slicked back hair walking towards the two of them. Manager, I'm sorry, I just saw my friend and said a few words to him. Yu Shuqin tried her best to defend herself, but the man in the suit didn't listen to any of her explanations. You're slacking off during work. Even though you said you're working to earn money for your studies, could you please not hang out with those shady people? Looking at the manager's provocative eyes, Chinfong was speechless. Who are you calling indecent? Chinfong was really annoyed. How could he encounter such an idiot just when having a meal? The man in the suit looked directly into Chinfeng's eyes and said, I'm talking about you. Then the manager leaned over to Chinfeng's ear and whispered to him in a voice that no one else could hear, Boy, I like this girl. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right away, or I'll make sure you can't stay in this school. This was the peak time for classes to be over, and many students were eating in the cafeteria. After seeing this scene, they all put on a look of watching melons. There was murderous intent in Lang Rushwang's eyes. Why are there always so many blind creatures that contradict their owners? Feeling Lang Rushwang's murderous intent, Chinfong gently patted her shoulder. Then, he kicked the so-called cafeteria manager in front of him and sent him flying. It's really inexplicable. Chinfong really felt confused. The key point was that he didn't even know this so-called manager. When Yu Shuqin saw this scene, her eyes were already filled with love. Too handsome, right? Chinfong is too manly, right? The sudden kick caught Li Ilwan off guard. You dare to kick me? Ahem. If you dare, don't leave. Ahem. Chinfang's kick was very powerful. The manager was vomiting blood, but he was still swearing. I'm telling you, my cousin is the principal. Don't leave if you dare. I'll make you kneel in front of me later. Chapter 15, Your cousin is called Li Weiman? After hearing the restaurant manager's words, Chinfong stopped. You said your cousin is the principal? Seeing Chinfong stop, the manager suddenly felt confident. He thought Chinfong was scared. Yes, are you scared now? I'm telling you, this matter is not over yet. The manager stood up tremblingly and glared at Chinfong fiercely. May I have your name? Chinfong ignored the manager's expression and just silently searched for Zhang Weiman's phone number. Listen carefully, my name is Li Iluan. Seeing Chinfong ignoring his expression, Li Iluan suddenly felt angry. Li Iluan, right? Very good. At the same time, Chinfong had also found Li Weiman's mobile phone number. Without any hesitation, he dialed Li Weiman's number directly. Hello? Li Weiman? I'll give you 5 minutes. Run to the second floor of the restaurant right now. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Chinfong hung up the phone. Hey, young man, I see that you don't have much foot, but you have a lot of breath. You still give Principal Zhang 5 minutes to run over here? Do you think you are the new mayor? Li Yilwan picked up a chair beside him and slowly sat down. Then he turned his gaze to Yu Shuqin beside Chinfong. Shuqin, didn't I always teach you not to associate with those questionable people in school? Look at the kind of friends you have. Li Yilwan didn't even think that Chinfong was calling the principal just now. Classmate, this is not the way to act cool. Chinfong was really annoyed by Li Yiluan's long words. You also know that there is a new mayor in Magic City? Then guess how Zhou Long disappeared before? Ha ha ha, are you going to tell me that the previous city lord Zhou stepped down because he provoked you? The noise of the fight in the restaurant attracted many students who were eating there to watch, and of course it also attracted people from the restaurant security department. Mr. Li, what happened? Who beat you up like this? Seeing his subordinates coming with security guards, Li Yiluan felt more confident. These two students are disrupting the order in the cafeteria. Take them to the academic affairs office immediately. Li Yiluan cleverly avoided the topic of being beaten. After all, it would not sound good if this got out. The restaurant manager was beaten by a student? If this gets out, how can he survive in school? What? How dare someone disrupt the order in the restaurant? Take them away immediately. Seeing a group of security guards with batons surrounding Chinfong, Yu Shuqin suddenly panicked. She didn't want to cause Chinfong trouble because of her, not to mention that this was no longer a trouble. This is because I have put Chinfong in danger. At this moment, Li Yiluan winked at Captain Wang, who understood what he meant and smashed the baton in Chinfang's direction. However, this little action did not escape Chinfang's attention. When he was thinking about how to catch the baton in a handsome posture, a figure had already protected Chinfong in front of him. Pong! A muffled sound. The baton hit Yu Shuqin directly on the back. Yu Shuqin hugged Chinfong tightly. Are you not hurt? Yu Shuqin looked at Chinfong with tears in her eyes. It was obvious that the stick was very heavy, but Yu Shuqin was indeed concerned about Chinfang's safety at the first moment. Chinfong gently rubbed Yu Shuqin's head. Why are you so stupid? I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Hearing Yu Shuqin's words, Chinfong really laughed. Have you forgotten how you dealt with the two hooligans who harassed you at noon? Do you think he can really hurt me even if you don't help me carry it? After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin began to think seriously, and it seemed that she really could not hurt Chinfong. After all, Yu Shuqin was aware of the fighting power of the white-haired girl who had always been following Chinfong. That, I forgot. Looking at the two people talking about love in front of him, Li Yiluan's eyes were already spitting fire. At this time, the rest of the people eating in the cafeteria recorded the whole scene with their mobile phones. Wow, it's always a hero saving a beauty. This is the first time I see a beauty saving a hero. Why do these two seem to be a perfect match the more I look at them? Could it be that our beautiful girl from U School has her own Prince Charming? Why do I always feel that this man looks so familiar? Yes, I also feel that this man looks familiar. When Chinfong heard someone say that he looked familiar, he knew what they were going to say next. I remember now, wasn't this guy a schoolgirl licker before? It seems so. I was wondering why it looks more and more familiar the more I look at it. Chinfong was truly speechless about this. But he was too lazy to explain, since Li Qingyu had completely disappeared anyway. Chinfong glanced at Li Yiluan and thought of what he had just said to him. Didn't you say you like this girl? Then I'll flirt with her in front of you and see how you react. Thinking of this, Chinfong reached out and held Yu Shuqin, who was about to walk to the side, in his arms. His left hand was around her slender waist, while his right hand was caressing her smooth face. He looked at Li Yiluan with a provocative expression on his face, as if to say that your goddess is nothing more than that in front of me. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Why are you still standing there? Arrest them and bring them to the academic affairs office. I will interrogate them myself. Why are they disturbing the order in the school cafeteria? Li Yiluan said this while gritting his teeth. He felt Chinfang's provocative gaze and felt that his personality was insulted. Chinfong raised his hand and glanced at the time. There is only 1 minute left. If Li Weiman had not arrived at the last minute, then he, as the principal, would have to consider replacing him. It's been 5 minutes, kid. It looks like your principal Li won't be here. You don't even know who to call, but you dare to impersonate Principal Li. You have one more crime. Li Yiluan didn't believe at all that Chinfang's call was to Zhang Weiman. Now exactly 5 minutes had passed, so he brought up the matter and prepared to humiliate Chinfong. However, just as Li Yiluan finished speaking, Li Weiman finally arrived at the scene panting. Cousin, why are you here? The moment Li Yiluan saw Li Weiman really appear at the door of the restaurant, he could hardly believe his eyes. Is it possible? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Yilwan told himself over and over again that his cousin must have come to the restaurant to find him for something important. But Li Weiman never even looked at Li Yilwan. When he saw the people from the restaurant police department surrounding Chinfong. The sky is falling. Chapter 16, System, You Are Not Serious. Before Li Weiman started speaking, Li Yilwan began to cry to him. Cousin, you have to help me. This classmate keeps disrupting the dining order of other students in the cafeteria, and he even kicked me when I said something to him. Li Yilwan thought that Zhang Weiman would continue to support him endlessly as he did before. But he hasn't realized who he has offended. Snap. Li Weiman slapped Li Yilwan in the face. How many times have I told you? When you're working, you should refer to your job title. Li Weiman really got what he feared. He had finally managed to gain a little bit of favor in front of Chinfong, and he couldn't let it be ruined like this. Li Weiman's slap directly stunned Li Yilwan. What happened? Shouldn't his cousin come to stand up for him? What are you all doing here? I've told you so many times that young Master Qin is an outstanding student and a role model for our school. Have you ignored my words? Why don't you all retreat quickly and get out of here quickly? After scolding the people from the police department, Li Weiman's expression changed instantly. Master Qin, calm down. You are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with your disappointing cousin like me. After all, Li Yilwan is his cousin, so he should be protected. Li Jiwu, do you mean that if I were to argue with him, I would be a villain? He's almost shitting on your neck, and you still think he's sensible? I just gave your cousin a chance. I was ready to leave, but he insisted on bringing someone to me and even said he wanted to kill me. Chinfong looked at Zhang Weiman with fear. Zhang Weiman, do you think I, a poor student, should be held accountable for being threatened like this? After hearing what Chinfong said, Li Weiman lowered his head helplessly. Master Qin, as long as you can calm down, just do what you need to do. At this time, Li Yilwan had already seen the clues. Even my cousin is so respectful to the student in front of me. What on earth have I offended? Thinking of what Chinfong said just now, guess how the previous city lord died? Li Yilwan was scared. This time he was really scared. Then, Chinfong heard the devil's whisper again, let the students who are watching around disperse. Hearing this, Li Yilwan's back was completely soaked with his own sweat. Let everyone around you go? Isn't that the next step? Don't be scared, take a deep breath, it's normal to feel dizzy. Then Chinfong looked at Li Yilwan, as if he remembered something, and pulled Yu Shuqin in front of him. He said to the police officers standing guard nearby, who threw the baton and hit her just now. Get out here right now. Hearing Chinfang's words, Wang Yu came over tremblingly. This young master, is Li Yilwan who ordered me to do this. As he spoke, Wang Yu kowtowed to Chinfong over and over again. Apologize to her. Since a little girl has taken the beating from me, I should give her some warning. I must give her some warning. Miss, I'm sorry. He was the one who instructed me to do this. It was all his fault. Wang Yu's forehead was already broken, but he still kowtowed heavily on the ground repeatedly. This scene brought a special kind of clarity to Yu Shuqin's heart. It's been a long time since my father passed away and no one has stood up for me. What do you plan to do with them? Chinfong looked at Yu Shuqin with a smile. Or just forget it, I'm fine. Where had Yu Shuqin ever seen such a scene? In her opinion, the restaurant manager was already a very distant existence. What's more, even the principal was so respectful to the man in front of him. Forget it? Chinfong frowned slightly. Feeling Chinfang's subtle changes, Yu Shuqin quickly changed her words. I will listen to you. I will do whatever you say. Then he looked at Chinfong quietly and asked, is it okay? Hearing this, Li Yilwan and the other man kowtowed and begged for mercy. But before they could say anything, Lang Rushwang had already walked up to them with a butterfly short blade. Rushwang, just teach her a lesson. After saying this, Chinfong took Yu Shuqin's hand and walked out. It's better not to let this little girl see this bloody scene. At this moment, the system in Chinfang's mind rang again without any warning. Ding, a new task has been released, asking the host whether to accept it. This time, Chinfong did not hesitate at all and accepted it directly. After all, the god-level double pupil I had this morning was extremely useful. Ding, let Yu Shuqin be your puppy willingly. Ding, complete the task and get a random god-level reward. After listening to the system's task, Chinfong was stunned for 5 minutes. System, the puppy you mentioned and the puppy I was thinking of, are they the same thing? Chinfong felt that the system in his home was a bit unorthodox. Ding, it's the host. Hiss. This task is a bit perverted, but Chinfong likes perversion the most. Okay, system. I'll take this mission. Looking at Chinfong standing there in a daze, Yu Shuqin just stood beside Chinfong silently. No talking, no words. In her heart, Chinfong is really her own ray of light, her own superhero. Usually, she can always meet him when she is in danger. As she thought about it, Yu Shuqin even started to have some wild thoughts. At this time, Chinfong had already ended the conversation with the system, and just let Yu Shuqin willingly become his puppy. Chinfong first used his double pupils to take a look at Yu Shuqin's favorability and loyalty towards him. The favorability is quite high, already at 70. This was not unexpected by Chinfong. After all, he had used money to save his mother's life. If he didn't have so much favorability, he would be a real ungrateful person. Loyalty is very low, only 15. Chinfong could understand this point. After all, the two of them had only met a few times and were neither lovers nor master and servant. It's normal to have no loyalty. Do you want to add contact information? Chinfong has already decided that when it comes to training Yu Shuqin, he will use the method of boiling a frog in warm water. Oh, add more if you want. Hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin hurriedly took out her cell phone. Yu Shuqin's mobile phone is a very old smartphone, which has almost been eliminated in the current market. After adding her as a friend, Chinfong sent a message to Lang Rushuang, then took Yu Shuqin's hand and walked towards the campus. Chinfong asked, "Would you like to accompany me here for a while?" Yu Shuqin replied, "Yes." The early summer evening breeze was very comfortable, and Yu Shuqin hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. Ever since my mother became seriously ill, I have been working part-time every day. I can't remember the last time I walked around campus like this. Involuntarily, she glanced at Chinfong secretly. As if he felt someone was watching him, Chinfong also looked into Yu Shuqin's eyes. Their eyes met, full of affection. Chinfong kissed Yu Shuqin directly on her lips. Yu Shuqin did not struggle, nor did she resist. She just kept catering to the young man in front of her. Chapter 17, Chinfang's Plan. It was a passionate kiss, and Yu Shuqin's face was flushed. This was her first kiss. She has never had a formal relationship since she was a child, let alone kissed another boy. Chinfong pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to hold Yu Shuqin's hand as they wandered towards the pavilion not far from the campus. After a long silence, Chinfong spoke first. "Now that your mother's surgery fee has been raised, you don't have to be so tired every day." After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin's eyes lit up. "Thank you." Yu Shuqin knew that a noble family like Chinfong would definitely have no shortage of women around him, but so what? As long as she could accompany him silently, she would be content. When the two of them walked into the pavilion, Lang Rushuang was already there waiting for her master. "Master, your stuff." As she spoke, Lang Rushuang presented an item with both hands. Chinfong tore open the package and found a brand new Fruit 16 inside. "Nua, your phone is too old, so I'll give this to you." Chinfong handed the unactivated phone to Yu Shuqin beside him. Yu Shuqin refused without even thinking, No, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. This is Fruit 16 PM, it costs more than 10,000 yuan on the market. I already owe Chinfong enough, this is something I cannot accept. Just take it if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Feeling some anger in Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin was also very embarrassed. You should take it, right? But it's really too expensive. Not accepting it? But she didn't want Chinfong to be angry with her. Perhaps sensing Yu Shuqin's embarrassment, Chinfong changed his approach. I'm not giving you this phone for free. I just happen to need your help with something. This is my reward, okay? Looking at the sly smile on Chinfang's lips, Yu Shuqin always felt that he had bad intentions. Master Chin, tell me what you want. I don't need any reward. If I can be of any use, I will do my best. This is Yu Shuqin's true thought. As long as Chinfong can use her, she is willing to do anything. Hey, you can't say that. If you don't accept it, I'll really be angry. Chinfong pretended to be angry and looked at Yu Shuqin with a stern face. Yu Shuqin was really frightened by Chinfang's behavior. For some reason, she was afraid that Chinfong would be angry with her. She was even more afraid that Chinfong would ignore her because he was angry. I'll take it, please don't be angry with me, okay? Please, Master Qin, don't be angry with me. Yu Shuqin solemnly put the phone into her pocket and patted her pocket with her little hand. Seeing Yu Shuqin accept the phone, Chinfong also showed his true fangs. Rushwang, go wait for me outside for a while. After hearing the order from her master, Lang Rushwang's figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. Now, there were only Chinfong and Yu Shuqin in the pavilion. Master Qin, if you need me for anything, just tell me. Shuqin will definitely go through fire and water for me. Looking at Yu Shuqin's determined eyes, Chinfong smiled. Okay, it's not a big deal. Then Chinfong gently stroked Yu Shuqin's cheek with his fingers and said, call the director. After hearing Chinfeng's words, Yu Shuqin suspected for a moment that she had heard it wrongly. Ah, this. Young Master Qin. Yu Shuqin was confused. It turned out that her benefactor liked this? I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Now that you have accepted the system's task, you must complete it conscientiously. Oh no. Yu Shuqin hugged Chinfong tightly, as if this man would disappear from her life if she was not careful. Master, don't be angry, I'll just yell. Chinfong felt the softness on Yu Shuqin's chest, and his heart was refreshed. I hope you can be more self-conscious in the future. Do you hear me? Chinfong patted Yu Shuqin's back gently, his voice revealing an unquestionable majesty. I remember it. At the same time, Lang Rushwang, who was hiding in the corner, murmured, Master, are you going to take this girl as your servant? Okay, it's getting late. Go back to the dormitory and get some rest. Don't you need to arrange surgery for your mother in a few days? Chinfong has achieved his goal at this point, so he still needs to take his time with Yu Shuqin. Oh, I see, Master Qin. You should also go to bed early. Yu Shuqin was so shy that she didn't know what to do. Isn't this too embarrassing? So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Still calling me Master Qin? Chinfang's steps to leave suddenly stopped. Don't you remember what I said? Or did you ignore my words? Director, don't be angry. I didn't ignore your words. Yu Shuqin was almost crying. Why was she so stupid? She couldn't even do such a small thing. There won't be a next time. After saying this, Chinfong also disappeared into the night. Yu Shuqin said to Chinfang's back in a voice that only she could hear, it would be great if I could always be with you. At this time, Lang Rushwang had already begun to investigate the family background of this woman named Yu Shuqin. As long as it is related to the master, nothing can be neglected in the slightest. If Yu Shuqin's identity is problematic and poses a threat to the safety of her master, Lang Rushwang would kill her without mercy. If there was no problem with Yu Shuqin's identity, Lang Rushwang would be very happy if her master took her in as a maid. Because in this way, someone will take on the pressure for you at night. Whenever Lang Rushwang thought of Chinfeng's strength, she felt a little scared, but more importantly, she enjoyed the happiness that Chinfong brought her. What's going on, Rushwang? Why are you still in a daze? Chinfong was in such a good mood right now, because when he just left, he used his double pupils to observe Yu Shuqin's loyalty and favorability again. I found that Yu Shuqin's loyalty and favorability have been greatly improved. Loyalty instantly increased from 15 points to 60 points. After all, although they are not lovers now, they are no longer ordinary classmates. Maybe Yu Shuqin thought of him as her boyfriend? Chinfong didn't care what Yu Shuqin thought. As long as he could complete the system's task successfully, it would be fine. The favorability level increased from 70 points to 75 points. I really didn't expect that asking her to call me master could increase my favorability. Could it be? Chinfong had a bold idea. Could it be that Yu Shuqin is? Admiration? If Yu Shuqin really loves him, then wouldn't my mission be completed much more smoothly? Chinfong decided to find an opportunity to test Yu Shuqin in a few days. If he really loved her, he would have to treat her well and seduce her. Master, I'm fine, let's go back. Chapter 18, Yu Shuqin's Random Thoughts. After returning to the dormitory, Yu Shuqin did not fall asleep, but was asked all kinds of questions by her roommate. Shuqin, who was that guy in the restaurant today? Is he your boyfriend? He's amazing, isn't he? That's right, Shuqin, can you tell us how your boyfriend protected you after you cleared us out? Shuqin, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I really wouldn't have believed that the principal could be so servile in front of a young man. Facing her roommate's constant questioning, Yu Shuqin hurriedly explained, he is not my boyfriend, he is my. Yu Shuqin didn't know how to explain her relationship with Chinfong to your roommates. Is he his own master? Is that something he can say? Is he my benefactor? Yes, Chinfong is my benefactor. He is not my boyfriend, he is my benefactor. However, Yu Shuqin did not tell others that Chinfong had lent her 200,000 yuan to treat her mother's illness. Wealth should not be shown to others. Yu Shuqin understands this principle. Then Yu Shuqin explained to her roommates one by one how brother who had bullied her before and how Chinfong protected her. But what Yu Shuqin didn't notice was that every time she mentioned Chinfong, a faint smile always appeared on her face. Come on, what about your benefactor? When you mentioned your Chinfong, the corners of your mouth almost stretched to the back of your ears. Lu Qing looked at Yu Shuqin and felt very relieved. Although Yu Shuqin never mentioned her family situation, she knew a little about it. Lu Qing felt very sorry for his roommate. Misfortune always finds the unfortunate people. No way, they don't think highly of me. Yu Shuqin didn't know why, but she suddenly felt inferior. Perhaps it was because Ling Rushuang beside Chinfong was too dazzling. Wow, is there anyone who can look down on our school beauty, Yu? Sun Xiaoyu put a plate of washed strawberries on the table, then picked up a larger strawberry and stuffed it into Yu Shuqin's mouth. By the way, what's your boyfriend's name? Yi Mo crossed his legs, picked up the strawberries on the table and started eating. Hey, I already told you he's not my boyfriend, please stop saying that. Yu Shuqin was afraid that her roommates would spread the news and eventually spread the fact that Chinfong was her boyfriend. What if Chinfong heard it and got angry with me? Okay, he's not your boyfriend, he's my boyfriend, okay? Sun Xiaoyu looked at Yu Shuqin with a sly smile. Then can you tell me now what is the name of Xiaoyu's boyfriend? Yi Mo also followed Sun Xiaoyu's words and teased Yu Shuqin. Although Yu Shuqin's family background is very miserable, fortunately her roommates are very kind to her. They all knew something about Yu Shuqin's family situation, and knew that her life was not easy. If she really found a boyfriend with such a prominent background, they didn't know whether it would be a blessing or a curse for Yu Shuqin. His name is Chinfong, but he's really not my boyfriend. Don't say anything about him outside. He'll be angry if he finds out. Unconsciously, even Yu Shuqin didn't realize that she cared so much about Chinfang's emotions. Chinfong? Why do I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before? Lu Qing frowned and thought about it many times in his mind. I found that I really didn't know anyone named Chinfong, but why did this name sound so familiar? The scene in the restaurant today made Lu Qing unable to associate this Chinfong with the previous bootlicker Chinfong. Then can you tell us how your boyfriend, no, your benefactor, stood up for you after you cleared us out? The other 3 people in the dormitory all wanted to know about this question. After all, what college student doesn't tea gossip? I don't know either. After you left, Chinfong took me out as well, and left sister Ling Rushuang to deal with them. I think she beat them up. Yu Shuqin was telling the truth, because that's how it happened. But the other 3 were very dissatisfied with the result. Is that white-haired goddess called Ling Rushuang? She's so thin, does she look like she would hit someone? The white-haired goddess is the nickname given to Ling Rushuang by several people in the dormitory. After all, Ling Rushuang is indeed worthy of the title of goddess. The white-haired goddess is indeed very beautiful, but I don't think she can beat me. Yi Mo said as he showed off his muscles to the 3 of them. Since Yi Mo often goes to the gym to exercise, her muscle lines are particularly perfect. Hearing Yi Mo's words, Yu Shuqin just smiled and did not hit her good roommate. When she thought of Ling Rushuang, Yu Shuqin recalled the scene when brother who harassed her this morning. Could it be that Li Ilwan had also been killed by Ling Rushuang? Thinking of this, Yu Shuqin didn't dare to think further. It's too bloody. But Yu Shuqin was really wrong. Ling Rushuang really wanted to kill Li Ilwan and the other 2. But since Chinfong said that teaching them a lesson would be enough, Ling Rushuang simply cut off the 2 men's tongues and broke their legs and arms. What happened next? What did Chinfong do after taking you out? Lu Qing continued to ask Yu Shuqin. Yu Shuqin answered in detail, then he took me for a walk in the school, and then I came back. Yu Shuqin avoided kissing Chinfong and the fact that Chinfong asked her to call her master. Otherwise her roommates would definitely be furious. That's it? Your Chinfong didn't even bother to take you to a hotel so late at night? Sun Xiaoya's words hit Yu Shuqin so hard that her face instantly turned red. Oh, I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. I'm going to bed. Yu Shuqin was really teased by her roommates and didn't know what to say, so she took off her shoes and climbed onto her bed. As if to prevent his roommates from asking him strange questions again, he wrapped himself in a quilt. Like a silkworm chrysalis. This scene also made the other three people laugh. Oh, my Shuqin will be shy. Ha ha ha, alright, it's getting late, and we have an early morning wake-up call tomorrow, so let's all go to bed. Xiao Shuqin, go on a date with your boyfriend in your dreams. Time passed minute by minute, and Yu Shuqin tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep at all. For some reason, as soon as she closed her eyes, Chinfang's figure filled her mind. Lingering. Thinking about Chinfong kissing me tonight, thinking about Chinfong changing my phone, thinking about Chinfong forcing me to call him master. Every scene seemed to be imprinted in Yu Shuqin's mind, and she couldn't calm down no matter how hard she tried. Will Chinfong really like me? Yu Shuqin asked herself again and again in her heart. This state lasted until 3 or 4 in the morning, when Yu Shuqin slowly fell asleep. At this time, Chinfong still had strong physical strength. Seeing Lang Rushuang begging for mercy, Chinfong no longer had any plans to fight. But I have to put up with Lang Rushuang's little mouth again. Chapter 19, Zhang Min's Stubbornness. After waking up, Yu Shuqin picked up her school bag and walked out of the school. She had already asked for leave from her counselor in advance. After all, the sooner her mother could have the surgery, the sooner she could be out of danger. Now the money has been collected, but how can I explain to my mother where the money came from? This really made Yu Shuqin feel troubled. Tell your mother that the money was lent to you by a classmate? Forget it, I can only tell the truth. When she returned home again, she opened the door and saw the old fan on the roof of the gatehouse was still creaking. Seeing her mother suffering from illness, Yu Shuqin felt very uncomfortable. Xiaoqin? Don't you have class today? When Zhang Min saw her daughter pushing the door in, she felt a little confused. She knew her daughter's class schedule and knew she should be in the classroom at this time. Mom, I'm taking a day off today. Yu Shuqin walked to the bedside, helped her mother up, and leaned her against the bed. I have gathered all the money for the surgery, and we will go to the hospital to arrange the surgery this afternoon. Zhang Min was shocked when she heard her daughter's words. Just as she was about to speak, Yu Shuqin had already said it, Mom, don't think too much. It was a classmate of ours from school. His family is very rich. After he knew about my situation, he lent me some money for the surgery. But Zhang Min didn't quite believe what her daughter said. Classmate? Male classmate? Zhang Min had a bad feeling in her heart. My male classmate, what's wrong, Mom? Yu Shuqin was very confused. What happened to the male classmate? You, return the money to them. You shouldn't accept gifts without merit. What are you going to do after taking so much money from them? Zhang Min was scared. She was afraid that this so-called classmate would force her daughter to do something she didn't want to do because of the money. Even. Zhang Min would rather die here if her daughter's life would be ruined because of her illness. Oh, Mom, I can just earn money and pay him back after I graduate. Just come with me for the surgery without worry, okay? How could Yu Shuqin not know what her mother was thinking, but she believed that Chinfong was definitely not that kind of person. It is definitely impossible for him to threaten me with money. Yu Shuqin was right about this. Chinfong would not threaten her, because Chinfong wanted her to do it willingly. I won't go. You should return the money to them. Mom's old bones are already like this. It's not worth it to treat her anymore. This is 200,000 yuan, a figure that Zhang Min could not even imagine. For the sake of her old bones, she sold the house and spent all her savings. Let her daughter bear another 200,000 yuan of foreign debt? She didn't dare to think about how difficult her daughter's life would be in the future. If you don't return the money to them, I will die right here in front of you. Looking at her mother's stubborn attitude, Yu Shuqin could no longer hold back her emotions and burst into tears. Mom, can you please not be like this? If you die, will you leave me alone in this world? Then Yu Shuqin also threatened, if you die, I will go downstairs to find you the next day. Although these were harsh words from Yu Shuqin, they were also what she really thought. In this world, my mother is the only relative I have. As for those rude relatives in the countryside? Yu Shuqin no longer believed that she had any kinship with them. Looking at her daughter's appearance, Zhang Min sighed. It's not that she doesn't want treatment, but it's too abnormal that a male classmate gave her daughter 200,000 yuan for no reason. Can you let mom meet this boy classmate of yours? Zhang Min has already made up her mind. If this so-called male classmate is really a kind-hearted person, then she will go to the hospital for the operation. At worst, she and her daughter will sell everything they have to pay the money back to him in the future. But if this so-called male classmate had any improper thoughts, Zhang Min would never gamble with her daughter's happiness. Okay, I'll call him right away, but I'm not sure if he'll come. Hearing her mother's relenting tone, Yu Shuqin hurriedly wiped away her tears, walked outside and called Chinfong. The call was connected quickly, and the familiar voice came to her ears again, making Yu Shuqin feel a little moved. What's wrong, Shuqin? Is there anything going on so early in the morning? At this time, Chinfong had already finished breakfast and was teasing Ling Rushwang. When he saw Yu Shuqin's call, he answered it without thinking. That's right, master. My mother wants to see you. Do you have time to come to my house? Yu Shuqin didn't know why, but she was hoping that Chinfong would agree to her request. Send me the location. I happen to be free right now. After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin immediately asked a small question. Master, if you come to my house later, can I call you Chinfong? As if she was afraid that Chinfong would be angry, Yu Shuqin hurriedly explained, because my mother is here too. Okay, master. Listening to Yu Shuqin's coquettish tone, Chinfong felt itchy in his heart, but although Chinfong was very perverted, he also agreed to Yu Shuqin's request. After all, in front of someone else's mother, he asked her daughter to call him master? Chinfong didn't want to be beaten to death by Yu Shuqin's mother. After hanging up the phone, Yu Shuqin returned to the house. Mom, I talked to him and he said he would be here soon. Then Yu Shuqin seemed to think of something and said, I'll go buy some fruit. Mom, you take a rest first. Having said that, Yu Shuqin walked out of the room. At this time, Chinfong had already changed his clothes with the help of Ling Rushwang. According to the location sent by Yu Shuqin, he asked Ling Rushwang to take him towards Yu Shuqin's home. Chinfong probably had guessed why Yu Shuqin's mother wanted to see him. It's just that I'm afraid that I might have some bad intentions. Chinfong has already thought of a countermeasure. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. For those aristocratic families, Chinfong must have used intimidation and suppression. But for someone like Yu Shuqin who came from a poor background, Chinfong decided to use his sincerity to influence the other party. Pedestrians on the road all tried to avoid Chinfang's car. He was afraid that he would scratch or accidentally hit Chinfang's Rolls-Royce and lose everything. Not long after, Chinfong arrived at the residence. The dilapidated neighborhood in front of him seemed so out of place with Chinfang's bright and colorful clothes. Not far away, Yu Shuqin had been waiting for Chinfong for a long time. Oh nar. Seeing Yu Shuqin waving at him not far away, Chinfong walked over with Ling Rushwang. Master, I will call you Chinfong when we go upstairs. Please don't be angry with me, okay? Chinfong did not hear what Yu Shuqin said. He just stared at Yu Shuqin's 85 favorability towards him and fell into deep thought. Chapter 20, Another God-level maid? How come the favorability level keeps rising even though it hasn't been seen overnight? What Chinfong didn't know was that in Yu Shuqin's dream last night, the two of them were inseparable. Master? Are you listening to me? Yu Shuqin carefully observed the changes in Chinfang's expression and found that he was not angry because of what she said. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Oh. I'm listening. Don't worry, I allow you to call me by my name in front of your mother. Ling Rushwang did not listen to the conversation between the two, but observed the terrain from the side. She had already asked someone to investigate it yesterday. This girl named Yu Shuqin posed no threat to her master, so Ling Rushwang had no objection if her master took her as a slave. Okay, let's go up quickly. After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin hurriedly led the way. Soon, the three of them came out of the house together. Yu Shuqin mustered up her courage and pushed open the door. All Chinfong saw was a table, 2 chairs, and a bed. It is no exaggeration to say that the family is penniless. However, the simple house was kept very clean. Although the pots and pans in the kitchen were a bit worn out, they were spotless. It can be seen that Yu Shuqin is a girl who loves cleanliness very much. Mom, this is the benefactor I told you about. His name is Chinfong. Yu Shuqin then pointed at Ling Rushwang behind Chinfong and said, This is Chinfang's friend. Her name is Ling Rushwang. Yu Shuqin didn't know how to tell her mother about the relationship between Ling Rushwang and Chinfong. After all, The older generation was still relatively conservative, so she simply said that the two were just friends. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Chinfong." Chinfong was very casual and sat down directly on a chair next to him. There was still a gentle smile on his face. "Ahem, Chinfong, you are our family's benefactor." Looking at Chinfang's righteous look, Jiang Min began to doubt whether she had been judging him by her own standards. What surprised Jiang Min even more was the girl named Lang Rushwang behind Chinfong. "He is really so handsome." Although Jiang Min didn't want to admit it, this girl named Lang Rushwang was much prettier than her own daughter. Seeing this, Jiang Min let down her guard a little. With such a beautiful girl staying with Chinfong, his daughter would definitely not be looked down upon by others. "Ha, Auntie, you are really joking. What's the point of being a benefactor?" Chinfong picked up the washed grapes on the table, picked one and put it in his mouth. Then he said to Jiang Min, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. For me, this little money is really nothing, but if it can save a life, then this little money will have meaning." Before Jiang Min could thank him, Chinfong spoke again. "I have met your daughter a few times before. To be honest, I was moved by her filial piety." Chinfong did not tell anyone about Brother Hu. He was afraid that Jiang Min would worry about Yu Shuqin's safety because of these things. After listening to Chinfeng's words, Jiang Min had dispelled her previous suspicion that Chinfong was unreliable. "So, Auntie, as far as I know, you are Shuqin's only relative in this world. If you cure your illness sooner, won't you be able to see this beautiful world with Shuqin sooner?" Hearing Chinfong say this, Jiang Min felt a little moved. Who wants to die? Who doesn't want to live a good life? Seeing her mother's hesitation, Yu Shuqin began to strike while the iron was hot. "Yes, Mom. I finally got the day off today. Please come with me to the hospital." "Yes, Auntie. I just happened to come here by car. I can give you a ride." Hearing this, Jiang Min sighed and said, "Then I'll listen to you." Hearing that her mother had finally given in, Yu Shuqin finally smiled. "Okay, Mom, I'll carry you down." Yu Shuqin bent over and stood beside Jiang Min's bed. After carrying her mother on her back, she walked out with Chinfong. The car was parked not too far away, and the four of them quickly walked to Chinfang's car. Looking at the luxury car in front of her, Jiang Min was a little embarrassed. "Master Qin, why don't we take a taxi to the hospital? Don't dirty your car." Although Jiang Min didn't know much about this car, she could tell from its appearance that it must be expensive. "Oh, Auntie, a car is just a means of transportation. How can it be dirty? Please get in." Hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin felt a warm feeling in her heart. Unknowingly, Yu Shuqin's favorability towards Chinfong was almost reaching its peak. Chinfong sat in the passenger seat, while Yu Shuqin and Jiang Min sat in the back seat. "Go to Yaolong Hospital." After hearing Chinfang's words, Lang Rushwang slowly started the car. Yaolong Hospital is an industry owned by the Zhang family in Shanghai. It can be said to be at the top of Shanghai's medical industry, with first-class treatment standards. Chinfong told Zhang Shang that he went to Yaolong Hospital. Ask him to make an appointment for himself in advance with the best doctor who treats brain tumors. After all, Chinfong didn't want any accidents to happen during the treatment. While the car was driving, Jiang Min had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Everything that happened today was too sci-fi for her. Seeing her daughter looking tired, Jiang Min felt very distressed. There was no delay on the road for too long. Soon Lang Rushwang drove the car into the hospital. Chinfong threw the car keys to the security guard and led a group of people into the hospital. As for the parking problem, the security guard will help them solve it. After all, it is the leader in medical care in Shanghai, and there are no scenes in the hospital where doctors look down on their patients. Doctors and patients are generally happy and harmonious. Chinfong walked to the front desk. Since Zhang Shang had been informed in advance, the dean had been waiting for Chinfong for a long time. "Master Qin, this is the best expert in brain tumor surgery in our hospital." The dean pointed to a middle-aged man standing next to him and then said, "Dr. Wang has been working in the field of brain tumors for 20 years and has performed thousands of surgeries, large and small. I believe that under Dr. Wang's treatment, your friend's mother's disease will definitely be easily cured." "Yeah, okay. I hope you don't let me down." After a few casual greetings, everyone in the hospital took Jiang Min to take an X-ray in preparation for the operation. The dean originally planned to arrange Chinfong and others to stay in the luxurious lounge on the top floor, but Yu Shuqin missed her mother so much that she insisted on standing guard at the door of the operating room. Helplessly, Chinfong could only accompany Yu Shuqin in the corridor. At this moment, the system's voice rang again. Ding, do you want to sign in randomly today? After hearing what the system said, Chinfong realized that today was his weekly sign-in time. Sign in. Without any hesitation, Chinfong signed in directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level maid, please pay attention and check it. Another God-level maid? However, with Lang Rushwang as a backup, Chinfong is really looking forward to his second maid. Chapter 21, System tasks are easily completed. While everyone was waiting, the lights in the operating room finally went out. Congratulations, Master Chin. The operation went very smoothly. The patient is no longer in danger of death. However, the patient needs to rest now. It is not recommended to disturb the patient's rest now. After hearing the doctor's words, Yu Shuqin finally felt relieved. Then doctor, when can I go in to see my mother? Yu Shuqin said to Dr. Wang. It will probably be tomorrow. Don't worry, we will take good care of the patient in the hospital. After hearing the doctor's words, Yu Shuqin knew that all this was done for Chinfang's sake. He immediately bowed deeply to Chinfong. Chinfong raised his hand and helped her up. What are you doing? There's no need to be so polite. Chinfong once again used his pupils to check Yu Shuqin's loyalty and favorability. He discovered that after this incident, Yu Shuqin's favorability towards him had reached 95, and her loyalty had reached 80. According to the system, Yu Shuqin would almost never betray herself now. However, Chinfong still planned to add fuel to the fire. Okay Shuqin, I can only look after your mother tomorrow. What are your plans now? Go back to school? Or go shopping with me? Yu Shuqin originally planned to go back to school, but since Chinfong said so, Yu Shuqin was looking forward to the shopping trip with the man in front of her. I will listen to Master Chin. I will listen to my master. Chinfong took out a piece of paper from his pocket and gently wiped the sweat on Yu Shuqin's forehead due to nervousness. You're all listening to me? Then come hang out with me for a while. Chinfong took Yu Shuqin's hand and winked at Lang Rushwang. Lang Rushwang certainly understood what her master meant. After handing the car keys to Chinfong, she left. Let's go. I'll drive you for a ride myself. After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin said to herself, is this a date with the master? Looking at Yu Shuqin's tattered clothes, Chinfong planned to pick out some suitable clothes for this little girl first. Driving a Rolls-Royce on the road to the Magic City Square, Yu Shuqin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a happy smile on her face. Her current mood could no longer be described as good. It couldn't be better. Her mother's illness has been cured, and she is now dating the boy she loves. It makes me happy just thinking about it. As the car stopped, what came into Yu Shuqin's sight was a girl's clothing store. When the clerk saw the two people getting out of the Rolls-Royce, his eyes lit up. After all, for wealthy families like these, the commission from a few pieces of clothing they buy is enough to support them for a long time. Mr. and Madam, what kind of clothes would you like to see? Although Yu Shuqin was dressed very poorly, none of the shop assistants dared to look down on her. After all, this was a girl who got off a Rolls-Royce, not to mention the boy following her, who had an extremely extraordinary temperament. See if there are any clothes you like. Chinfong rubbed Yu Shuqin's head a few times like he was petting a cat. Master, please don't. These clothes are so expensive. Although Yu Shuqin said this, her eyes were fixed on the white shirt dress in the center. After all, what girl doesn't like some pretty little skirts? Yu Shuqin is no exception. Seeing that Yu Shuqin liked it, Chinfong immediately asked the clerk to take down the shirt dress. Just tell me if you like it. As long as it's what you like, this young master will satisfy you. Go to the dressing room and try it. After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin felt a sour nose. It had been a long time since her father passed away and no one had been so nice to her. That's right, young lady. You will look very beautiful in this dress. Don't let your boyfriend down. When she heard the clerk say that Chinfong was her boyfriend, and saw that Chinfong was not angry because the clerk said he was her boyfriend, Yu Shuqin's face suddenly turned red. Then wait for me here, I'll change it for you. While Yu Shuqin was changing clothes, Chinfong looked at other clothes in the store. I also bought a few small suits that I liked, planning to take them back and give them to Lang Rushwang. Chinfong didn't have to wait too long before Yu Shuqin came out of the dressing room. Perhaps it was the first time she wore such beautiful clothes, Yu Shuqin was too shy to look up. She was afraid that she would not look good in it, and she was also afraid that Chinfong would be dissatisfied with her figure. Keep your head up. After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin slowly raised her head. It is true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. The moment Yu Shuqin raised her head, a hint of surprise flashed across Chinfang's heart. Unexpectedly, the ugly duckling really turned into a white swan. Does it look good, master? Yu Shuqin walked slowly to Chinfong, boldly took Chinfang's arm, and asked Chinfong. It's very nice. Chinfang's 4 simple words made Yu Shuqin feel sweeter than honey. At this time, the shop assistants kept praising the beauty of Yu Shuqin and the fit of the dress. This is it. How much is it? Chinfong took out a black card and was about to pay the bill. Sir, this dress is on sale. It only costs 36,000 yuan after the discount. Yu Shuqin was shocked when she heard the price of the clothes. She thought the dress would be expensive, but after all, it was extremely comfortable to wear. But he never thought it would be so expensive, with one piece of clothing selling for more than 30,000 yuan. Master, how about we just... Before Yu Shuqin could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chinfong. Stop, don't tell me you don't want it. Have you forgotten what I told you just now? As long as it is something you like, I will buy it for you. After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin stopped talking. Chinfong had already handed over his black card and said, just swipe the card. Back in the car, Yu Shuqin could no longer control her emotions. Holding Chinfong tightly with both hands, Master, you are so kind. Chinfong observed that Yu Shuqin's loyalty and favorability towards him had reached over 95. He bared his fangs once again. He gently patted Yu Shuqin's back and said, Okay, Shuqin, I am your master. If I don't treat you well, who will treat you well? After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin hugged him tighter. Then you are willing to. Yu Shuqin interrupted Chinfong for the first time. No matter what it is, I am willing. Then, Yu Shuqin kissed Chinfong hard on the lips. It was a raging fire, but it happened in the car. And it happened in broad daylight, so the impact was very bad. As a young man of the new era, how could Chinfong allow such a thing to happen? I immediately drove to find the nearest hotel nearby. As they are all adults, Yu Shuqin naturally knows Chinfang's intention. But she was willing. Just when he had checked in, Chinfong seemed to have thought of something. He took Yu Shuqin into a nearby 24-hour unmanned store. Looking at Chinfong with a smirk on his face, Yu Shuqin always felt that something bad was going to happen. Yu Shuqin had never seen these things before, but for some reason, she felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Master, do you like these? Then I like them too. After hearing Yu Shuqin's words, Chinfong further confirmed his previous guess. Lying on the bed, Yu Shuqin felt a little excited thinking about what was going to happen next. Can you draw the curtains? After all, it was the first time she did this, and Yu Shuqin was very shy. Okay. Chinfong didn't have any unusual hobbies. After pulling the curtains, he slowly walked towards Yu Shuqin. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward God-level musical instrument talent. Chapter 22, A Skilled Poison Doctor? At the same time, Japan. In an organization called Dragon Temple, a young girl sat in the main seat. There were several poisonous snakes surrounding the girl, several palm-sized centipedes crawling under her feet, and she was playing with a 1-foot-long scorpion in her hand. The girl has blonde hair and blue eyes, and a pair of white legs like lotus roots that keep swinging in the air. Palace Master, since the establishment of our Dragon God Palace, there has never been a Palace Master who abdicated. Palace Master, please think twice. Yes, Palace Master, you can't abandon us just because of a man. Please think twice, Palace Master. Please think twice, Palace Master. The girl's name is Lung Xuanyue, but in Japan, she has another name. A skilled poison doctor. Lung Xuanyue's emotions did not change at all because of the people kneeling below the stage. But I was thinking silently in my heart that I haven't seen my master for a long time, and I don't know if my master will recognize me when I go back this time. 3 years ago, Lung Xuanyue was only 15 years old when she was sent to Japan by Chinfong to integrate the forces under Japan. Now all the large and small forces in Japan have been integrated by me. I should say that I have completed the mission of my master, right? Can I go back to find my master? Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Lung Xuanyue's face. Okay, no need to persuade me anymore. After I leave, all affairs of the Dragon Temple will be handed over to Yue. That's it. After Lang Xuanyue finished speaking, she turned to look at Yue who had been serving her. Xiaoya, I believe you won't let me down, right? Yue knelt on the ground and said, I will definitely fulfill the mission of the palace master. Then Lang Xuanyue looked at the many Dragon God Temple elders kneeling below the stage and said, anyone who says another word will die. Hearing this, many elders in the audience shut up one by one, and no one dared to say a word of advice. They were very clear about Lang Xuanyue's methods, and the title of miraculous poison doctor was not groundless. Rumor has it that Lang Xuanyue can bring dying people back to life and can even kill people without them even noticing. Over the years in Japan, anyone who was targeted by Lang Xuanyue would be poisoned to death within a day. After I leave, you must unite as one. The Dragon God Temple has finally come this far, and I don't want it to be destroyed by some people with ulterior motives. As soon as Lang Xuanyue finished speaking, a young man in the audience strangled his neck and foamed at the mouth and died of poisoning. Fourth Elder? Fourth Elder? This scene shocked the rest of the crowd. Stop shouting, he's dead. Under the confused and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lang Xuanyue explained, this palace master will never kill innocent people indiscriminately. Then Lang Xuanyue stopped her gaze on the elder's face and said, do you know that you have a ghost in your home? You don't even know that there is a ghost in your home. Lang Xuanyue didn't wait for the great elder to explain and slowly walked down from the main seat. The centipedes under her feet seemed to follow a pattern and all made way for her. Walking up to the fourth elder, Lang Xuanyue pointed at his purple face and said, after my investigation, I found that this guy was colluding with the royal family behind the back of the Dragon God Temple. What do you think? Should he die? In Japan, the royal family has a blood feud with the Dragon Temple. The royal family had sent troops several times to completely destroy the Dragon God Temple, but Lang Xuanyue had the support of the Qin family behind her. Therefore, the Dragon God Temple has been fighting back and forth with the Japanese royal family. It has seriously threatened the royal rule. Last time, the Japanese royal family was able to successfully destroy several of our hideouts because of your dear fourth elder's tip-off. Hearing this, everyone started to curse the four dead elders. Die well, die well. Palace Master, you are too kind-hearted. You let him die so easily. Yes, Palace Master, if you dare to betray the Dragon God Palace, you should be cut into pieces. Upon hearing this, the great elder was already sweating profusely. Although he has never betrayed the Dragon Temple, he has had some business dealings with the royal family over the years. He also knew that the death of the fourth elder was a warning from Lang Xuanyue to himself. He immediately expressed his attitude, Palace Master, rest assured. From now on, this kind of thing will never happen again in the Dragon God Palace. I guarantee it with my life. Lang Xuanyue looked at the elder with a smile, you are the elder. You have a lot more experience in the Dragon God Temple than I do. Of course I will believe you. Then Lang Xuanyue looked at everyone in the hall again. She had been working here for 4 years, and it was time to say goodbye. She believed that even after she left, Yue would lead the Dragon Temple well. After all, I have put a lot of effort into Yue over the past 4 years. Okay, elders, I'm leaving now. See you again if we're lucky enough. Lang Xuanyue's private plane had already arrived outside the palace, and she had only one thought at this moment. That is to quickly see the master that he has been thinking about day and night. 4 years, 4 whole years. It has been 4 years since I last saw Chinfong, and it has been 4 years since I last saw my master. The moment she got on the private plane, Lang Xuanyue really wanted to shout loudly towards the sky. Master, I'm coming on horseback. At the same time, Chinfong also ended his battle. Yu Shuqin lay on Chinfang's chest, stroking his pectoral muscles. And after breaking through this last line of defense, Yu Shuqin's loyalty and favorability have both reached 100 points. This made Chinfong feel very accomplished. Although Lang Rushuang's favorability towards her was also 100 points, Yu Shuqin had adjusted it herself. From the initial dozen points to dozens of points to the current 100 points. Chinfong really felt a great sense of accomplishment. And Chinfong did not expect that Yu Shuqin could be so different in bed. It's really unforgettable. Young master, can you stay with me forever? Yu Shuqin blinked her eyes, looking extremely cute. Chinfong squeezed the jade ball on Yu Shuqin's chest hard, which made Yu Shuqin subconsciously make a humming sound. Silly child, I am your young master, I will definitely stay with you forever. After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin smiled, and smiled happily. By the way, master, I want to go to the hospital to accompany my mother tomorrow. Can you talk to our counselor and grant me one more day off? Originally, Yu Shuqin had no intention of bothering Chinfong with such a small matter, but a lot of people in the class had asked for leave in recent days, so she was afraid that she would not be able to take leave and would not be able to spend more time with her mother. Okay. Chinfong finished his last cigarette and said, "Open your mouth." Then he flicked the ash directly into Yu Shuqin's mouth. Chapter 23, Master, let me kiss you. The sky gradually darkened, Chinfong checked out and rushed home with Yu Shuqin. It's true, Chinfong hasn't seen Lang Rushuang for half a day, and he really misses her terribly. What Chinfong didn't know was that Lang Rushuang had been silently protecting Chinfang's safety in the dark. Although Lang Rushuang knew that with her master's current fighting strength, no accidents would happen. But Lang Rushuang was still worried. However, Lang Rushuang was also very smart and always kept the distance between herself and Chinfong very well. This can not only protect the safety of the good owner, but also not disturb the owner's good deeds. Looking at the direction Chinfang's car was heading, Lang Rushuang knew that her master was going home. So he took a detour, planning to return home early and prepare dinner for his master. After all, the master has been very tired today and needs to replenish his body. But when Lang Rushuang drove to the door of the villa, a familiar feeling lingered in her heart. Something's wrong. With his killer instinct, Lang Rushuang was certain that someone had been to his house. Thinking that her master would be back soon, Lang Rushuang had to eliminate all dangers. After parking the car at the door, Lang Rushuang took out a pair of butterfly short blades, walked lightly towards the main door of the living room. When Lang Rushuang saw the person sitting in the living room through the gap in the window, she finally felt relieved. He then opened the door and quickly approached the girl who was watching TV in the room. One of her heads collapsed and the girl screamed in pain. "Sister, what are you doing? When the master comes back later, I will tell him that you bullied me." The girl was none other than the skilled poison doctor Lung Xuan Yue. "Aren't you in Japan? Why are you running back here?" After 3 years, Lang Rushuang must have been excited to see Lung Xuan Yue again. "I have already shuffled all the underground forces in Japan. Now that the mission is completed, can't I come to find the master?" Lung Xuan Yue rubbed his forehead, turned around and looked at his favorite SpongeBob SquarePants again. "Whatever you want, the master will be back soon, I'll go cook first." When Lang Rushuang was about to go to the kitchen, she turned back and said to Lang Xuanyue, "Also, hide these little toys you raised, the master will not like them." After hearing Lang Rushuang's words, Lang Xuanyue reluctantly put the little snakes around her into the cage. "Sister, let me help you cook." Thinking that she would soon see her beloved master, Lang Xuanyue felt that even her beloved SpongeBob SquarePants seemed boring. Lang Xuanyue was determined to let the master taste her cooking skills, and she was very confident in herself. After all, in recent years, no one in Japan dared to say that the food she cooked was not delicious. "You can cook too?" Lang Rushuang was a little surprised. "Of course, I can help you, sister." Seeing Lang Xuanyue's eager look, Lang Rushuang didn't want to undermine her self-confidence. "Then please help me pick out the shrimp threads from these shrimps first." After Lang Rushuang gave Lang Xuanyue instructions for the task, she started to get busy herself. What is shrimp thread?" After hearing Lang Xuanyue's words, Lang Rushuang's face immediately showed an expression of looking at a fool. At this time, Chinfong had already led Yu Shuqin into the house. "Ding, the host has detected the arrival of a second maid, please pay attention to it." As soon as I walked through the door, the system voice rang. "Are you here so soon?" Chinfong looked at Yu Shuqin beside him. Thinking that Lang Rushuang and an unknown maid were still in the room. 3 women in one drama? However, Chinfong felt that the 3 of them should be able to get along harmoniously. That should be possible, right? Chinfong, as a scumbag, felt a little guilty at this moment. After adjusting his state, Chinfong pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, a beautiful figure pounced on Chinfong. It clung to Chinfong like a little koala and refused to let go. "Master, I'm missing you so much. Master, please let me give you a good kiss." "Ding, the host's second maid has arrived, please sign for her." Name, Lang Xuanyue. Gender, female. Age, 18. Background, he was adopted by the Qin family and grew up without a father or mother. When he was 15, he was sent to Japan by the host to perform a mission. After completing the mission in recent days, he missed the host too much and returned to Longwa. After listening to the introduction of the system, I looked at the blonde girl in front of me. Chinfong couldn't help but sigh, it's still an exotic style. Okay, Shimatsuki, come down quickly. Chinfong patted Long Xuanyue's shoulder, and Long Xuanyue jumped off Chinfong reluctantly. Let me introduce you, this is Long Xuanyue. Chinfong said to Yu Shuqin, from now on, you can call her sister. Yu Shuqin hugged Chinfang's arm and softly called Long Xuanyue's sister. This made Long Xuanyue very happy. Ever since I can remember, I have been taught a lesson by Lang Rushuang, the bad sister. Now I am a sister too? Sister, you are so cute. Lang Xuanyue rubbed Yu Shuqin's shy little face, then turned her little head as if she had thought of something. Since we are meeting for the first time, I, as your elder sister, am giving you a precious gift. Please take it out. After hearing Lang Xuanyue's words, Yu Shuqin glanced at Chinfong. At Chinfang's nod, Yu Shuqin opened her palm in confusion. Then a 1-foot-long centipede slowly crawled from Long Xuanyue's cuffs into Yu Shuqin's palm. Ah! This scene really scared Yu Shuqin. What she feared most were these things that were densely packed with legs. But she didn't dare to shake her hands, for fear that the centipede would bite her accidentally. He could only look at Chinfong for help. Chinfong didn't expect that his second little maid would play so differently. He reached out and grabbed the centipede in Yu Shuqin's hand. He casually threw it to Long Xuanyue and said, Okay, Xuanyue, stop scaring your sister. If you do that again, I'll spank you. Long Xuanyue showed an aggrieved expression. She never thought of scaring her sister. She had raised this centipede for a long time. But a hidden weapon that can kill people without leaving their mark is just despised like this? Okay, master. The meal is ready. You can eat now. Without Lang Rushuang, this family will break up sooner or later. Turn a deaf ear to what's happening outside, no matter what centipedes, scorpions, or snakes. He only wanted to nourish his master's body. Okay, let's go eat. Chinfong pinched Long Xuanyue's little face. Looking at Lang Xuanyue's aggrieved little expression, Chinfong just felt it was a little funny. How can I not feel wronged? Chinfong looked down at Lang Xuanyue. The two were very close to each other. Lang Xuanyue felt the heat brought by Chinfang's words and her face turned slightly red. Baji Lang Xuanyue didn't say anything, but kissed Chinfong on the face. That way you won't feel wronged. Chapter 24, Lang Xuanyue is in trouble. After dinner, Chinfong arranged for Yu Shuqin to live in the room next to his own. Since the room has good sound insulation, Chinfong doesn't have to worry about Yu Shuqin hearing any strange noises. Because that night, Lang Xuanyue insisted on sleeping with Chinfong. This cannot be blamed on Lang Xuanyue. After all, before she went to Japan, she also liked to sleep with Chinfong at night. But the current Chinfong is no longer the little male protagonist of that year. Back in the room, this was the first time in more than a week that Lang Rushuang did not sleep with Chinfong. Lang Rushuang tossed and turned in bed, and she couldn't sleep at all when she found that her owner was not beside her. But thinking that Shimatsuki had just returned to China, I decided to give the precious opportunity to Shimatsuki. I just don't know if this little girl Xuanyue can seize this opportunity. Master, let me change your clothes. Before Chinfong could react, Lang Xuanyue had already taken off all of Chinfang's clothes. Then he picked up a pair of pajamas and planned to change Chinfong into it. But just as Lang Xuanyue was about to change Chinfang's pajamas, she discovered that Chinfang's lower body was bulging. This made Lang Xuanyue's face turn slightly red. She is no longer the little girl of 14 or 15 years old who knew nothing. Now she is 18 years old and has more or less understood some of the love between men and women. Seeing Chinfong like this, Lang Xuanyue raised her head and couldn't help but said to Chinfong, Master, are you feeling uncomfortable? Chinfong looked helpless at this time. It's okay. Lang Xuanyue didn't say anything, but slowly took off all her clothes, then pounced on Chinfong. Master, ever since you sent me to Japan 3 years ago, Shimatsuki has been thinking about returning to you all the time. Xuanyue also knows that it was Xuanyue who made a mistake at that time. The master sent Xuanyue to that place to hone herself in order to punish her. But Master Xuanyue, please don't drive Xuanyue away again in the future, okay? At this point, Lang Xuanyue's tears have wet Chinfang's back. Xuanyue really can't leave her master. Chinfong held Lang Xuanyue's but with his hands so that she could be hanged on him better. Okay, Xuanyue, you're not a child anymore, why are you still crying like before? It would be strange for Chinfong not to feel anything when a naked little loli was lying on top of him. Oh no. Lang Xuanyue wanted to say something else, but Chinfong was about to explode. Yes, I'm about to explode. Then Chinfong threw Lang Xuanyue directly onto the bed and pounced towards her. On that dark night, Lang Xuanyue had never been so happy. Master, it's great to have you. After a night, Chinfong was still refreshed. Lang Rushuang walked out of the room with big dark circles under her eyes. Good morning, Master. Looking at Lang Rushuang's condition, Chinfong couldn't help but feel a little confused. Shouldn't Lang Rushuang sleep better without his torment? What Chinfong didn't know was that Lang Rushuang hadn't slept all night last night. There was no way. Without Chinfong by her side, Lang Rushuang really couldn't sleep at all. Not being able to sleep would have been fine. Lang Rushuang wanted to knock on Chinfeng's door until the early hours of last night to see if her master was asleep. If you are not asleep, you can go in and sleep with your master. But when Lang Rushuang just walked to the door of Chinfeng's room, she heard a burst of lascivious music. This directly caused Lang Rushuang to be unable to sleep even more, and she was daydreaming all night long. Contrary to Lang Rushuang's expression, Lang Xuanyue's condition was surprisingly good. Good morning, sister. Lang Xuanyue took Chinfeng's arm and recalled everything that happened last night. I'll go cook first, master. Looking at Lang Rushuang's condition, Chinfong was really reluctant to let her cook anymore. How about we order takeout? You can also take a good rest? But Lang Rushuang rejected Chinfeng's idea without even thinking about it. If you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. How can takeout food be as delicious as home-cooked food? It can also provide more nourishment to the owner. At this time, Yu Shuqin had already walked out from upstairs with sleepy eyes. She had a good rest last night. After all, she was tired all day long. She fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the bed. Yu Shuqin seemed particularly excited at the thought that she could go to the hospital to visit her mother today. But it is not easy to show it in front of Chinfong and others. Breakfast was no different from usual. The only difference is that the person who fed Chinfong changed from Lang Rushuang to Lang Xuanyue. It was so cold that my teeth were itching. Lang Rushuang has already made a plan in her mind. After her master passes away, it will be the day of your death, Lang Xuanyue. Lang Xuanyue couldn't help but shiver at this moment. What's going on? Such a strong murderous aura? Sister, do you feel a strong murderous aura? Lang Xuanyue looked at Lang Rushuang solemnly. No? You just returned to China, are you too sensitive? With me here, what are you worried about? Lang Rushuang picked up a crayfish on the plate as if nothing had happened. He started peeling the shell by himself. Then, he put the peeled lobster into Chinfeng's mouth. After hearing Lang Rushuang's words, Lang Xuanyue finally felt relieved. Yes, with my sister by my side, what am I worrying about? Never mind, just continue feeding the master. After everyone had breakfast, Chinfong planned to drive Yu Shuqin to the hospital to see his mother. For the first time ever, Lang Rushuang did not take the initiative to follow. And Lang Rushuang also stopped Lang Xuanyue from going with them. Lang Rushuang's excuse was simple, that is, Yu Shuqin's mother needed to rest, and if a large group of people suddenly rushed in, they were afraid that it would disturb Yu Shuqin's mother's rest. Chinfong didn't think much about it. After all, according to Lang Rushuang's loyalty, she would never do anything that would be detrimental to herself. After watching Chinfeng's back walk away, Lang Xuanyue finally understood that the murderous aura at the dinner table was real. Sister, he. Lang Xuanyue tried to awaken Lang Rushuang's last bit of conscience by acting cute and calling her sister. But Lang Rushuang didn't buy it. You even called out your sister in order to beg for mercy. You are too spineless, little boy. I despise you. Help! Master, please come back soon. My sister is going to kill me to silence me. Chinfong did not take Yu Shuqin directly to the hospital. He always felt that something was missing from Yu Shuqin. What exactly is missing? Chinfong understood when passing by a jewelry store. Yu Shuqin was missing some decorations. Since it is your own puppy, it must be dressed up and beautiful. After parking the car in the parking space, Chinfong led Yu Shuqin towards the jewelry store. Chapter 25, Chinfong is angry. Walking into the jewelry store, Chinfong randomly picked out a few gold necklaces, then chose a jade bracelet, and left. The gold necklace was bought by Chinfong for Yu Shuqin, and the jade bracelet was something Chinfong intended to give to Zhang Min. After all, people say that jade is good for health. This can be considered as Chinfeng's intention to show his love. After all, he gave his daughter to. This time, Chinfong did not ask Yu Shuqin for her opinion, because Chinfong knew that even if he asked, she would just give up buying these things because they were too expensive. Yu Shuqin just followed Chinfong quietly, looking at him obediently like a kitten. After walking out of the jewelry store, Chinfong suddenly thought, should he buy something for Leng Xuanyue, the little girl, this time? Chinfong got a headache when he thought about Leng Xuanyue, a girl who had to depend on snakes all day long. Just then, Chinfong saw someone selling pet snakes not far away, so he handed the things in his hand to Yu Shuqin and ran there alone to buy a little snake for Leng Xuanyue. As for why he didn't take Yu Shuqin with him, Yu Shuqin was already scared enough yesterday. Let her wait for me here first. After watching Chinfang's back go away, Yu Shuqin squatted on the ground and played with her mobile phone. Hey beautiful, are you alone? How about making a friend? A sudden sound was heard, and Yu Shuqin looked up subconsciously. I don't know when a boy started standing in front of me. He was wearing a colorful baseball uniform, his arms were covered with tattoos, and he had a tuft of yellow hair on his head, which made him stand out. Behind that man stood two well-trained bodyguards. Yu Shuqin moved her body and said, no need for that. Originally, the boy came to the jewelry store to pick out some jewelry for his cousin as a birthday gift. But the moment he saw Yu Shuqin, he couldn't help but exclaimed, damn, she's so beautiful. What's wrong, beautiful girl? Don't be nervous. You're carrying so many bags. Don't tire your hands. Why don't you come to my house and let me give you a good massage to relax you? As he said that, the boy was about to start, just when his hand was about to touch Yu Shuqin. Snap! Yu Shuqin slapped the boy's hand hard and knocked it away. At this moment, Yu Shuqin was like a frightened kitten, looking at the man in front of her with horror in her eyes. Fuck you, if you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you. Zhang Chuan slapped Yu Shuqin hard in the face. The force was so strong that Yu Shuqin's mouth was bleeding slightly. The jewelry in Yu Shuqin's hands also fell to the ground, and the jade bracelet rolled to Zhang Chuan's feet. Zhang Chuan stomped it into pieces with one foot. You two, tie her up in the car. No woman Zhang Chuan, dares to say no to. You are the first one. I want to see if you can still be so wild after we get into bed tonight. Yu Shuqin struggled hard, and the sound of the fight attracted many people to watch. When they saw that the protagonist was Zhang Chuan, they couldn't help but worry for Yu Shuqin. Zhang Chuan's reputation is well known in Shanghai. Relying on his status as a member of the Zhang family, he can do anything evil. Alas, what a pity for such a beautiful girl. How could she be so unlucky to be favored by the little beast, young master of the Zhang family? How many girls has this young master of the Zhang family harmed? Who knows? Anyway, the media is trying to stop it from being exposed. Oh, how sad. More and more people gathered around, but no one dared to step forward to stop it. There was no way out. The Zhang family was like a mountain in the magic city, suppressing ordinary people like them so that they had no courage to think of resisting. Let me go. Let me go. Yu Shuqin tried her best to resist, but how could a girl like her withstand the strength of two grown men? Just when Yu Shuqin was about to be pulled into the car, Chinfong walked over with an angry look on his face. Clang! Clang! Without any unnecessary nonsense, he used two moves to knock the bodyguard who was dragging Yu Shuqin unconscious. Looking at Yu Shuqin's messy eyes and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, Chinfong was angry. He was really angry this time. He didn't expect that when he just went to pick out a small gift for Leng Xuanyue, his woman would be beaten like this. Looking at his unconscious bodyguard, Zhang Chuan was not too panicked. He actually took out a silver-white pistol in front of everyone and pointed it at Chinfang's head. Are you good at fighting? Then tell me which is faster, your fist or my gun. Zhang Chuan showed a playful smile on his face. Guess if I beat you to death here now, will I be in trouble? The anger in Chinfang's eyes could no longer be hidden, but the other party had the truth in his hands, so Chinfong did not dare to act rashly. You are her boyfriend? Don't you know there is a price to pay for speaking out? After saying this, Zhang Chuan actually planned to pull the trigger. Snap! No bullet was fired from the gun, but a small flame was emitted. It's obviously just a toy gun. I admire your courage. You can go now, but your girlfriend has to stay here. As soon as Zhang Chuan finished speaking, a convoy was slowly driving towards them. Leading the way was a Rolls-Royce, with its iconic square front end highlighting its luxury and uniqueness. The shape of this car alone makes people involuntarily feel a sense of respect from the bottom of their hearts. Behind the Rolls-Royce body are dozens of Bentleys. Damn, that's awesome. The Rolls-Royce leading the group must have cost at least 20 million. I heard that Zhang Chuan is just a sideline young master of the Zhang family. Isn't he too rich? Really? All of them are top-notch luxury cars. Really, I admire this guy's courage. He can do so much for his girlfriend. Boy, if you don't leave now, you really won't have a chance to survive. Zhang Chuan is not a fool. The moment Chinfong got rid of his bodyguards, he had already secretly called for help. The reason why he used a toy gun to scare Chinfong was just to delay time. Why would a dead man talk so much? Chinfong first sent a message to Lang Rushwang, and then he started killing mode. Chinfong was very angry this time. He would never allow anyone around him to suffer such an unexpected disaster. Are you a member of the Zhang family? Chinfong asked Zhang Chuan. What? Are you scared? Zhang Chuan now had the confidence and looked directly into Chinfang's eyes. Afraid? Chinfong smiled, then inserted his hands directly into Zhang Chuan's eye sockets. Suddenly, the bleeding started to flow. Ah, my eyes, ah. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Chinfong looked at Yu Shuqin, who was trembling with fear in his arms, and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The scene might be a little bloody, so close your eyes first. When Yu Shuqin heard Chinfang's words, she really closed her eyes obediently. Chapter 26, Stand Up for Yu Shuqin. After stretching his muscles a bit, Chinfong rushed towards the Zhang family thugs in front of him. The scene was extremely shocking. Chinfong kept moving among the crowd. Although these thugs are not considered masters, they are by no means ordinary people. But Chinfong has the god-level fighting skills given by the system, so he is not afraid of them at all. Chinfong did not hold back at all this time, and his kung fu was not just fancy moves. Kung fu was a killing skill. At this time, a few drops of rain were dripping from the hazy sky. Chinfang's clothes were almost soaked with blood. However, not a drop of blood on Chinfang's body was his. All of it was from the thugs called by Zhang Chuan. The blood rain fell on Chinfang's face, his skin was as white as snow and as cold as ice. The blood rain fell on Chinfang's black hair, which was as dark as night, emitting a deep and dim light. At this time, there were countless Zhang family thugs lying on the ground, and they were all either dead or disabled. Go to hell, you two. The leader, a man in black, pulled out a pistol and pointed it straight at Chinfang's head. At this critical moment, a butterfly short blade directly cut off the man's wrist. Master, are you okay? Lang Rushwang was shocked. Looking at her master covered in blood, she couldn't help but feel distressed. Master, let Shimatsuki take over from now on. Lang Shuangyue changed from his usual hip-hop look and became more serious. She looked at the several people who had fallen, and the many who were still alive. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Just as the rest of the people in the field were stunned, a few bamboo green snakes had slowly crawled onto their legs without them noticing. Ah! 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 After dealing with everyone, Chinfong slowly walked up to Zhang Chuan. At this time, the onlookers dared not even utter a word of discussion. They all held their breath in concentration. Because they had already been shocked by Chinfang's brutal scene. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Chinfong took Yu Shuqin into his arms. Do you dislike me? Yu Shuqin didn't say anything, and didn't care that Chinfong was covered in blood. She just hugged Chinfong tightly. You are mine. I will never allow anyone to bully you except me. The sky gradually cleared up and the rain stopped at this moment. Just when Chinfong was about to get rid of Zhang Chuan, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Chuaner? My Chuaner? Who beat you up like this? A noble lady squeezed into the crowd, with bodyguards behind her carrying many exquisite gifts. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Chuan ignored the pain in his eyes and stood up gropingly. Seeing that Zhang Chuan could still stand up, Chinfong kicked Zhang Chuan's knee directly. Boom! A soft sound. Zhang Chuan fell to his knees. His leg was broken by Chinfang's kick. Did I ask you to get up? Seeing the scene in front of her, the lady was about to go crazy. Why are you still standing there? Help your young master into the car. Then she yelled at Chinfong, I don't care who you are, I don't care what your background is, I want you to die. I want you to be unable to live, and I want you to be unable to die. Do you know that he is the child of the younger brother of the Zhang family master in Modu? You dare to mess with the Zhang family, and even beat my precious son like this. I tell you, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you today. The lady's name is Yuan. Today, she brought Zhang Chuan out to choose a birthday gift for Zhang Chuan's cousin. I didn't expect that the two of them had only been separated for a short while, and his son was beaten like this. Looking at the Zhang family bodyguards lying on the ground, all of them were dead at this moment. Yuan's mood became more and more irritable. Looking at Zhang Chuan, who was already dying on the ground, Yuan's heart was broken. Chuaner. Mom will take you home soon, you have to hold on. But before that, Yuan would never allow Chinfong to live in this world again. She wants to avenge her son, she wants to tear the person who treated her son like this into pieces. Don't worry, Chuaner. Mom will avenge you. Wan Yin was furious and yelled at the bodyguards behind her, why are you still standing there? Take them all down. Chinfong was too lazy to talk to her because she didn't deserve to listen. We have said before that Chinfong doesn't hit women. But Chinfong does not distinguish between men and women. Snap. With just one slap, Chinfong knocked the noble lady in front of him unconscious. It's so noisy. Just as the two bodyguards in black were about to take action, Chinfong simply threw the patriarch token that Zhang Shang had given him over to them. When the black-clad bodyguard saw the patriarch's token, his face was full of disbelief. Then he knelt on one knee and said, "Meet the master of the house." Chinfong ignored the looks from the people around him and walked towards Zhang Chuan step by step. At this time, Zhang Chuan heard the words of the night bodyguard, and he thought Zhang Sheng came to save him. While crawling on the ground, he rubbed his hands on the ground and said, "Uncle Zhang, kill this man for me, kill this man for me." Chinfong walked up to Zhang Chuan and stomped hard on his palm. After a while, both of Zhang Chuan's palms were covered in blood. "Carry them both up and take me to Zhang's house." Chinfong ordered the two bodyguards around him. Because of the patriarch's token, the two bodyguards dared not disobey. After all, in the Zhang family, seeing the patriarch's token is like the patriarch himself. Since you want to stand up for Yushu Qin, you should give the Zhang family a good beating. On the way back, Chinfong gently held Yushu Qin's slightly swollen cheek. Does it still hurt? Yushu Qin tried her best to calm herself down. Master, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, Master. Yushu Qin looked at the man in front of her, who once again saved her from danger. Don't worry, after today, no one in the Magic City will dare to bully you. In a short while, the car arrived at the gate of Zhang's house. Chinfong directly instructed the bodyguard beside him to throw the unconscious Wan Yin and her son into the Zhang family compound. He strolled towards the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. Since he had the family token in his hand, the servants of the Zhang family respectfully made way for Chinfong. At this time, the Zhang family was in a happy mood, with lights and decorations everywhere. Today is the 18th birthday of Zhang Ruoyao, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. At this time, everyone at the table had already started toasting each other. But Zhang Quan didn't know why, but he always felt a little uneasy. He had already asked that little bastard Zhang Chuan and his wife Wan Yin to buy a gift for Ruoya. It's almost noon, why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Just as Zhang Quan was puzzled, a servant of the Zhang family came running over in a hurry. Master Zhang. Master Zhang. Seeing the servants hesitating, Zhang Quan felt more uneasy. Tell me quickly, what happened to my son? Master Zhang was carried back here, and now he is no longer alive. What? This sentence not only made Zhang Quan furious, but even Zhang Sheng felt incredible. My Chuaner. Who did it? Who did it? How dare someone in the Magic City attack a member of the Zhang family? I don't think he dares to live. At this moment, at the dinner table, all members of the Zhang family looked at the servant who came to report in disbelief. They couldn't believe this fact. Many young people of Zhang Chuan's age were stunned and looked terrified. Zhang Ruoya was also shocked. Although she didn't like her cousin very much, they were family after all. Now he was beaten to death without knowing why. He blatantly rode on the neck of the Zhang family and shit? Tell me who did it. I will cut him into pieces. Zhang Quan angrily questioned the servant in front of him. The servants were trembling with fear and dared not answer. As soon as Zhang Quan finished speaking, a man was seen slowly walking towards the crowd. I did it. What? Do I need to give your Zhang family an explanation? The blood on Chinfang's body had dried up. Yushu Qin hid in Chinfang's arms, and there was no more shrinking look in her eyes. Behind him stood Lang Rushuang and Long Shuangyue with murderous eyes. Chapter 27, A slap brought a bloody disaster. After seeing that the person coming was Chinfong, Zhang Sheng hurriedly walked down from the main seat. I don't know if I have failed to welcome you, Master Qin, for your visit. Although Zhang Quan was blinded by anger at this time, his tone was still relatively polite. I would like to ask Master Qin, what on earth did my son do to offend you to cause him to suffer such an unprovoked disaster? I hope Master Qin can give me a reasonable explanation. Zhang Quan must get an explanation, even if he is facing the heir of the Qin family in Kyoto, he must get an explanation. Explanation? Who do we need to explain to when our Qin family does something? Chinfong came to Zhang's house this time with the intention of causing trouble. You want an explanation? Okay, I'll explain it to you. Chinfong then pointed at Yu Shuqian's slightly swollen face beside him. Such a beautiful girl was beaten like this just because she didn't want to be with your young master from the Zhang family. Is there still the law? Is there still law? Zhang Quan felt as if he had heard a huge joke. The law? The law? Just because my son slapped a girl, you beat her to death. You are here to ask for the law? You are talking to me about the law? As for your disappointing son? Can you blame me? I can only blame him for being too weak. At this time, the Zhang family's servants had already carried Zhang Chuan's body in front of everyone. Seeing that there was not a single bad spot on Zhang Chuan's body, Zhang Shang, who also came from the underworld, took a breath of cold air. That's too cruel. Zhang Ruoya, a pampered young lady, had never seen such a bloody scene. He started vomiting immediately. Chinfong, right? I heard my father mention you, but today is my birthday party, don't you think you are being too presumptuous? After vomiting, Zhang Ruoya looked at Chinfong with hatred in her eyes. In her impression, it was always the Zhang family that bullied others, but now a young man came to their home to bully them. Is there no one in the Zhang family who bullies them? Insolent? I was insolent today. What can you do to me? Chinfong looked at Zhang Ruoya with a playful expression. To be fair, Zhang Ruoya is very beautiful, and the temperament she exudes is unique. However, if she dared to say one more outrageous word, Chinfong wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. You, get out of here right now. Zhang Ruoya was usually arrogant and domineering, thinking that everyone would listen to her. If you dare to say one more word, I won't mind cutting off your tongue. After saying this, Chinfong looked at Zhang Sheng again and said, Master Zhang, please discipline your family members in the future. Otherwise, I don't mind disciplining them for you. Threats, naked threats. Zhang Sheng smiled bitterly and said, Master Qin is right. I will take good care of my family members. Father? Zhang Ruoya looked at her father in disbelief. He was bullied right at his doorstep, yet he could still endure it? Brother? Zhang Ruoya set her sights on her elder brother who had always loved her. You insulted my sister and killed my family members. You deserve to die. Zhang Tianyi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and rushed straight towards Chinfong. Zhang Tianyi has been a martial artist since he was young. A few years ago, his family arranged for him to go abroad and hide for a few years because his drunken murder was exposed on the internet. I have been training in foreign mercenary organizations over the years, and have never been treated like this. Looking at Zhang Tianyi who came to die, Chinfong smiled slightly. Before Chinfong even made a move, Lang Rushwang had already cut his neck with a short blade. Anyone who disrespects the master will be killed without mercy. Lang Rushwang's eyes were fierce. In his eyes, no matter who they were or what their background was, if they dared to disrespect their master, they would die. Tianyi! Brother! Zhang Shang looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Chinfong, a young master from Kyoto, dared to be so rampant. Do you really think there is no one left in their Zhang family? Damn it, I can't bear it anymore. Even his own son died tragically in front of him, how could he tolerate this? If he could continue to tolerate this, the Zhang family would have no reason to exist. Zhang Shang looked at Chinfong, and Chinfong also looked at Zhang Shang. Even if it means sacrificing the entire Zhang family, Chinfong must pay for his son's life. Why are you all so stunned? Do you really think there is no one left in our Zhang family? After hearing the patriarch's words, Zhang Quan could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Chinfong, I want you to pay with blood. I want you to pay for my son's life. What can a big family in Kyoto do? What can the heir of the Qin family in Kyoto do? Isn't the purpose of life to fight for one's dignity? Now his son and nephew have all died tragically in front of him. And the murderer is the so-called eldest young master of the Qin family. Do I really have to swallow this anger? Can I really swallow this anger? Zhang Shang asked himself and decided that he could not swallow this humiliation. Where are the 36 divisions of the Zhang family? The Zhang family's 36 divisions are the Zhang family's most elite killer group. The 36 stratagems are divided into 36 people, from low to high, dominating the foreign killer list, 1 to 36. The 36 tribes all obeyed the orders of the head of the family, but with Zhang Quan's tacit consent, they all appeared and surrounded Chinfong. There were 36 people, all wearing masks on their faces and black scarves on their heads. Their eyes were hidden, all wearing tight black clothes and long black cloaks, wearing riding boots with daggers stuck in the boots, and the same strange scimitars on their waists. Chinfong, I respect you as a man. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. My Zhang family respects you in every way. Even my eldest brother's family token has been handed over to you. But don't forget, this is the magic city, not Kyoto. Zhang Quan glanced at Zhang Shang, who remained silent and knew that his elder brother also approved of his approach. After hearing Zhang Quan's words, Chinfong couldn't help but burst into laughter. A powerful dragon can't defeat a local snake? That means he is not a real dragon. Chinfong would definitely not be stupid enough to come to the banquet alone. As soon as Chinfong finished speaking, Xinde rushed in with a group of well-trained special forces. Master, I'm sorry to have frightened you. Then Xinde took another look at the Zhang family's so-called 36 parts. How many guns and bullets can they have? What era is it now? Are you still brandishing swords and sticks? Just clean it up, I'll go back first. Chinfong was about to leave under the escort of Xinde. At this moment, something strange happened. One of the 36 tribes suddenly threw a flying blade, and in a flash it stabbed towards Chinfong. The flying blade was coated with deadly poison. This man was confident that as long as he pierced a layer of Chinfeng's skin, it would be enough to make him unable to be saved even by gods. Just when the flying blade was about to reach Chinfong, Long Xuanyue snatched it away with her bare hands. With just one glance, Long Xuanyue noticed that the flying blade was covered with poison. But she just smiled disdainfully. Playing with drugs in front of me? You are really showing off your skills in front of an expert. Chapter 28, There is no Zhang family in the Magic City anymore. Long Xuanyue looked at the flying blade in her hand and without any hesitation, threw it directly towards Zhang Quan's face. The flying blade in Lang Xuanyue's hand seemed to have life and pierced directly into Zhang Quan's forehead. Suddenly, Zhang Quan foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Second uncle? Younger brother. Zhang Shang already regretted it at this time, but it was too late. Following Qin Da's order, the special forces accompanying him pointed the muzzles of their guns directly at everyone in the Zhang family. In an instant, the sky was filled with crying and mourning. Chinfong turned around and said, Ms. Zhang, happy birthday. You devil, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Chinfong no longer paid any attention to Zhang Ruoyao, she was just a dying person. Then he took Yu Shuqin and walked out. Shuqin, remember, you are my puppy, and no one in this world can bully you. After walking out of the Zhang family compound, Chinfong rubbed Yu Shuqin's swollen little face again. Feeling the warmth of the man in front of her, Yu Shuqin was deeply moved. I really did not make the wrong choice for this man. Okay, it's getting late. But in your current condition, do you still want to go see your mother? Chinfong said to Yu Shuqin. After this incident, Yu Shuqin decided to go to the hospital to see her mother in a few days, otherwise her mother would start asking questions again when she saw her swollen face. Are you planning to go back to school? Or? Yu Shuqin thought about it and decided to go back to school. After all, I haven't been to school for so many days, and I have to find a way to catch up on the studies I have missed. Master, I want to go back to school. Okay, go home and change your clothes before going back to school. Chinfong looked at his short-sleeved shirt covered in blood, as well as Yu Shuqin's blood-stained clothes. I can't just go back to school like this, I can't just go back to class like this, right? By then, who knows what rumors will start to spread about Chinfong. All is up to the master. Anyway, as long as it is Chinfeng's words, Yu Shuqin will obey unconditionally and believe unconditionally. Chinfong also wanted to go back to school. After what happened today, Chinfong had to give instructions to Li Weiman after returning to school. This will prevent those ignorant people in school from bothering Yu Shuqin again. After all, Yu Shuqin can be considered a school beauty. The moment Chinfong returned home, all the members of the Zheng family had been dealt with. The Zheng family of Magic City. A top-notch family in Shanghai. Today, in just one afternoon, it was completely destroyed. The various forces in the Magic City are bound to be reshuffled. All of the Zheng family's businesses, big and small, will surely be eaten up in the near future. But this has nothing to do with Chinfong. As for the Zhang family's scattered assets, Chinfong is not that poor. Just let the local people of Shanghai develop, as long as they don't mess with Chinfong. After returning home and taking a quick shower, Yu Shuqin changed into a pleated skirt. With her slender legs matched with the pleated skirt, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a fairy descending to earth. It is true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Chinfong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When I first met Yu Shuqin, although she was quite pretty, her tattered clothes really overshadowed her beauty. Now that she's dressed up so casually, she can really rival Lang Rushwang. But it's just comparable. Master, is it really okay to dress like this? Yu Shuqin had never worn such revealing clothes. Although the skirt had reached her knees, she usually wore pants or dresses. This kind of clothes is still too revealing for her. Of course you can. You just need to show your beauty openly. As he said that, Chinfong touched Yu Shuqin's white legs a few times, and they were quite smooth. Chinfong then picked up the key on the table and planned to send Yu Shuqin to school first. But this time, Lang Rushwang and the other girl insisted on following Chinfong no matter what. They didn't want any more blind people to offend their master. Just when everyone was getting ready to leave, Chinfong realized that Lang Shuangyue's little face looked a little swollen. Given Lang Shuangyue's skills, no one should be able to hurt her. Shuangyue, I didn't notice it just now, what's wrong with your face? Chinfong couldn't help but ask Lang Shuangyue in confusion. Under Lang Rushwang's sharp gaze, Lang Shuangyue didn't dare to tell the truth. Master, I accidentally bit this. Looking at Lang Rushwang glaring at Lang Shuangyue fiercely, and Lang Shuangyue's guilty answer. Chinfong guessed an answer. Lang Rushwang beat Lang Shuangyue? Rushwang, Shuangyue is your sister, you must not bully her anymore. After saying this, Chinfong started the car. When Lang Shuangyue heard Chinfeng's words, she felt as if she had obtained a golden medal of immunity from death. Master, you don't know how cruel my sister is. Master, you must make the decision for me. You must make the decision for me. Lang Rushwang was so angry. Why didn't Tishi think of sewing up the little girl's mouth at that time? How dare you complain? Chinfong looked at Lang Shuangyue's pitiful appearance and really wanted to reach out and give Lang Shuangyue a good rub. As for where to rub, don't worry about it. But since he was still driving, Chinfong gave up his little idea for safety reasons. Okay, we as a family should live in harmony. Don't bully your sister anymore. Chinfong said to Lang Rushwang with a smile. I know, master. Lang Shuangyue was left with a bewildered look on her face. No? That's it? Shouldn't I teach myself a lesson? Shouldn't I teach my sister a lesson? Turning back, Lang Rushwang gave Lang Shuangyue a big smile and said, My dear sister, now you have learned how to complain. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well in the future. Looking at Lang Rushwang's smiling face, Lang Shuangyue couldn't help but feel cold in her heart. Hey, sister, can you not slap me in the face next time? Amid the laughter and cheers of the crowd, the car slowly drove into the campus. After finding his own exclusive parking space, Chinfong parked the car and held Yu Shuqin's left hand, Lang Rushwang's right hand, and Lang Shuangyue followed behind him. This scene is enough to make others drool with envy. They are really gorgeous. Three gorgeous beauties are monopolized by Chinfong alone. After Chinfong and the other three left, other people on campus also slowly started discussing it. My tears wet my little yachty, and I vowed to drive a big Audi. Come on, even if you drive 5 big Audis, it's useless. He drives a Rolls Royce. When do you think I can be so cool? You are more carefree when you have erotic dreams than you are now. Wang Xiaolia's mother, I really should punish you. Come on, you can't beat me. After sending Yu Shuqin to the bottom of the teaching building, Chinfong went straight to the principal's office. Although Chinfong used Yu Shuqin to complete the system tasks in the beginning, but after experiencing these days, Chinfong also wanted to protect this little girl well. Chinfong also didn't want Yu Shuqin to suffer anymore. This girl had suffered too much before, so he should give her more sweetness in the future. Chapter 29, Campus Concert? Walking to the office door, Chinfong knocked politely. Who is it? Li Weiman's voice came through the crack in the door, full of arrogance.
I am Chinfong.
After hearing that the visitor was Chinfong, Li Weiman hurried to the office door and opened it respectfully.
Master Chin? Why did you come here in person? If you have anything to say, just send me a message.
Looking at Li Weiman with a fawning look on his face, Chinfong sat directly on the main seat.
I really want to tell you something this time. Please listen carefully and remember it.
Hearing Chinfang's words, Li Weiman put away his playful smile and instead showed an extremely serious look.
Master Chin, please tell me.
Even if I have to climb mountains of swords and descend into seas of fire, I, Li Weiman, will never frown. Then, Chinfong picked up a photo of Yu Shuqin and threw it to Li Weiman.
The girl in the photo is mine. I don't want anything to happen to her at school. Li Weiman recognized the person in the photo with just a glance. It was the female classmate who was in the restaurant not long ago. Master Chin, please rest assured. I can guarantee with my life that Miss Yu will never encounter any more accidents in our school. Ever since what happened in the restaurant that day, Li Weiman also investigated Yu Shuqin's identity. Although her identity was unremarkable in reality, she was young Master Chin's man. If this girl is wronged in school, you really don't need to be the principal anymore. But
Chinfong picked up the tea on the table and took a sip.
If you take good care of her, I can consider letting you take a step further. For people like Li Weiman, the best thing is to give him a slap in the face and then a sweet date. After all, as far as I know, the Minister of Education of Magic City is about to retire. After hearing Chinfang's words, Li Weiman's dull eyes once again shone brightly. He has been working as the university president for 10 years and is about to reach retirement age. If this incident could allow him to take another step forward, Li Weiman simply couldn't bear to think about it. Master Chin, don't worry. From now on in school, Miss US rules are the rules. Li Weiman now wishes he could treat Yu Shuqin as his own mother. This is his last chance for promotion and he must seize it. Okay, don't pay too much attention to her. Just let her finish her university studies peacefully. Just don't let her suffer any grievances again. If there is anyone who dares to cause trouble for her, feel free to call me. After saying this, Chinfong was about to get up and leave, but was stopped by Li Weiman. Master Chin, our school's annual music festival is about to begin. I would like to invite you to give a speech as an outstanding student of our school. I just wonder if you have time, Master Chin. Li Weiman has already made up his mind, and he will cling to Chinfong no matter what. Campus concert? Chinfong thought for a moment based on the original owner's memory and found that there is indeed such an event every year. The school will also invite many industry and political figures to visit the school. According to the original owner's memory, the original owner would even appear at music festivals every year to sing and confess his love to Li Qingyu. Thinking of the original owner's memory, Chinfong couldn't help but sigh. As expected, no wonder so many people in the school are so familiar with Chinfong. But now Li Qingyu may have been digested by the shark. I don't need to give a speech, just give me a place in the competition. Chinfong planned to give Lang Rushuang, who had been with him the longest, a small gift. Are there any places for the competition? Okay, Master Chin, I will personally notify them right away. Li Weiman didn't know what the eldest young master of the Chin family was up to. Was he going to confess his love like he did 2 years ago? However, Li Weiman did not ask too many questions. He just had to do what young Master Chin asked him to do. When is the festival? Tomorrow morning and tomorrow evening. After confirming the time, Chinfong pushed the door and walked out. Lang Rushuang and Lang Xuanyue had been waiting behind the door. Rushuang, wait until tomorrow and I will give you a small gift. I hope you like it. For some reason, Chinfong had an unusual love for his first little maid. Is this what first love feels like? No wonder it's so hard for people to forget their first love. Lang Rushuang felt sweet in her heart when she heard Chinfong say that he would prepare a small gift for her tomorrow. It seems that I am still very important in my young master's heart. Master, no matter what you prepare, Rushuang will like it very much. But Lang Xuanyue was unhappy after hearing this. Master? I don't have a little gift? I don't have a little gift? Oh, Master, you didn't even prepare a little gift for me. The Master is partial. The Master only knows how to love his sister. The Master doesn't care about Xuanyue at all. Lang Xuanyue puffed up her little mouth to express her dissatisfaction. Chinfong picked up Lang Xuanyue and said, Your little gift? I will reward you with a small gift tonight, okay? Hearing the hidden meaning in Chinfang's words, Leng Shuangyue's face turned red. You are a big gangster, master. But what the master meant was that I could still sleep with him tonight, right? Thinking of this, Leng Shuangyue suddenly became happy. This is the reward. The most important thing is to be affirmed in the owner's heart. Maybe one day I can replace my sister, and then I can let her call me sister? Then Shimatsuki will have 2 sisters? The more Leng Shuangyue thought about it, the happier she became. She had already fallen into self-PUA and couldn't extricate herself. Okay, there's nothing else to do now, we can go back first.
Chinfong held Leng Shuangyue in his left hand, held Leng Rushuang's small hand with his right hand, and slowly walked towards where he parked his car. This scene made all the male students passing by gnashing their teeth in envy. After getting into the car, Chinfong didn't plan to go home directly. After all, he would be performing on stage tomorrow, so he must choose a suitable instrument. Thinking about the god-level musical instrument talent that the system rewarded me with, I really have never experimented with it properly. Along the way, Chinfong was thinking about what musical instrument he should buy.
A piano? Too big. Flute? Too small. Guitar? That's a bit too popular. Violin? It's not suitable for a boy like him. After much thought, Chinfong decided to keep things simple and just buy a guitar and take it home. Chinfong has already conceived the song he will give to Leng Rushuang tomorrow. Chinfong was sure that Leng Rushuang would be deeply moved by then. Chapter 30, Free Guitar. Entering a high-end musical instrument store, Chinfong walked towards the guitar area. Looking around, there are countless different types of guitars. Fortunately, Chinfong now has a god-level talent for musical instruments, and he can tell the quality of a guitar at a glance. Chinfong picked up a pretty good guitar and took it down carefully from the shelf. For some reason, Chinfong suddenly felt like playing the guitar in his hand. According to the memory in his mind, Chinfong chose a song that was popular all over the country before he traveled through time. As the prelude of Sunny Day slowly sounded, everyone in the messy music store suddenly became quiet. There is no song called Sunny Day in this world, but the prelude of Sunny Day fits the hot summer outside the window so well. Everyone in the store watched Chinfang's fingers moving freely. It was obviously a very simple song, but it sounded so relaxing and enjoyable. With the fall of the last string, Chinfang's playing also ended at this moment. But everyone in the store looked unsatisfied. One more. Yes, play another one. This piece of music is so nice. Do you have the lyrics, handsome? Yes, have you composed the lyrics for this piece? Chinfong didn't expect that just a casual play of his would have such a big response. At this time, the owner of the store also applauded and walked to Chinfong. He was deeply attracted by the prelude of the song. Hey, little guy, why don't you play one more song? Play one more song, and I'll give you this guitar for free. The boss is a generous man, and this guitar is very expensive. Chinfong is indeed very rich, but how can something bought be as good as something obtained for free? Chinfong immediately decided to give the people in this world a little musical shock. After all, Sunny Day is Jay Chou's famous song. Since Jay Chou does not exist in this world, I will just let this song take over for the time being. Chinfong waved his hand, signaling the noisy crowd to quiet down first. The song I just played is called Sunny Day. Do you want to listen to the full version? When everyone heard Chinfang's words, they all said in unison, "We must listen." Seeing the high spirits of everyone in the store, Chinfong did not spoil the fun. He immediately moved his fingers, held the guitar in his arms again and started playing softly. The little yellow flower of the story has been floating since the year I was born. The swings of my childhood are still swinging in my memory. Re so si do si la. So la si la so. While playing the prelude and looking at the sky, I remembered the petals trying to fall. Everyone in the store, including the Leng Rushuang sisters, had already been immersed in Chinfang's beautiful singing. Without exception, those who can come to this store to choose musical instruments are people who love music. Now that they could hear Chinfong playing such beautiful music, the shock in everyone's hearts could no longer be calmed down. At this moment, the sky, which had been clear just now, suddenly turned gloomy, as if to match Chinfang's melodious singing. Then a drizzle suddenly began to fall outside the window, and Chinfang's song had reached its climax. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. But the rain gradually got so heavy that I couldn't see you anymore. How long will it take before I can be by your side? Maybe I'll feel better when the weather clears up. Everyone's emotions were completely immersed in Chinfang's singing and they couldn't extricate themselves. Is this music? This is real music. After the song ended, the store became very quiet. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Then, waves of fierce applause came towards Chinfong. It's so beautiful, why can't I find this song on the internet? Yeah, I can't find it either. Is this song his original creation? It's incredible, he looks like he's only about 18 or 19 years old. Can a college student create such a beautiful song? No one doubted whether this song was originally written by Chinfong. They were just deeply shocked. In today's world, most of the music is fast food, and there is very little music that can penetrate people's hearts and make them unforgettable. The shock this song brought to them was so great, really so great. The boss also kept his promise and gave Chinfong the guitar he chose. Just as Chinfong was about to leave, he was blocked by a number of people at the door of the musical instrument store. Hey, little brother, is this song your original creation? Can I ask your name? The leader couldn't control his emotions and asked Chinfong anxiously. Chinfong smiled and said, "This song is indeed my original creation. I haven't posted it online yet, and you can't find it online. As for my name?" Chinfong thought for a moment and said, "Just call me Yi Shangluan." Then Chinfong pushed the door and walked out regardless of anyone's attempt to stop him. After Chinfong left, many people placed orders directly to buy guitars. The person who originally chose the piano decisively gave up and switched to a guitar. Those who originally planned to practice the violin simply gave up the violin and decided to practice the guitar. What Chinfong didn't know was that everyone in the store had already regarded Chinfong as their idol. My idols all play guitar, so I must play guitar too. In an instant, many guitars in the music store were sold out like crazy. No one was interested in other musical instruments. Sitting in the car, Chinfong asked Leng Rushuang and the others, "How is it? I know this song, do you like it?" Leng Rushuang said without hesitation, "I like it very much. It sounds very nice." Leng Shuangyue's voice followed closely behind, "Master, you play the piano so well, and you sing so beautifully. Master, you are so amazing." Seeing Leng Shuangyue's eyes full of admiration, Chinfong said that he enjoyed it very much and liked it. I'll give you something better tomorrow." After this experience of playing and singing, Chinfong became more confident in his god-level talent for playing instruments. Let us give the people in this school a little shock tomorrow. Soon, the car arrived home. The first thing Leng Rushuang did after arriving home was to prepare today's nourishing ingredients. This time, Leng Rushuang refused to let Leng Shuangyue come to the kitchen to help no matter what. After all, how can someone who doesn't even know what shrimp thread is help in the kitchen? After dinner, it would be fine to ask him to wash the dishes in the pot. Leng Shuangyue, who was ignored by Leng Rushuang, threw herself into Chinfang's arms. The stinky sister is not good at all, the master is still the best. Chinfong rubbed Leng Shuangyue's little head with one hand, and slowly stroked Leng Shuangyue's chest with the other hand. With a gentle pinch, Leng Shuangyue immediately made a humming sound. "Master, you are so bad." Leng Shuangyue buried her head in Chinfang's chest. Chinfong knew without even looking that Leng Shuangyue's face must have been flushed. "You are becoming more and more sensible, little Shuangyue." Chinfong patted Leng Shuangyue's butt, motioning her to get off him first. "After all, we still have to eat soon. There is plenty of time for dinner." Dry. Chapter 31, Visiting Zhangmin. After dinner, Chinfong planned to take Leng Shuangyue back to the room to rest. But seeing Leng Rushuang's pitiful look, Chinfong couldn't help but think deeply in his heart. Shouldn't I share the joy and sorrow equally? But he had already promised Shuangyue during the day that he would sleep with her at night. After thinking about it, Chinfong came up with a solution that would satisfy both parties. As we all know, Chinfong is a considerate little boy who would never let his maid be sad. So Chinfong decided to come together. "Rushuang, come in." After hearing Chinfang's words, Leng Rushuang's dull little eyes suddenly brightened up. "Yes, master. This night. I'm afraid it won't pass the review, so I'll use my imagination." The next morning, Chinfong got up early and prepared to wash up. Looking at Leng Shuangyue who was humming in her sleep, Chinfong just silently covered her with the quilt. Just as Chinfong was about to get out of bed, Leng Shuangyue hugged Chinfang's arm. "Master, please don't abandon Shuangyue. Shuangyue will be obedient from now on." Master, don't go, don't go. Lang Xuanyue's expression was extremely painful.
Chinfong looked at Lang Xuanyue's eyes, which had not yet opened, and concluded that this little girl must be having a nightmare. Seeing a tear in Lang Xuanyue's eyes, Chinfong patted her shoulder gently and said, "Don't worry, Xuanyue, you are so obedient and cute, how can I bear to leave you behind?" After Chinfong finished speaking, Lang Xuanyue's face showed a sweet smile again, then she turned over and continued to fall into a beautiful dream.
When Chinfong came downstairs, Lang Rushuang had already prepared breakfast.
Knowing that Lang Xuanyue was still sleeping in, Lang Rushuang couldn't help feeling a little happy.
It seems that the master is all alone this morning.
Master, I'll feed you breakfast. Lang Rushuang did not forget what Chinfong had warned her before. After taking off her underwear, she let Chinfong lie in her arms. I fed my young master breakfast bit by bit.
Rushuang, aren't you afraid that you will turn me into a useless person?
Chinfong's life is so good that even a god wouldn't trade it for anything. He has everything he wants, and he has 2 obedient maids who are very loyal to him, plus a puppy who is still studying at school. After breakfast, Chinfong did not rush to school, but asked Lang Rushuang to take him to the hospital. 2 or 3 days have passed, and it's time to go to the hospital to visit Yu Shuqin's mother. Due to the demise of the Zhang family, the Yaolong hospital has been completely devoured by the Lu family. But this had no impact on Zhang Min's life.
The Lu family even arranged a few more caregivers for Zhang Min. Although these big families in Demon City did not know the real reason for the Zhang family's demise, they had heard many rumors.
Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that this eldest young master of the Qin family who came from Kyoto was really cruel. So when the Lu family took over the hospital, they learned that Zhang Min was specially arranged by Chinfong. There really was no way I would neglect it at all. After all, they don't want to end up like the Zhang family. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire Zhang family was exterminated. The entire family, including all the branches and leaves, had several hundred people, and not a single one survived within a day. The official explanation was that it was discovered that the Zhang family was colluding with the Eagle country and had been executed on the spot.
Walk to the hospital and enter the ward.
Since Chinfong just wanted to visit Zhang Min this time, he did not tell the dean about his arrival in advance. Zhang Min was seen sitting on the hospital bed, talking and laughing with the nurse, and her physical condition had recovered unexpectedly well. Chinfong was relieved.
"Aunt Zhang, are you used to living here?"
Chinfong put down the 2 boxes of supplements he bought and stood beside Zhang Min's bed. When she saw that the person coming was Chinfong, Zhang Min hurriedly put down the sweater she was knitting.
"Master Qin, I really want to thank you very much. I feel like I have almost recovered now. Why don't you take me to live at your home?" The nurse also tactfully left the room.
"Aunt Zhang, you can stay here without any worries. At least you should take care of your body and be discharged from the hospital in good health, right?" Chinfong picked up an apple on the table and slowly began to peel it.
Yes, Master Qin is right."
Seeing that Zhang Min was a little absent-minded, Chinfong also knew what she was thinking.
"Don't worry, Aunt Zhang.
Shuqin has an event at school these days, so he can't come to see you, so he asked me to take good care of you on his behalf." Chinfong had already peeled the apple in his hand and handed it to Zhang Min.
"Oh my, why bother Master Qin to peel an apple for me personally? Don't call me young Master Qin all the time. I'm the same age as your daughter, so just call me Chinfong."
Looking at the young man in front of him, he was neither arrogant nor impetuous. He did not have any of the arrogance and domineering attitude of the rich, and he did not even have any airs. Zhang Min couldn't help but sigh, Chinfong is such a good person. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with Zhang Min, Chinfong left with Lang Rushuang. At this time, Lang Xuanyue had also woken up from her sweet dream and looked around to see that there was no owner beside her. I went downstairs and looked again, and my sister was not in the villa either.
Lang Xuanyue suddenly felt that she had been forgotten.
He took out his phone and sent a message to his master, "Master, you can't abandon Xuanyue." Then he stared at the chat box with Chinfong, hoping that his master would reply quickly.
Lang Xuanyue didn't have to wait too long before a long message alert sounded. "How could I possibly abandon our lovely Shimatsuki?
We'll be at school soon, come along too." After seeing Chinfang's message, Lang Xuanyue immediately changed her clothes, picked up the car keys and drove towards the school. Lang Xuanyue felt inexplicably empty inside after not seeing her master for a while. "I am happier and feel safer when I stay with my owner." Lang Xuanyue hummed a little tune while stepping on the accelerator to 150. Sparks flew and lightning flashed all the way. In less than 20 minutes, Leng Xuanyue had driven the car to the school. The school was already very lively at this time, and there was a happy scene everywhere. The principal was also talking with many political leaders in his office at this time. Logically speaking, Li Weiman's rank as a university president is far from enough to have a conversation with them. But who can blame him for having the eldest son of the Qin family in his university? In addition, Li Weiman is now very confident, and he can be considered half Chinfang's person. Ever since Chinfong told him yesterday to take good care of Yu Shuqin, Li Weiman convened a meeting overnight. A big meeting was held when all department heads, class counselors, and even all the teachers were called out. At the meeting, Li Weiman only emphasized one thing, that is, no matter who they are or what their background is, as long as they provoke Yu Shuqin, they can be killed first and reported later. If anything goes wrong, he, as the principal, will take full responsibility. Chapter 32, Chinfong, the dog licker? As soon as he arrived at school, Chinfong saw Leng Xuanyue standing at the gate waiting for him. After seeing Chinfang's car, Leng Xuanyue trotted to Chinfong. "Master, I miss you so much." After opening the car door, Leng Xuanyue could no longer suppress her inner excitement and threw Chinfong directly into the back seat. "Master, please let me kiss you." Before Chinfong could react, Leng Xuanyue's lips were already pressed against his. The taste is very mellow and leaves a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. "Okay, Xuanyue, you're already an adult, but you're still acting like a child." Holding Leng Xuanyue, Chinfong asked Leng Rushuang to park the car. After that, Chinfong notified Li Weiman and planned to go backstage to prepare a small gift for Leng Rushuang. However, Leng Xuanyue insisted on going with Chinfong to prepare. Although Leng Xuanyue didn't have much to perform, she didn't care and just wanted to stay with her young master. Meanwhile, in the women's dormitory, Yu Shuqin sat on the chair with dull eyes. "Since I arrived in the classroom yesterday, it is already afternoon today. I haven't seen Chinfong for a day and a half." Yu Shuqin suddenly felt that she had no energy to do anything. "I looked at my phone, but there was no message from Chinfong." Yu Shuqin really wanted to send a message to Chinfong, but she was afraid of disturbing Chinfong because he was busy. "What's wrong? My little Shuqin is missing her boyfriend so soon?" Faced with Lu Qing's teasing, Yu Shuqin had no intention of explaining anything. Because she really missed Chinfong. "Today is a music festival, don't you want to go and check it out?" Yemo had already put on makeup and changed her clothes. After all, the music festival was one of the highlights of Magic City University. College students also like the lively scene. "I've packed everything and can go anytime." Sun Xiaoyu touched her crossbody bag. Her beautiful clothes were full of youthfulness. Unlike the other two who were full of expectations, Yu Shuqin at this moment still couldn't muster any interest at all. "You guys go ahead, I don't want to move." How could everyone in the dormitory not know what Yu Shuqin was thinking? "Oh, I never expected that even our Shuqin is beginning to suffer from love." Yemo held up Yu Shuqin's little face and said, "TSK TSK TSK, such a pretty little face, why is it so sad?" "Ha, you've never been in a relationship, and you don't have a boyfriend, so you definitely don't know how much Shuqin misses her boyfriend." "What do you mean, Xiaoyu? You talk as if you have a boyfriend." "Okay Shuqin, let's go and watch the show together. Let's put your boyfriend aside for now." Surrounded by everyone in the dormitory, Yu Shuqin could only accompany her three roommates towards the playground. Next to the playground, there is a huge music hall that can accommodate everyone in the school. At this time, many performances have already begun to be performed in the museum. The principal was also accompanied by a number of politicians, introducing them to information about the music hall. These people also responded incoherently. If they hadn't thought that the eldest young master of the Qin family would come here, they wouldn't even bother to pay attention to Li Weiman. After all, in their eyes, a mere university president is no different from ordinary people. According to the divided areas of the class, Yu Shuqin and others have found their seats and sat down. As time goes by, the concert is about to officially open. Chinfong had already prepared everything backstage. After all, it was a small gift for Leng Rushuang, so Chinfong asked Leng Rushuang to go to the stage and watch the performance first. At this time, Leng Rushuang, after being baptized by Chinfang singing yesterday, had already guessed in her heart what the little gift her master was going to prepare for her was. This made Leng Rushuang very happy, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. "Then master, I will go down first." Although Leng Rushuang was not a student at Mado University, Li Weiman had already prepared a seat for her.
After all, Lang Rushuang, the servant beside Chinfong, was not someone he, a university president, could afford to offend. As soon as Lang Rushuang sat down, she attracted a lot of attention again. Wow, my goddess is here to watch the game too? I really made the right decision to come this time. The goddess is still as beautiful as ever, and still as cool as ever. Who can help me get the goddess's contact information? I'm willing to wash her socks for a month. Come on, who can help me get the girl's contact information? Forget about washing socks for a month, I'd even be willing to eat socks for a month. You are such a greedy little cat. At this time, Yu Shuqin also saw Lang Rushuang sitting in the front row. Suddenly her eyes began to wander around. Since Lang Rushuang is here, it means Chinfong must be here too, right? Thinking of this, Yu Shuqin changed her depressed look and immediately became energetic. But she searched the place for a long time but still couldn't find Chinfong. A deep sense of loss once again came over Yu Shuqin. With the host's announcement, the show officially began. But the eyes of the people in the audience were still fixed on Lang Rushuang, unable to extricate themselves. This made the students performing on the stage feel embarrassed. Shouldn't I be the protagonist? Why are you looking in other directions? At this time, Yu Shuqin was still patrolling Chinfong in the field, but she still found nothing. After a while, a familiar name came to Yu Shuqin's ears from the host's mouth. Please invite the third contestant, Chinfong, to come on stage and sing. When Yu Shuqin heard the word Chinfong, she immediately looked at the stage. Chinfong? Chinfong? I remember now, isn't Chinfong the one who licked the bootlicker of Liqingyu from the class next door? Lu Qing suddenly realized why the name Chinfong sounded familiar to him when he first heard it. Isn't that the dog who confesses his love to Liqingyu at the music festival every year? Could it be that Yu Shuqin's boyfriend is Liqingyu's bootlicker? What kind of love triangle is this? After hearing Lu Qing's words, Sun Xiaoyu and the others also reacted. No way? Xiaoqin, you? However, when the three of them saw Yu Shuqin staring at the stage motionlessly, they silently swallowed back the words they were about to say. Chinfong, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of basketball shoes, walked onto the stage carrying the guitar he had just bought yesterday. For a moment, the audience was boiling with excitement. Holy crap! Isn't this Chinfong, the former schoolgirl Li's bootlicker? Is he going to confess his love to schoolgirl Li again? But why haven't I seen Principal Li for a while? I'll tell you, I'll bet this licker will definitely come to the concert. But many people recognized the Chinfong who made the principal treat him with great respect in the restaurant a few days ago, and recognized the Chinfong who was holding Lang Rushuang's left hand and another beautiful woman's right hand. I didn't dare to talk about the topic of licking dogs. Chinfong ignored all the discussions in the audience, briefly introduced himself, and began to play and sing. Chapter 33, A Song Heir Like Snow moved Lang Rushuang. Lang Rushuang in the audience had already raised her expectations to the highest level. After all, this was a gift from her master. Yu Shuqin's eyes were wide open as she stared at Chinfong. Chinfong plans to continue to draw on Jie Chao's works. Since Lang Rushuang's hair is white, Chinfong plans to give her a song called Hair Like Snow. After adjusting his thoughts, Chinfong slowly plucked the strings of the zither and began to sing by himself. The wolf-toothed moon makes the woman look haggard. I raised my cup and drank up the wind and snow. Who overturned the cabinet of past lives and caused the dust and right and wrong? The word yuan has been repeated for several times. You frown and cry, but the beauty cannot be called back. As soon as the prelude of Hair Like Snow sounded, the noise from the audience suddenly disappeared. Many people also turned their attention back to the stage. There are 3 reasons. First, the song has a moving melody and beautiful lyrics. After all, this song Fa Rushua was the leader in the ancient style music world in its time. The second is that Chinfong's voice is very magnetic, as if it had been kissed by an angel. The third is Chinfang's god-level talent for musical instruments, coupled with this top-notch guitar, creating a situation of 1 + 1 greater than 2. In today's world, most of the music is fast food, and there is very little music that can penetrate people's hearts and make them unforgettable. Chinfang's song gives people a spiritual blow and is deeply shocking. At this moment, everyone in the audience couldn't believe that this song was played by Chinfong. Chinfong ignored the shock of the audience as the song was about to reach its climax. Your hair is like snow and your tears are flying. I am waiting for someone to grow old. The years of being slightly drunk in the world.
I will carve a monument of eternal love for you with no regrets. Lang Rushuang had already burst into tears when she heard this. The beautiful melody coupled with Chinfang's unique voice made everyone in the audience fall in love with the song instantly. Oh my god, who wrote this song? It's so beautiful, isn't it? I just searched online, but couldn't find this song at all. What? Can't find it? Could this be Chinfang's original work? Damn, that's amazing. As the melody slowly comes to an end, the song also comes to an end at this time. After the song ended, Chinfong did not leave the stage, but picked up the microphone and spoke to everyone. The name of this song is Hair Like Snow and it's dedicated to a friend of mine who has white hair. Following Chinfang's gaze, everyone looked at Lang Rushuang again. It was exactly consistent with Chinfang's words. Lang Rushuang did have beautiful white hair. At this time, Lang Rushuang had already been deeply moved by Chinfang's words. But Yemo and others not far away were not happy. Shuqin, are you still feeling touched? Your boyfriend is about to be kidnapped. Yemo looked at Yu Shuqin with a look of disappointment. It's fine that he was a bootlicker of Li Qingyu before, but the key point is that he has obviously confessed his love to another girl? How come this stupid roommate of mine doesn't have any sense of crisis? But Yu Shuqin simply ignored Yemo's words. She was still immersed in the song Chinfong had just played. Yemo gave Yu Shuqin a helpless look. Well, this means that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. At this time, Long Shuangyue, who was watching Chinfang's performance backstage, was also crying. Master, is this guy really so touched? Then she looked at Lang Rushuang with envy. When can the master write a song for me? After Chinfong said this, he slung the guitar over his shoulder, looking very handsome. For men, aura is very important. Who wouldn't be confused by a man like Chinfong? Anyway, Yu Shuqin had already been confused. At the same time, Chinfong's singing video was also uploaded to the campus confession wall, Weibo, Tieba, etc. Now Chinfong became completely famous in the school. On the campus confession wall, some people even submit their confessions using their real names. But Chinfong didn't know that just one song of his had made him a celebrity on campus. Seeing Chinfong preparing to leave, Yu Shuqin also stood up from her seat. I finally got to meet Chinfong, so I have to stay with him no matter what. After seeing Yu Shuqin stand up, Yemo thought that Yu Shuqin had finally gotten tough enough to question Chinfong. He immediately pulled Sun Xiaoyu and Lu Qing to chase after him. What if this stupid roommate of mine gets bullied? Although the white-haired goddess is his goddess, what if this situation of the original wife catches the mistress becomes chaotic? But what Yemo didn't know was that if you really counted it, Yu Shuqin was the mistress. In just one day, Yu Shuqin missed Chinfong so much that she lost her appetite. Yu Shuqin was waiting backstage, and when she saw Chinfong appear, she called him softly. Owner? Chinfong had just been talking to Lang Rushuang and did not notice Yu Shuqin at the door. After hearing Yu Shuqin's call, Chinfong saw Yu Shuqin in the corner. What's wrong, Xiaoqin? Chinfong took Yu Shuqin's hand and asked her, how was it? Did you find the song I sang just now very nice? Yu Shuqin nodded solemnly. It sounds really good, master. Master, I don't have classes this afternoon. Can I accompany you? After hearing Yu Shuqin's words, Chinfong thought about it for a moment. Last night it was Lang Rushuang and Lang Shuangyue. Are four of us going to sleep in the same bed tonight? When I think about it, I feel a little excited. Sure, let's go. Yemo and the other two who were hiding in the distance did not hear clearly what Chinfong and Yu Shuqin were communicating. Just look at their expressions? Why are they different from what I thought? Shouldn't they question, get angry, and then tear each other apart? How come they were holding hands and walking out smiling while chatting? Yemo expressed that he didn't understand at all, and Sun Xiaoyu beside Yemo also expressed that he didn't understand at all. However, the three of them did not pursue the matter any further, as long as Yu Shuqin was not harmed. As soon as he walked out of the music hall, many people caught up with Chinfong. Master Qin, Master Qin. Hearing someone calling him again, Chinfong turned his head subconsciously. I saw Principal Zhang Weiman running towards me with a group of people. What's wrong, Principal Li? Is there something wrong? Li Weiman smiled but said nothing. The people behind Li Weiman rushed to introduce themselves to Chinfong. Hello, Master Qin. I am the director of the Magic City Police Department. I was on a mission in another place on the day when Master Qin's identity was restored, so I missed Master Qin's banquet.
Hello, Master Qin. I am the commander of the Magic City Security District. Hello, Master Qin, These people just wanted to make themselves familiar to Chinfong, and Chinfong politely greeted everyone one by one. I'll invite you to my house for tea when I'm free. Chinfang's simple polite words sounded like the greatest honor to everyone. The eldest son of the Qin family, the heir of the Qin family, said he would like to invite me to his home for tea. It's enough for them to brag about it in front of outsiders for the rest of their lives. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Chinfong held Lang Rushuang in his left hand and Yushu Qin in his right hand, with Lang Xuanyue following behind him. One man monopolizes 3 top campus beauties. Okay, Master Qin. Then everyone consciously made way for Chinfong. When he arrived at the school garage, Chinfong found that Lang Rushuang was still crying. What's going on, Rushuang? Are you so excited? Chinfong slowly wiped the tears from the corners of Lang Rushuang's eyes with his fingers. Lang Rushuang didn't say anything, but just hugged Chinfong tightly. Master, I really like your gift. Chapter 34, Lang Rushuang's Memories. Okay Rushuang, as long as you like it. Chinfong didn't expect that this song could move his little maid so much. If I learn more from Jie Chao songs in the future, won't Lang Rushuang be made to cry? Seeing Lang Rushuang in this state now, Chinfong couldn't associate her with the decisive and ruthless Lang Rushuang from before. Okay, let's go back now. Stop crying. It won't look good if you keep crying. Chinfong rubbed Lang Rushuang's white hair as if he was coaxing a child. And there is a very important reason why Lang Rushuang was moved. I still remember that when Lang Rushuang first entered the Qin family, she was only 6 years old. Because her white hair made her stand out from the crowd, Lang Rushuang has been looked down upon by many people since she was a child. No one wanted to play with her, and no one wanted to be friends with her. Many people even said that her white hair would bring bad luck. Little Lang Rushuang often hid outside at night and cried secretly. There were even many times when she wanted to cut off her white hair. She would rather be bald than have a head full of white hair that would make people look down on her. At that time, Lang Rushuang had not yet met Chinfong, the eldest master of the Qin family. Although she was picked up by Chinfang's father, her life was not much better than that of other servants in the Qin family. After Qin's father picked up little Lang Rushuang, he warned the other children of the Qin family to get along well with this little sister, and then left. Because Qin's father is very busy every day, he doesn't have much time to spend with little Lang Rushuang. Although the other concubines in the family are not very old, they have also learned to read people's expressions. When Qin's father came to visit Lang Rushuang, they all played the role of good brothers. But as soon as Qin's father left, they would find ways to bully little Lang Rushuang. Sometimes he would deliberately lock Xiao Lang Rushuang outside the door and not open it for her, and he would keep her outside for the entire night. Sometimes he would deliberately knock over Xiao Lang Rushuang's meal, leaving her hungry the whole day. What's worse, they would ask Xiao Lang Rushuang to wash their clothes. Xiao Lang Rushuang swallowed all these, because she knew her position clearly. She is not the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she is just an outsider. Fortunately, I met my master in the end. Thinking of this, Lang Rushuang wiped her tears. It was really her honor to meet the master. The scenes of memories once again come to my mind. The setting sun was as scorching as fire. Little Lang Rushuang curled up like a puppy and lay beside the young Chinfong. Little Chinfong stroked her head, but little Lang Rushuang couldn't stop shivering. She had heard of the young eldest master of the Qin family a long time ago, and she was afraid that he would treat her the same way as they did. Don't be afraid, Lang Rushuang. I won't bully you. Xiao Chinfong came to look after Lang Rushuang on behalf of his father. Every week before, Qin's father would squeeze out some time to come here and play with little Lang Rushuang. But the family had too many things to deal with this week, so Father Qin sent little Chinfong here to look after little Lang Rushuang for him. As soon as little Chinfong arrived in the yard, he saw little Lang Rushuang hiding in the corner and secretly wiping her tears. Before coming here, my father told me that Lang Rushuang was easy to recognize, the one with white hair. After hearing what Xiao Chinfong said, Xiao Lang Rushuang blinked in disbelief. Really? Xiao Chinfong didn't say anything, but just nodded solemnly. Looking at Xiao Lang Rushuang shivering all over, Xiao Chinfong felt a little distressed for some reason. He had just heard how his cousins bullied the girl in front of him. Xiao Chinfong also decided not to let Lang Rushuang stay with them anymore. He stroked the little girl's snow-white hair with his hand and asked, "Will you follow me?" Hearing what Xiao Chinfong said, Lang Rushuang's face was full of disbelief. Don't you dislike my white hair?"
This white hair has brought Lang Rushuang too much pain. If the young master of the Qin family had not come here by accident, Lang Rushuang would have decided to cut her white hair off. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Little Chinfong helped Lang Rushuang up and let her sit next to him. Because they say I'm a bad luck star and my white hair will bring bad luck to people. As she spoke, Lang Rushuang couldn't help but shed tears. They are lying to you. Your white hair is so beautiful. How could it be a bad omen? Don't cry. Looking at Lang Rushuang crying quietly in front of him, little Chinfong suddenly felt at a loss. I can't coax people. Don't cry, Xiao Rushuang. Come back with me later. I will talk to my father and let you stay with me. Chinfong then added, I will protect you. As if he was afraid that Lang Rushuang would not believe him, Xiao Chinfong stood up and swore with 3 fingers raised to the sky. A childish voice came out from little Chinfang's mouth. I, Chinfong, swear as the heir of the Qin family that I will definitely protect Lang Rushuang in the future. The friendship between young people is very simple. A word? A thing? After hearing Chinfang's words, little Lang Rushuang also stood up from the ground very solemnly. Following Chinfang's example, he raised 3 fingers to the sky and swore, I, Lang Rushuang, also swear to the sky that I will always serve Master Chinfong from now on. When I grow up, I will protect Master Chinfong well. Perhaps it was from here that a seed called protection quickly took root and sprouted in the little Lang Rushuang's heart. When she grows up, she will definitely repay young Master Qin and protect him well. Okay, let's go back together. Little Chinfong held Lang Rushuang's little hand and walked towards where he lived step by step. As soon as I reached the door, I met my father who had just finished his work. Looking at the little Lang Rushuang behind Chinfong, Father Qin asked to little Chinfong in confusion, didn't I tell you to play games with her? Why did you take her to your room? After hearing what Qin's father said, little Lang Rushuang subconsciously thought that she was not welcome here, and hid behind Chinfong timidly. Looking at Xiao Lang Rushuang's appearance, Xiao Qinfeng's eyes became more determined to protect her in the future. Little Chinfong told his father everything that happened to little Lang Rushuang there, including how they bullied little Lang Rushuang. What nonsense! After hearing what Chinfong said, Qin's father was furious. How come our Qin family has such descendants? This is simply too absurd. Then, Father Qin said to the aggrieved little Lang Rushuang, from now on, you can live with Fenger. Don't worry, no one will bully you anymore. Perhaps it was from here that little Lang Rushuang had only one thought in her mind. That is, when I grow up, I must rely on my own strength to protect Chinfong, the person who pulled me out of the quagmire. When she was 9 years old, during the family trial, Lang Rushuang chose assassination without hesitation. She wants to be a killer. Anyone who goes against Chinfong, anyone who dares to harm his young master, must die. Chapter 35, Swimming Competition. The memories ended, Lang Rushuang looked at her master, determined to protect him for the rest of his life no matter what. Chinfong didn't know what Lang Rushuang was thinking. He started the car and drove towards home. When he returned home, Chinfong remembered that there was a huge swimming pool in the backyard of the villa. In the hot summer, it would be unreasonable for Chinfong not to take the beauties around him to swim a few laps in the swimming pool. There's a swimming pool in the backyard. It's so hot, why don't we go swim a few laps? Looking at the 3 maids around him, Chinfong made his perverted proposal. The 3 of them really had no objection to Chinfang's proposal, but they had not prepared swimsuits. Master, but we don't have swimsuits? Yu Shuqin asked Chinfong. Chinfong thought about it for a while, and soon he came up with a good idea, no swimsuit? Then don't wear a swimsuit. Ah. Then what should we wear? Yu Shuqin didn't understand the meaning of Chinfang's words for a moment, and asked Chinfong with her little head tilted. Are you an idiot, Xiao Shuqin? Chinfong pointed at the clothes Yu Shuqin was wearing, and then made a gesture of taking off clothes. If you don't have a swimsuit, why don't you just swim without clothes? Chinfong felt that he was simply a genius, just a perverted genius. Ah? No clothes? Yu Shuqin was still very conservative. For a moment, she couldn't accept swimming naked in the yard. What are you afraid of? Our villa is near the suburbs, and there is no one around for miles. Or do you not want to travel with me? After hearing what Chinfong said, Yu Shuqin couldn't refuse anymore. Anyway, my body has already been seen by the pervert Chinfong, so I might as well swim. Chinfong had already imagined the scene of himself and his 3 stunning maids playing in the swimming pool. Soon, the 3 of them had reached the backyard. Okay comrades, it's time to test you.
Go back to the house and change your clothes. Hearing Chinfang's words, the three girls blushed without exception. But they all ran into the house very obediently. Chinfong stood alone by the swimming pool, undressed, took off his pants, and swam back and forth in the pool vigorously. The first person to come out was Ling Rushwang. Although she had taken off all her clothes, she was still wrapped in a bath towel. This made Chinfong very dissatisfied. Rushwang, I didn't expect that even you wouldn't listen to me. Chinfong showed a sad expression. Seeing Chinfang's expression, Ling Rushwang hurriedly explained, No, master, Rushwang was not disobedient. Rushwang just. Ling Rushwang didn't know how to explain it, so she simply walked to the edge of the swimming pool, threw her bath towel aside, and swam to Chinfang's side. Master, Rushwang is not disobedient, master, please don't be angry. Looking at Ling Rushwang's anxious face, Chinfong pinched Ling Rushwang's chest. Okay, do I look like someone who gets angry so easily? While the two were talking, Long Shuangyue had already walked out of the house wrapped in a bath towel. You two have discussed this, right? Chinfong looked helpless. Long Shuangyue quickly walked to Chinfang's side and said, Master, you are really becoming more and more perverted. Then she threw the bath towel aside and tiptoed to Chinfang's side. Chinfong continued to look outside the house, looking forward to Yu Shuqin's arrival. Then I thought to myself, is this girl going to come out wrapped in a bath towel as well? However, Yu Shuqin did not disappoint Chinfong. She came out completely naked. Ever since she walked out of the house, Yu Shuqin has kept her head buried in her chest. This is really too embarrassing for her. However, when she thought that her master liked to play like this, Yu Shuqin could only obey Chinfang's wishes. All four of them had already gone down into the swimming pool. The swimming pool was very large, and after accommodating the four of them, there was still plenty of space. Chinfong planned to take the three of them to swim a few laps freestyle first, but he found that Yu Shuqin's expression was very strange since they got into the water. Looks like he's a little unhappy. Chinfong thought, am I really too abnormal? I ignored Yu Shuqin's feelings? Chinfong immediately swam to Yu Shuqin's side quickly. What's wrong, Shuqin? What are you thinking about? Are you unhappy because of swimming? If you are really unhappy, just put on your clothes and wait for me in the house. It's okay, don't force yourself. After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin shook her head vigorously and said, No, master, I am not unhappy because of swimming like this. Then what's wrong with you? Chinfong asked. My calf feels a little uncomfortable. Yu Shuqin tried hard to put on a smile. He didn't want to disturb Chinfang's interest because of his own reasons. Chinfong frowned and asked, Calf? Yu Shuqin nodded and replied, It seems like I have a cramp and I can't use my strength. Chinfong looked down following Yu Shuqin's words. For some reason, Chinfong felt inexplicably happy. Shuqin, your toes are so cute, can you compare them? Yu Shuqin said helplessly, Because I have cramps, master, you can go swimming with the two sisters first, I will be fine in a while. Hearing Yu Shuqin's words, Chinfong put away his smile and then put Yu Shuqin's calf on his thigh. Let me massage your cramps. We'll definitely be swimming together later. How could I abandon you? After hearing Chinfang's words, Yu Shuqin showed a sweet smile on her face, Master, you were so kind. At this time, Long Shuangyue on the side was extremely envious, and imitated Yu Shuqin's tone and said to Chinfong, Master, my little toes can also be compared, and my calf is cramped too. Chinfong didn't even turn his head and said, If you have cramps, let your sister treat you. Looking at Ling Rushwang who had a smirk on her face and kept approaching him. Lang Shuangyue immediately returned to her normal tone and said, Master, the cramps suddenly stopped. Lang Rushwang ignored Lang Shuangyue's words and said, No, I see you still have a little cramp, let me give you a good massage. After Lang Rushwang said this, screams like a pig being slaughtered were heard from the swimming pool. Chinfong ignored their play and looked at Yu Shuqin's gradually relaxed expression. Are you still having cramps? Much better, thank you, master. After trying a few times, Yu Shuqin found that she was no longer having cramps, so she started swimming in the pool. Chinfong looked at the happy scene in the pond and laughed from the bottom of his heart. Then Chinfong swam over to Lang Rushwang and the others. Okay, the competition has officially begun. Whoever can surpass me first will get a mysterious reward. After hearing Chinfang's words, Lang Rushwang temporarily stopped whipping Lang Shuangyue. She is determined to get the master's reward. Lang Shuangyue was unwilling to fall behind. She had already been severely bullied by her sister, and she must own the reward from her master no matter what. However, because Yu Shuqin was not as physically strong as the Lang Rushwang sisters, she missed out on Chinfang's mysterious gift. Chapter 36, Lu Family Banquet. Soon, Lang Rushwang surpassed Chinfong, leaving Lang Xuanyue with an envious look on her face. Seeing Lang Rushwang, who was full of expectations, Chinfong did not disappoint. He immediately announced his mysterious reward. That is, you can sleep with me every night for the next week. Lang Rushwang jumped up excitedly at the edge of the swimming pool after hearing the reward. Yeah. Master, you are really awesome. This reward is definitely the best reward for Lang Rushwang. At least I don't have to worry about insomnia for the next week. It's really great that I can sleep next to my owner for the next week. In contrast, Lang Xuanyue, who almost got the reward, seemed unhappy. But there is no way a small mistake can lead to a big disaster. Looking at her depressed little sister, Lang Rushwang felt a little bit sorry for her. He swam to Lang Xuanyue and tried to comfort her. Xuanyue, do you know why the road in our yard is so smooth? After hearing Lang Rushwang's words, Lang Xuanyue thought for a while and then said she didn't know. Lang Rushwang patted Lang Xuanyue's smooth shoulders and said, because there are no stones. Lang Rushwang's words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lang Xuanyue pointed at Lang Rushwang and said to Chinfong, Master, look at her. Chinfong didn't expect that Lang Rushwang, who is usually dignified and cold, actually has such a childish side. But who made them win? But seeing Yu Shuqin's envious eyes not far away, Chinfong decided to set up an award for the two people who did not win the award. Okay, Xuanyue, don't be sad. Although you and Shuqin didn't receive this mysterious reward from this young master, you both got participation prizes. After hearing Chinfang's words, Lang Xuanyue and Yu Shuqin's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Chinfong didn't think for long before he spoke again. You and Shuqin's participation prize is that I will write a song for each of you in a few days. Hearing Chinfang's words, Lang Xuanyue and the other person smiled at the same time. After all, this is a pretty good participation award. Afterwards, everyone swam a few more laps together and then went ashore to rest for a while. Back in the living room, Lang Rushwang and the others hurried back into the house to put on their clothes. It wasn't too early, so Lang Rushwang went to cook first. Just as Lang Rushwang was cooking, someone knocked slowly on the door of the villa. Frost Moon, go open the door. Chinfong was lying on the sofa. After swimming a few laps, he felt relaxed. Yes, master. After hearing Chinfang's words, Lang Xuanyue put on her shoes and ran to the gate. Led by Lang Xuanyue, a middle-aged man stood respectfully in front of Chin. Master Chin, today is the day my daughter returns from overseas. I would like to ask if you have time to attend the banquet that my Lu family is preparing for tomorrow. Looking at Lu Shang, the head of the Lu family standing in front of him, Chinfong had some impression of him. I seem to remember you. Lu Shang was flattered when he heard Chinfong say that he seemed to remember him. But Chinfang's next words made Lu Shang break out in a cold sweat. You are the one who yelled at me to press the elevator button at the Magic City Hotel. Then Chinfong asked again, am I remembering correctly, Master Lu? Chinfang's words frightened Lu Shang so much that he bowed his head and admitted his fault quickly. Master Chin, please forgive me. At that time, I was blinded by my own greed and offended you, Master Chin. Seeing Lu Shang's nervous look, Chinfong helped Lu Shang up with his hands and said, why are you so nervous, Master Lu? This young master is not petty enough to get angry about that kind of thing. Only after hearing Chinfong say that he was not angry did Lu Shang finally breathe a sigh of relief. What time does the party start tomorrow? Chinfong thought to himself, since the head of the family has come to invite him personally. Just give him some face and go to Lu's house tomorrow. Master Chin, you can arrive at any time. The banquet will start at your arrival time. Chinfong was very pleased with Lu Shang's words. Okay, tomorrow morning at 10:30, I'll just have a taste of your Lu family's lunch. Okay, Master Chin. I'll go back and prepare. I'll be waiting for you at the door tomorrow. Seeing that Chinfong had agreed to tomorrow's banquet, Lu Shang prepared to leave. It seems that we must seize this opportunity tomorrow. As long as we can climb up the towering tree of the Chin family, the Lu family may even be able to rule Kyoto. Lu Shang has decided to hold a meeting for everyone in the family tonight. No matter what happens tomorrow, we must not neglect young Master Chin. Of course, there are also the 3 maids around young Master Chin. When the time comes, they must warn those blind people in the family. Don't bump into Master Chin's servants just because you can't control yourself.
Lu Sheng knew that the reason why the Zhang family in Magic City was destroyed was simply because a member of the Zhang family bumped into the woman next to Chinfong. This kind of thing must never happen in the Lu family. Absolutely not. After seeing Lu Sheng off, Lang Rushuang had already prepared the meal. There was still a happy scene at the dinner table. Lang Rushuang and Lang Shuangyue have also reached an agreement to take turns feeding their masters at every meal. It was Lang Shuangyue's turn to have this meal. Looking at Lang Shuangyue's expectant eyes, Chinfong lay in her arms. Master, open your mouth, ah. Master, be careful, it's hot. Let me blow it for you. Master, eat this. It's delicious. Master, this is Shimatsuki's favorite dish. Try it and see if it tastes good. Lang Shuangyue treated Chinfong like a useless person, but Chinfong Dao also enjoyed it. I really don't know if I will still be able to use chopsticks to eat if I continue to be fed like this. Yu Shuqin, who was standing aside, was putting food into her mouth bit by bit like a lady from a noble family. It must be said that Lang Rushuang's cooking skills are getting better and better. Even someone like Yu Shuqin who controls her diet can eat 3 bowls of rice. After dinner, Lang Rushuang asked Lang Shuangyue to go to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lang Rushuang and Yu Shuqin were huddled on either side of Chinfong, watching the entertainment programs on TV with him. It must be said that many variety shows in this world are much better and more realistic than the world before Chinfong traveled through time. However, Chinfong didn't spend much time watching TV because Lang Shuangyue had already washed the dishes. At this time, night had completely fallen. It's Chinfong's favorite bedtime again. The only difference is that the number of people sleeping today has increased from 3 yesterday to 4. Chinfong looked at the people lying obediently on the bed, but for a moment he didn't know where to start. Chapter 37, Attending the Banquet. It started raining before dawn the next morning, but the rain was not too heavy. The sound of raindrops falling on the ground made people even more drowsy. It is said that one can sleep through spring without knowing the dawn. Chinfong lay on the bed for a while. When he got up, Lang Rushuang had already gotten up. She was standing in the yard, not knowing what she was doing. I have to say that Lang Rushuang herself is like a landscape. The raindrops fell on the ends of her hair, as if to give her hair a layer of slightly shiny silver. She was hazy in the rain, as if she was about to ascend to heaven in the next moment. Chinfong quietly took a photo with his mobile phone nearby, but Lang Rushuang seemed to have noticed something and turned to look at Chinfong. Good morning. Chinfong put the phone in his pocket and greeted Lang Rushuang. Good morning, master. Are they both still awake? The 2 of them? Maybe I tortured them too much last night. They show no signs of waking up now. After Chinfong finished speaking, he hugged Lang Rushuang and walked into the house. It's still raining outside. What are you doing standing outside? Lang Rushuang didn't say anything, but just put her head against Chinfeng's chest. Looking at the steaming breakfast on the table, Chinfong planned to wake up the 2 lazy guys upstairs to eat together. Just as Chinfong was about to get up and go upstairs to call for help, Lang Shuangyue and Yu Shuqin also came down from upstairs rubbing their eyes. Good morning, master. Good morning, master. Chinfong looked at the 2 people who were still in a daze, and was also very helpless. Okay, hurry up and wash up and get ready for dinner. Chinfong did not forget that he had promised Lu Sheng yesterday that he would go to their Lu family for a banquet today. After glancing at the time, it was still early for the agreed time, so Chinfong ate his breakfast slowly. Although it was breakfast, Lang Rushuang's preparation was not simple, with 8 dishes and 1 soup, all of which looked delicious. Chinfong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This maid of his is really capable of both being a lady in the living room and being a housewife in the kitchen. Very capable, indeed very capable. Nothing going on today, right? At the dinner table, Chinfong asked the 3 women. Without exception, the 3 people's answers were all, nothing happened. If you have nothing else to do, come with me to the Lu family for a banquet. In fact, Chinfong didn't need to ask. If Chinfong went there, the 3 of them would definitely follow him. Breakfast was finished while the 4 of them were talking. Lang Shuangyue was still washing the dishes, and Chinfong was still hugging Yu Shuqin beside him. The 2 of them were sitting on the sofa watching boring entertainment programs. After Lang Shuangyue finished washing the dishes and seeing that it was almost time, Chinfong took the 3 girls and prepared to set off for the Lu family. At the same time, everyone in the Lu family was busy. Even Lu Sheng, the head of the family, was not idle at this moment. The reason is simple.
After all, young Master Qin will be here soon, and we must make him satisfied. Many guests have come to the Lu family one after another. However, without exception, these guests did not receive any hospitality from Lu Shang, and many of them had some complaints. Doesn't Mr. Lu take himself too seriously? He invites people to a banquet, but doesn't even entertain the guests? But when everyone learned that Lu Shan was preparing for the arrival of young Master Qin, all their dissatisfaction was swallowed up. At this time, in the backyard of Lu Mansion, Lu Wanling had already finished dressing up early. She didn't understand. It was just a young master coming to Kyoto. Was it necessary for her father to get up early and work late to clean up the mess? A family meeting was even held yesterday, and it was emphasized many times that this so-called young master of Kyoto must not be allowed to feel dissatisfied in any way. Lu Wanling has always admired only one type of people, that is, people with real talent and hard work. For Lu Wanling, even if you come from a poor background, as long as you have real talent and knowledge, Lu Wanling is willing to make friends with this person. Even if you are wealthy, if you know nothing and can do nothing, Lu Wanling can only say 2 words to you. Bye-bye. In fact, Chinfong is quite consistent with this point. After all, Chinfong is very capable. Since Lu Wanling has been abroad in recent years, she is not aware of the changes in Longwei in recent years. Even less clear is the status of the Qin family, a behemoth, in Longwa. This little girl didn't even know the real reason why the Zhang family was destroyed 2 days ago. Lu Wanling has been studying abroad in recent years, but the more she learns, the more she feels that the culture of Dragon Country is more profound. So I just went back home. But his father actually used the banquet held when he returned to the capital to curry favor with the so-called young master of the Qin family. This made Lu Wanling very angry. She would like to take a good look to see if this so-called young master of the Qin family has 2 eyes and a mouth like ordinary people. To be able to make my father care so much. In the front yard, Mr. Lu had finished all the work. Then he waited at the gate, waiting for Chinfang's arrival. He didn't have to wait too long. Chinfang's exclusive car had already arrived at the Lu family's gate. Pushing open the car door, Chinfong slowly got out of the car. Behind Chinfong, the classic trio remains unchanged. After seeing Chinfong get off the car, Lu Sheng hurriedly walked forward and greeted him. "Master Qin, please come this way." When Chinfong walked into the yard, everyone in the yard stood up consciously and bowed to Chinfong. All right, what are you doing? Today, the head of the Lu family is the host, and you and I are both guests. You are making me feel like the guest is taking over the host's role. Chinfong happily joked to everyone. Lu Sheng did not agree with Chinfeng's words. "Master Qin, what are you talking about? No matter where you are the master." Having said that, Lu Sheng brought Chinfong to the main seat. Chinfong was not polite at all. After all, his identity was still there. "Then I will respectfully obey your command." The main seat is a symbol of status. At Chinfang's table, there were only him and his 3 maids, with no one else. After all, in the Magic City, no aristocratic family can sit on the same seat with Chinfong. "Go and get Wanling out, the banquet is about to begin," Lu Sheng said to the servant beside him. "Okay, master." The servant ran to the backyard and said to Lu Wanling's window, "Miss, the master of the house asked you to go out. The banquet will start when you arrive." "No." Lu Wanling looked at herself in the mirror and was very satisfied with her makeup today. Afterwards, Lu Wanling stood up and, with the help of many servants, slowly walked to the meeting place in the front yard. Seeing today's protagonist, everyone applauded in a very supportive manner, and Chinfong also slowly applauded towards Lu Wanling. After all, they are the host and you are the guest. It is better not to neglect the courtesy that should be given to her. Lu Wanling smiled and greeted everyone, then walked to a piano. Dancing with her slender fingers, beautiful notes were heard by everyone. Lu Wanling first simply familiarized herself with the sense of music, and then her fingers slowly began to jump. As soon as the prelude of the song sounded, Chinfong had already matched the complete melody of the song in his mind. Chopin's most classic raindrop prelude is characterized by the continuous bass dripping water, which vividly depicts the sound of raindrops falling on the roof. The melody is very simple but poetic. But Chinfong could hear that there were some shortcomings in Lu Wanling's notes, and he couldn't help shaking his head. "You still didn't play enough." What Chinfong didn't know was that Lu Wanling had been watching him silently, and that everything he said was seen by Lu Wanling. Suddenly, Lu Wanling couldn't help but feel even more disgusted with this so-called eldest young master of the Qin family. Pretending to know when you don't. Chinfong had no idea what Lu Wanling was thinking, otherwise he would definitely go on stage and show off his skills to this ignorant country bumpkin. Chapter 38. It just so happens that I know a thing or two about piano. As the last note of the piano keys slowly fell, Chopin's drop march came to an end. Everyone in the audience looked intoxicated, for a simple reason: Lu Wanling's music style was clear and ethereal yet with a hint of sadness. After finishing the performance, Lu Wanling did not come down from the stage immediately. Instead, he picked up the microphone and slowly said to everyone, "Thank you all for your kindness in attending my homecoming banquet." Then Lu Wanling looked at Chinfong again and said, "It is said that young Master Qin is well read and talented. Today I see that his reputation is well deserved. I wonder if young Master Qin would be so kind as to play a song to liven up the party?" Lu Wanling's words were flawless. She first pretended to praise Chinfong and then revealed her true purpose. Before Chinfong could react, Lu Shang was already horrified. Nonsense! Young Master Qin is so busy with all kinds of affairs every day. Being able to attend your banquet has already given enough face to our Lu family. Wanling quickly apologized to young Master Qin. Mr. Lu knew his daughter's personality, and of course he also knew what she meant. He just wanted to make young Master Qin look bad in public. This is absolutely not allowed. If Chinfong gets a little angry, the Lu family will be doomed. Lu Sheng doesn't want the Lu family to follow in the footsteps of the Zhang family. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Lu Wanling said, Chinfong just waved slightly at Lu Sheng. "Master Lu, this is your fault. Miss Lu is the protagonist today. Since Miss Lu has spoken, I can't not give Miss Lu this face, right?" Chinfong then stood up and said to everyone, "Coincidentally, Master Ben also knows a thing or two about piano." Although everyone did not believe that Chinfang's piano skills could match Lu Wanling's, they all showed their support out of respect. It is a great honor to be able to hear young Master Qin's performance. It is a great honor. Yes, it seems that this banquet was not in vain. I never thought that Master Qin, who was so busy, would still have time to practice his piano skills. Master Qin is worthy of being the heir of the Qin family. He really deserves the title of being well educated and talented. Chinfong turned a deaf ear to the flattery from the audience. Immediately, Chinfong stood up and walked to Lu Wanling's side. He lowered his voice and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I will let you know what it means to be a mayfly seeing the blue sky and a frog in a well seeing the moon." Hearing Chinfang's words, Lu Wanling clenched her 5 fingers into a fist. "Too crazy, this young master in front of me is too crazy." Lu Wanling has been regarded as a genius since she was born, and no one dares to be so arrogant in front of her. Lu Wanling also wanted to see how long this so-called eldest young master of the Qin family could be so arrogant. Then Lu Wanling made a gesture of invitation, gritted her teeth and said to Chinfong, "Master Qin, then you please." Chinfong sat next to the piano, and Lu Wanling stood beside him, watching him silently. She wanted to know how long this young master of the Qin family would continue to pretend. Lu Wanling is very confident in his piano skills. After all, over the years, many piano masters from China and abroad have been his teachers. Moreover, Lu Wanling is extremely talented. Many masters have said that with Lu Wanling's talent, her future achievements will definitely be high and not low. What a pity, he met the cheating Chinfong. The moment Chinfong sat down, many piano pieces that were once famous flashed through his mind. There were too many of them, and Chinfong was really troubled for a moment. While Chinfong was in a daze, Lu Wanling beside him couldn't help but complain to Chinfong. "Master Qin, you can't play good music if you're in a daze." In her mind, Lu Wanling had already judged Chinfong as a playboy who was only good at talking big. And for some reason, Lu Wanling was even looking forward to Chinfang's failure. Who made him so crazy just now? However, Chinfong was bound to disappoint Lu Wanling, because at this time Chinfong had already decided which piece of music he wanted to play. As Chinfang's fingers slowly danced on the piano keys, a few simple notes collided together, interweaving to create complex emotions. It was just the beginning, but Lu Wanling's expression became serious. Because she had already heard that this young master of the Qin family was something special. Afterwards, Chinfang's fingertips changed the rhythm quickly. Chinfang's fingers were like a dancing elf, constantly jumping on the keys. Many people in the audience who didn't understand music were already absorbed in the sound of Chinfang's piano. They closed their eyes unconsciously and enjoyed Chinfang's music silently. At this time, Lu Shang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was the first time that he hoped his daughter would lose to someone else. Lang Rushuang and the other two had already taken out their cell phones to record this beautiful scene of their master.
A few minutes passed, and as Chinfong finished his last syllable, everyone present burst into thunderous applause.
Master Qin is so unexpected.
I never thought that Master Qin's piano skills are so advanced. It's no wonder that this young man from the Lu family lost to young Master Qin.
Young Master Qin is simply too amazing.
Yes, if my boy could be half as good as Master Qin, I would die without regrets. If they had deliberately flattered Chinfong just because of his identity at the beginning, now they were truly deeply impressed by Chinfang's piano skills.
How is it, Miss Lu?
Chinfong still had a gentle expression on his face. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. Now it was Lu Wanling's turn to be dazed. Although she didn't want to admit it, the facts proved that she had indeed underestimated the boy in front of her.
Master Qin, you play the piano really well. Lu Wanling didn't know how to describe how she felt at the moment.
She was defeated by the person she looked down upon the most. At this moment, Lu Wanling remembered what Chinfong had just said: a mayfly sees the blue sky, and a frog in a well sees the moon. Lu Wanling had to admit that the man in front of her did have the capital to be crazy. As this little episode ended, Lu Wanling's attitude towards Chinfong also changed slightly in her heart.
Lu Wanling is a person who admires the strong.
She doesn't flatter men or women, she only admires the strong. Over the years, Lu Wanling has actually been a very lonely person, but in the eyes of others she is a genius girl. He can master music, chess, calligraphy and painting at a glance, and can write poetry and songs at a glance. But she also always longed to find a friend who could be comparable to herself, with whom she could discuss various literary knowledge and drink and sing. It's a pity that Lu Wanling has never had an opponent or a friend for all these years. Now that Chinfong has appeared, Lu Wanling unconsciously thinks that life is about to become more interesting.
Okay, Miss Lu, you are the protagonist today, don't just stand there in a daze.
Chinfong also didn't expect that he had been playing for such a long time. Why was this little girl still standing there in a daze?
Could it be that she was made stupid by the bullet? Chapter 39, Poetry? I know a thing or two.
At this time, Lu Wanling no longer hated Chinfong as much as she did at the beginning. After all, he does have real talent and is capable of doing real work. But Lu Wanling just likes those who have real talents and hard work. Master Qin, I take back the prejudice I had against you.
You really deserved your arrogance.
Looking at Lu Wanling's arm hanging in the air, Chinfong chose to ignore it directly.
It's okay, Miss Lu. I am indeed very arrogant.
Afterwards, Chinfong slowly walked off the stage and returned to his seat. Lu Shang, who was standing by, hurriedly tried to smooth things over.
Okay, everyone, the banquet is now officially starting. I wish you all a good meal and a good time.
After seeing Chinfong coming over, Long Shuangyue hung on Chinfong again.
Master, you are really amazing. How come you have learned everything in these few years since Shuangyue left? Lang Shuangyue was very happy that she had such a powerful master.
Chinfong picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all.
Master, I have something even more powerful that you haven't discovered yet. Lang Shuangyue was very cute and kept praising Chinfong. Wow, master, you are really great. My master is the best.
After Chinfong put Lang Shuangyue down, he turned around and saw Yu Shuqin, who was absent-minded. After spending so much time with Yu Shuqin, Chinfong also knew what Yu Shuqin was thinking.
Don't worry, Shuqin.
I went to the hospital to look after Auntie a few days ago.
She is recovering very well now. She will be able to be discharged from the hospital in about a week.
Chinfong filled Yu Shuqin's cup with juice and gave it to her. Yu Shuqin took Chinfeng's juice, took a sip, and then put the cup back on the table. Master, I want to go see my mother tomorrow. Yu Shuqin had not dared to go to the hospital to visit her mother because of her swollen face. Now that her face has completely healed, Yu Shuqin really wants to stay with her mother.
Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow.
At the banquet, many people came to Chinfong to toast, and Chinfong was just polite to them and only took a small sip. But without exception, they all had full stomachs. To Chinfeng's surprise, Lu Wanling actually came over and toasted him.
Master Qin, I apologize for my previous prejudice. You can do whatever you want with me.
After saying that, Lu Wanling actually drank it all in one gulp. This was beyond Chinfeng's expectations.
This Miss Lu is quite interesting.
Different from the way he treated them before, Chinfong just drank the whole cup in one gulp. After all, other little girls have done it, so I can't let others look down on me anymore.
Miss Lu is really a straightforward person. Chinfong likes dealing with such straightforward people. After drinking a glass of white wine, although Lu Wanling didn't get drunk, she was also tipsy. Why call me Miss Lu? It's strange. Just call me Wanling. Chinfong did not refuse. Okay, Wanling, are you drunk? If you are drunk, go to bed early. Looking at Lu Wanling's gradually flushed face, Chinfong was worried that she would go crazy after drinking. If he really gets drunk and acts crazy in front of me, this won't end well. Drunk? I'm definitely not drunk, Master Chin. I can still drink. After saying that, Lu Wanling actually filled herself another glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The atmosphere of the banquet also reached its climax. At this time, Chinfong was already in a state of being slightly drunk. To Chinfang's surprise, although Lu Wanling's face was a little red, she was not drunk. Still chatting and laughing with other guests. Because they were driving, Chinfong didn't let Ling Rushwang and the other 2 drink, but kept pouring them fruit juice. Chinfong still has his own principles: don't drink and don't drive after drinking. After all, we only have one life. If you really get into a car accident and die on the road, that would be a huge loss. I haven't even started to enjoy the rest of my life yet, and I can't let my old father die before me. As everyone was discussing, someone suggested that the talented woman Lu Wanling write a poem to liven up the banquet. Lu Wanling has always loved poetry and songs, so she did not refuse. She opened her mouth and wanted to speak, her lips moving. But for some reason, just as she was about to recite a poem, she subconsciously looked at Chinfong again. Thinking about how he had just lost to Chinfong in piano skills, he was determined to win back 10% this time. People fight for a breath of air, trees fight for a piece of bark. Master Chin, would you like to recite a poem together? Chinfong didn't want to continue attacking this so-called talented woman in front of him, but looking at Lu Wanling's expectant eyes, Chinfong couldn't refuse for a moment. Let's just give this world a little more shock. Sure, Wanling. I happen to know a thing or two about poetry. Looking at Chinfang's confident eyes, Lu Wanling didn't know why, but she felt a sense of conflict in her heart. On the one hand, she wanted to defeat Chinfong and win back the game. But on the other hand, she was also looking forward to Chinfong giving her some more shocks. Master Chin, please come first. Lu Wanling once again made a gesture of invitation. After being baptized by Chinfang's piano skills, everyone pricked up their ears when they heard Chinfong say that he knew a thing or two about poetry. I want to see how many talents this eldest young master of the Chin family has that have not yet been discovered. Chinfong filled another glass of wine for himself. After drinking a glass of liquor, Chinfong suddenly felt like he was about to transform into the immortal poet Li Bai. In this case, let me borrow a classic verse from Li Bai to bring a little shock to my world again. Those who leave me yesterday cannot be retained. Those who disturb my mind will cause me much trouble today. Just these 2 sentences caused an uproar in the audience. A heavy feeling of oppression pressed firmly on Lu Wanling's heart. And there was a strange glint in her eyes. Chinfong pretended to pause and then continued to recite. The wind sends the autumn geese thousands of miles away. To see this, one can climb a tall building. Pinglai's writings have the style of Jianan, while Xiao Xia in the middle has a clear style. We all have the aspiration to fly, to reach up to the sky and embrace the bright moon. Hearing this, Lu Wanling could no longer suppress her inner excitement. Her eyes lit up and she looked at Chinfong in front of her as if he were looking at a precious treasure. And the people in the audience had already been completely convinced by Chinfong. Chinfong ignored everyone's excitement and blurted out the last 4 sentences. Draw a sword to cut off the water will flow more. Drink a cup to dispel sorrow, the sorrow will only be more sorrowful. If life is not satisfactory, I will let my hair down and go boating tomorrow morning. After reciting a poem, Chinfong sat down again, leaving behind everyone in the field in confusion. Many people thought of themselves based on Chinfong's poem. Although those who can attend the banquet at Lu Mansion are all wealthy or noble figures. But no matter how noble a person is in this world, he will have his own troubles. Chinfang's last 2 lines, if life is not satisfactory, I will let my hair down and row a boat tomorrow morning, resonated deeply with everyone. Yes. If life is not satisfactory, I will let my hair down and go boating tomorrow morning. Chapter 40, Chinfong, I want to do it with you. Okay Wanling, it's your turn. Chinfong sat in his seat and made a pleased gesture to Lu Wanling. But Lu Wanling knew that the poem she had in mind was completely incomparable to Chinfang's. Lu Wanling was very self-aware and did not intend to embarrass herself in front of everyone.
At this moment, Lu Wanling had completely changed her opinion of Chinfong. The man in front of her was the talented man she had been pursuing. Only such a man was worthy of being friends with her, Lu Wanling. Time passed quickly and the banquet soon came to an end. Just as Chinfong was about to leave, Lu Wanling blocked his way. "Well, Master Qin, I have some questions I want to ask you. I wonder if it's convenient for you." Hearing this, Chinfong didn't think much about it and said, "Go ahead, I just happen to have time now." The poem that Chinfong had written at the banquet had been neatly recorded by Lu Wanling in her diary. Holding the diary in her hand, Lu Wanling said to Chinfong, "Master Qin, there are 2 sentences in your poem that I don't quite understand. I would like to ask you for your advice." The ancient said, "There is a sequence in learning, and there are specializations in skills." Before this, Lu Wanling always regarded herself as a leader in poetry and prose. But now she is like an elementary school student who knows nothing. Looking at the sentence Lu Wanling marked at the end, Pinglai's articles have the style of Jianan, and Xiaoxia in the middle has a clear style. Chinfang's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he forgot about this. Because this world does not have the historical figures that Chinfong had before he traveled through time, Lu Wanling does not know what the allusions in Li Bai's poems mean. But Chinfong did not panic. He thought for a while and said to Lu Wanling, "Don't think too much about these 2 lines of poetry." Then Chinfong sighed again, pretending to be deep and continued to say to Lu Wanling, "The so-called Penglai articles and Zhenin bones. These are just beautiful fantasies in my heart. In my mind, the Penglai articles and Jianan style are some vigorous and fresh articles, and Xiaoxia in the poem is." Chinfong didn't know how to explain to the girl in front of him, so he just started to make up a story. "Xiaoxia is a friend of mine, his name is Xietiao, he is also a poetry lover, and his articles are very fresh and refined." At this point, Chinfong frowned slightly, revealing a hint of sadness. "It's just that he died of illness a few years ago." After hearing Chinfang's words, Lu Wanling felt regretful. A poet who could be praised by such a talented man like Chinfong must be very talented. It's a pity that I can't see him anymore. Chinfong couldn't help but think in his heart, "I am really a genius, I can even handle this by myself. Chinfong, I want to do it with you." Chinfong was frightened when he heard Lu Wanling's inexplicable words. "Are girls now so open-minded? Your dad is still standing behind you. How could such vicious words be spoken so casually?" Looking at Chinfang's surprised expression, Lu Wanling realized that what she said might be misunderstood, so she quickly explained. "Chinfong, don't get me wrong. I was too excited just now and didn't finish my words. I want to be friends with you." Lu Wanling has decided that she must stand shoulder to shoulder with the young man in front of her from now on. "You scared me. Can you please stop breathing so heavily when you speak?" Lu Wanling giggled and said, "Is it okay?" It must be said that Chinfong did not dislike Lu Wanling. On the contrary, he admired her enthusiasm for learning. "Okay, from now on you will be my Chinfang's friend, in the Magic City, no, in the entire Dragon Country, I will protect you from now on." After hearing Chinfang's words, Lu Shang was even more excited than Lu Wanling. "It's settled, it's settled. It looks like there is a chance that we'll be able to settle in Kyoto in the future. This banquet was not held in vain, it was not held in vain. From now on, the Lu family can be said to have relied on Chinfong as a big tree. So, add a contact number?" Lu Wanling turned on her mobile phone and revealed her Feishan QR code. Chinfong didn't hesitate, scanned the code and added it in one go. Okay, it's getting late. I have to go back. We'll get together again when we have time." After saying this, Chinfong left the Lu family with women hugging him left and right. "Master Qin, I'll take you there." Lu Sheng couldn't hide the smile on his face any longer. He walked to Lu Wanling and said to his daughter, "You are really the lucky star of our Lu family." Without waiting for Lu Wanling to react, Lu Sheng ran to Chinfong, bent down and opened the car door for Chinfong. "Master Qin, take care on your journey." Waving his hand, Lu Sheng watched Chinfang's car leave. At this time, Lu Wanling had already returned to her room. Holding his notebook and looking at the poem written by Chinfong, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, why can a person be so perfect? Feeling the various emotions expressed in the poem written by Chinfong, Lu Wanling discovered that the poems she had been proud of before really paled in comparison with Chinfang's poem. What Chinfong didn't know at this time was that Lu Wanling had already regarded him as her idol. After studying Chinfang's poems diligently for a long time, Lu Wanling decided to play with her mobile phone to relax. But the following scenes once again refreshed her understanding of Chinfong.
Open your phone and click on the short video software. The video in front of her shocked Lu Wanling again and again, and she didn't know what to say. What Lu Wanling was watching at this moment was the song Sunny Day that Chinfong had played and sung in the guitar shop not long ago. Although the video was a little blurry, Lu Wanling still recognized that the boy in the video was Chinfong based on his figure and voice. Then, Lu Wanling carefully felt Chinfang's song Sunny Day. When Lu Wanling heard Chinfong say at the end of the video that this song was his original creation, for some reason, she was not so surprised. She even subconsciously felt that if this song was not originally written by Chinfong, it would be even more incredible and unbelievable. Chinfong, how many treasures do you have that I don't know about? This was the first time in Lu Wanling's life that she was so curious about a boy. Unfortunately, what Lu Wanling didn't know was that being curious about a boy was the standard for falling in love with him. She has also decided that when she has time, she will visit Chinfong in person to see if she can dig out more treasures from him. Chinfong returned home, undressed and wanted to sleep. He drank a lot of wine today, so although he was not drunk, he couldn't suppress his sleepiness. After saying a few words to Lang Rushwang and the other two, Chinfong returned to his room, lay on the bed, and slowly fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Chinfong was awakened by a feeling that he couldn't describe. Look up. He found the little guy Lang Xuanyue lying beside his legs. Frost Moon? Why aren't you sleeping yet? Chinfang's voice was accompanied by a hint of weakness. Feeling Chinfang's gaze on her, Lang Xuanyue laughed a few times with a guilty conscience. Hey, master, are you awake? Without the master, Shimatsuki can't sleep. Chinfong had no choice but to hold Lang Xuanyue in his arms, rubbing her soft little face, and fell into a deep sleep again. Chapter 41, Tea Tasting. It was already late at night, and Lu Wanling was still studying the poems written by Chinfong. After a whole day of research, she gained a lot of insights. If I have time, I can have a good discussion with Chinfong. Lu Wanling thought to herself as she tore off the page of poetry that she had already annotated from her diary. Then he took a pen and wrote something in the diary. Early morning. Chinfong slept very soundly that night, even though Lang Xuanyue, the disobedient little girl, had troubled him last night. But after waking up from a sleep, Chinfong inexplicably felt relaxed. After waking up, Chinfong saw the message Lu Wanling sent him. Lu Wanling, good morning, Master Chin. I glanced at the time. The message came at 6:30 in the morning, but now it's already 10 in the morning. Chinfong couldn't help but sigh that Lu Wanling got up quite early. In fact, it wasn't that Lu Wanling got up early, but she tossed and turned last night and for some reason her mind was very clear the whole time. I never felt sleepy. I simply stayed up until dawn and sent a good morning message to Chinfong. Good morning, Wanling. As soon as Chinfong sent the message, he received another message alert tone at the same time. Obviously, it was news from Lu Wanling. Lu, are you up so late? Were you drunk last night? Chin, is it not okay to like staying in bed? After replying to the message, Chinfong put his phone on the table. Because he had already smelled the frosty aroma of the food. It's strange to say, no matter when Chinfong gets up, Lang Rushwang's food is always fresh out of the pot. After breakfast, Chinfong bought a few fruit baskets and took Yu Shuqin to the hospital to visit Zhengmin. Along the way, Yu Shuqin was full of excitement. It has been almost a week since I took my mother to the hospital for surgery. It was Yu Shuqin's first time to visit her mother in the hospital. I don't know how my mother is recovering. I thought about how I was still running around for my mother's medical expenses a week ago. I even thought about selling myself to Brother Hu. But now, my mother will be discharged from the hospital soon. It all seemed like a dream. Yu Shuqin glanced at Chinfong who was driving. If this was really a dream, she must not let herself wake up. What Yu Shuqin didn't know at this time was that Zhang Min was living a very comfortable life in the ward. Because of Chinfong, everyone in the hospital, including the director, would come to talk to Zhang Min every now and then. Talk to Zhang Min. Although Yu Shuqin had never been to the hospital, Zhang Min did not feel alone at all. Now Zhang Min has become familiar with the caregivers who take care of her, and even wants to introduce boyfriends to them. Just walked into the hospital. Chinfong saw Lu Wanling holding the physical examination report in her hand. And Lu Wanling also discovered Chinfong. Hey, Master Chin, what a coincidence, are you sick? Lu Wanling walked up to Chin and said to Chinfong. After hearing Lu Wanling's words, Chinfong felt something was wrong. You are sick. After hearing what Chinfong said, Lu Wanling was shocked. How did you know? I am really sick. Lu Wanling took out her medical report from her pocket and said, "The doctor said that I have been too anxious these days and asked me to calm down and have a good rest." Chinfong gave Lu Wanling a speechless look. Could it be that this girl couldn't tell the difference between good and bad words? Seeing Lu Wanling suddenly appear, Yu Shuqin pulled the corner of Chinfang's clothes and said, "How about I go upstairs to accompany my mother first?" Chinfong thought about it and agreed. After all, the mother and daughter haven't seen each other for a long time. Give them some space and have a good chat. If I were there too, Zhang Min would definitely feel a little restrained. Okay, then you go up first. If you encounter any problems, feel free to send me a message or call me. With Yu Shuqin's departure, Chinfong had nothing to do, so he just chatted with Lu Wanling for a while. "Master Qin, I heard the song you sang last night. You are really amazing." Facing Lu Wanling's praise, Chinfong waved his hand and said, "It's just so, no need to envy me." Lu Wanling was indeed envious of Chinfong. "I envy his talent. Sometimes I really want to pry your head open to see what's inside your head and how you can be so powerful." Chinfong remained silent, just remained silent. "Okay, Master Qin, if you have time, can you have a cup of tea with me?" Faced with the invitation of the beauty, Chinfong couldn't refuse. "Since I have nothing to do, I'll just accompany Lu Wanling for a good stroll." "Okay, I'll give you some face." Afterwards, Lu Wanling took Chinfong to a tea house owned by the Lu family. Seeing that the visitor was Lu Wanling, the tea house owner immediately came out to greet Lu Wanling. "Miss Lu, is it still the same old rules?" Before going abroad, Lu Wanling often came here alone to drink tea. She liked the pride of scholars and writers. Alone and free. "Yeah, it's still the same private room I was in before, I'm with my friend." "Okay, Miss Lu, go and have a rest first, and I'll bring you tea right away." After all, Lu Wanling was the young master, and the tea house owner didn't dare to neglect her in the slightest. "Let's go, Master Qin. Not just anyone can go to my private room." Lu Wanling said this at the right time. After all, she had no friends and no one would drink tea with her. Walking into the private room, the first thing that caught Chinfang's eyes was a huge landscape painting. Unfortunately, the system did not give Chinfong the function of identifying calligraphy and painting, and Chinfong could not see what was special about this painting. The private room is particularly elegant, and the unique scent of sandalwood is all around. The location of the private room is also very good, with a group of people playing and laughing outside the window. Sitting by the window, sipping tea, and watching the bustling crowd outside is also a unique experience. Lu Wanling didn't have to wait too long before a pot of fine black tea was placed on the small table in front of them. Lu Wanling took the lead in pouring tea for Chinfong, and then asked Chinfong, "Master Qin, I wonder if you can write a poem for this pot of tea?" Chinfong didn't say anything, but picked up the teacup and sipped it slowly. It has a mellow taste and a long aftertaste. It's worthy of being Lu Wanling's favorite tea. Then I will use tea as the theme and show you my skills again. Just as Chinfong was drinking tea, a poem emerged in his mind. "Okay, Master Qin, I'm all ears." Chinfong slowly stood up, picked up the teacup and drank the remaining tea in the cup. "The magical herbs from the fairy mountain wet the floating clouds, washing my fragrant skin without even applying the powder. I wrote a little poem to make you smile. Good tea is always like a beautiful woman." This poem was given by Su Shi to a friend, but Chinfong made some deletions to it and used it for his own use. After listening to Chinfang's poem, Lu Wanling praised it generously. "What a good poem, easy to understand yet full of charm. You are worthy of it, Master Qin." Chapter 42, Lu Wanling's other friend. The two of them spent the entire morning chatting in the tea house. Lu Wanling became more and more fond of Chinfong, because the poetry and prose Chinfong displayed had reached a level that Lu Wanling could never reach. At noon, Lu Wanling was preparing to invite Chinfong to have lunch together. But as a crisp cell phone ring sounded, Lu Wanling had to look towards the table. Following Lu Wanling's gaze, Chinfong also saw Lu Wanling's ringing cell phone. The phone note only has 2 words: Yi Xian. "Sorry, I have to take a call." Lu Wanling first apologized to Chinfong, then picked up the phone on the table and turned on the speakerphone. As soon as the call was connected, a young man's voice was heard on the phone. "What's up, Wanling? Why are you so slow in answering the phone?" Hearing the man's reproach on the phone, Lu Wanling didn't have much emotion in her heart. "What do you care? I was just drinking tea with my friends. How come you have time to call me?" "With friends? You have friends in Dragon Country?" The man on the phone was obviously stunned for a moment. He remembered that Lu Wanling didn't have many friends. I just met him. You don't know, he's really good.
Lu Wanling did not hide her praise for Chinfong at all, and she praised Chinfong to the extreme.
I never thought there is a talented girl like you in the Magic City. I would really like to meet her.
Subconsciously, Yi Xian mistook Lu Wanling's friend for a girl.
A talented girl? Lu Wanling almost laughed until tears came out of her eyes after hearing Yi Xian's words. Who told you that she is a girl? Male?
Yi Xian inexplicably felt that a deep sense of crisis was coming towards him.
A man, what's wrong?
Oh, I'm at the Magic City airport now.
If you're free, come pick me up.
When Yi Xian learned that Lu Wanling's new friend was a boy and that he praised him so much, he couldn't help feeling angry. But he didn't show it in his heart.
Ah? You're back? Oh. Okay then, I'll pick you up.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Wanling looked at Chinfong with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, Master Qin, a friend of mine from abroad is back, and I may have to go pick him up.
Your friend is abroad, could he be a mercenary? Chinfong looked suspicious. Wow. How did you know? Do you know each other? Lu Wanling was very shocked.
How could this be guessed by Chinfong, a young master?
Even Chinfong knew about this? After hearing Lu Wanling's affirmative answer, Chinfong couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Yi Xian? A foreign mercenary? Now back home? What? Working on a scenario for the return of the Dragon King?
Chinfong did not answer Lu Wanling's question immediately, but opened his system.
Hey, system, don't sleep anymore, get up quickly. Ding, what's wrong, host? Let me ask you, there are no protagonists or villains in this world, right? Don't tell me I'm a villain. I've been enjoying it for so long. Ding, it doesn't exist. Please don't let your imagination run wild. Even if there is a protagonist in this world, he belongs to the host.
After hearing what the system said, Chinfong finally felt relieved. As long as there wasn't any embarrassing scenario of the Dragon King returning, it would be fine.
But even if the Dragon King returns, what can he do? This is Dragon Country, the territory of his Qin family. Even a dragon must coil up for me, and even a tiger must lie down for me.
I happen to be free, I'll go with you. Chinfong thought about it and decided to meet this young man named Yi Xian first. Maybe it was because Chinfong read too many online novels before he traveled through time, so he inexplicably felt something was wrong about people with the surname Yi.
Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Master Qin.
Chinfong gently pushed a few strands of Lu Wanling's hair back and said, It's not hard, let's go.
Chinfang's action caught Lu Wanling off guard.
Feeling Chinfang's face so close to her, Lu Wanling felt her heart beating fast.
Come on, take my car.
After saying this, Lu Wanling quickly fled the private room because she found that her face was slightly hot. Chinfong didn't expect that someone like Lu Wanling would be so easily shy. Soon, Chinfong was already sitting in Lu Wanling's car. Lu Wanling's car is a Porsche, which suits her well.
Although it's not as luxurious as my own Rolls-Royce, it's still okay.
At this time, Yi Xian had already got off the plane and was sitting alone in the airport lobby waiting for Lu Wanling. The main reason why Yi Xian came back this time was because Lu Wanling returned to China. While abroad, Yi Xian had been secretly in love with Lu Wanling for a long time, but Lu Wanling was a beautiful rose. At first, Yi Xian wanted to get close to Lu Wanling through her friends. But later Yi Xian discovered that Lu Wanling had no friends around her. Later, Yi Xian wanted to conquer Lu Wanling with his charm. But later on, it turned out that Lu Wanling didn't seem to have any interest in him at all. In the end, Yi Xian still relied on his own investigation of Lu Wanling's life patterns and deliberately created chance encounters to officially get to know her. But over the past year or so, their relationship has been neither good nor bad, and Yi Xian has also hinted at his liking for Lu Wanling. But Lu Wanling made it clear directly that we are only suitable to be ordinary friends and I don't have too many thoughts about you. That's good, at least he wasn't left hanging. But Yi Xian likes this kind of difficult ones. Those girls who would jump into bed with him just by flirting with them were so boring. Yi Xian also swore in his heart that one day he would make Lu Wanling, this beautiful rose, lie on his bed. So just a few days after Lu Wanling returned to China, Yi Xian asked the organization for a month's leave, planning to return to China to pursue Lu Wanling.
However, Lu Wanling actually met a new male friend in Longhua.
This made Yi Xian very dissatisfied. And just now, I heard Lu Wanling's tone and her attitude towards that person. Yi Xian clenched his fists at this time. No matter who you are, if you dare to make friends with the girl that I, Yi Xian, like, you are already courting death. But Yi Xian waited, and almost half an hour had passed, but he still didn't see Lu Wanling. Helpless, Yi Xian had no choice but to walk to a noodle restaurant near the airport, intending to fill his stomach first. He ordered a bowl of noodles casually, and in just a few bites, both the noodles and the soup went into Yi Xian's stomach. Yi Xian's eating habits also attracted many people nearby to watch. It's simply like a tornado of chopsticks shoveling a car's mouth, stuffing big mouthfuls of food into it. Just when Yi Xian was filling his stomach and picking his teeth with a toothpick, he saw Lu Wanling coming to pick him up near the airport. Yi Xian casually inserted the toothpick in his hand into the butt crack of a passing child and walked towards Lu Wanling. Chapter 43, Yi Xian vs. Chinfong. Wanling, I'm here. Hearing Yi Xian's call, Chinfong also looked to the side. Only when Yi Xian came closer did Chinfong carefully look at the man in front of him. Plain clothes, plain looks. It might be because he was a mercenary abroad, Yi Xian's figure was still pretty good. His body was covered with tendons and there was a long centipede-like knife wound on his forearm. Hello, my name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian held his arm in the air, and Chinfong directly held his hand. Hello, Chinfong. As Yi Xian slowly began to exert his strength, Chinfong still had a faint smile on his face. Let's see how long you can pretend. Yi Xian thought to himself, and immediately exerted all his strength, tightly gripping Chinfang's hand. Chinfong smiled indifferently, as if nothing had happened. This guy called Yi Xian dared to give him a blow right away? Could Chinfong tolerate this? Immediately, Chinfong exerted force with his 5 fingers, and Yi Xian, realizing that something was wrong, wanted to pull his hand away from Chinfong. But Chinfang's hand was like a crab claw, tightly squeezing Yi Xian. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. In the end, Yi Xian couldn't hold on any longer. Ah? Are you okay? I'm sorry, I didn't control the strength well and scared your friend. Chinfong still had that indifferent smile on his face, which made Yi Xian even angrier. But even if the tooth is broken, you can only swallow it. Ha 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 ha, Yi Xian, have you been lazy in the past few years abroad? Even the pampered young Master Qin can hurt you? Lu Wanling couldn't restrain herself from laughing at Yi Xian. Having made a fool of himself in front of his goddess, Yi Xian already hated Chinfong to the core. Okay, Yi Xian, what are you planning to do in Long Country? Hasn't your organization always been in Japan? Facing Lu Wanling's question, Yi Xian simply said, on the one hand, I am a little tired from carrying out missions over the years, so I will return to Dragon Country to rest and adjust for a month. Are there any other aspects? After hearing Lu Wanling's words, Yi Xian sighed helplessly. On the other hand, we are going to make some big moves against the Japanese royal family in the next few days, so the elders sent me to Longwei to find our hall master and let him go back to take charge of the overall situation. Lu Wanling didn't quite understand these things, so she simply ended the topic. Okay, I just happen to be planning to have lunch with Master Qin, do you want to come? Lu Wanling was just being polite to Yi Xian because she had just seen Yi Xian walking out from the direction of the noodle shop. But Yi Xian was not polite at all. Okay, let's go together. Chinfong said it didn't matter. After all, one more person or one less person wouldn't have much impact on him. As for Yi Xian in front of him, if he dares to be disrespectful to him, he will kill him. In Longwa, the Qin family is the sky. Along the way, Yi Xian shared with Lu Wanling the interesting things that happened abroad in the past few days. Lu Wanling shared with Yi Xian what she had encountered in the past few days since she returned. But what made Yi Xian very dissatisfied was that Lu Wanling talked about Chinfong almost every other sentence. As soon as he opened his mouth, he started talking about how great Chinfang's piano skills were, and how great Chinfang's poems were. This made Yi Xian feel very unhappy. In Yi Xian's heart, Lu Wanling had long been his designated woman. Now his own woman was praising another man in front of him. And what Yi Xian didn't want to admit was that Chinfong was indeed a little bit more handsome than him. Although Yi Xian is a native of Long Country, he grew up in Japan and is not aware of the Qin family's ruling power over Long Country. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, so he was not very afraid of the young master of the Qin family in front of him. Looking at Chinfang's thin body, Yi Xian looked at him with disdain. What's the point of being handsome? I can kill him with 2 punches. Before long, everyone arrived at a restaurant. This restaurant used to be the property of the Zhang family, but has now been taken over by the Lu family. After seeing the arrival of the eldest daughter of the Lu family, the restaurant owner did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Get me the best private room.
I want to treat my friends to a meal. Lu Wanling winked at Chinfong and said, Master Qin, do you have any objection to me treating you to this meal? Chinfong smiled and said, Of course I have no objection. It just happens to save me some money.
Seeing that Lu Wanling ignored him, Yi Xian immediately said, It's the first time for us to have a meal together, how can I let a girl pay?
I'll treat you this time.
Then Yi Xian looked at Chinfong with disdain, If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a rich young master. You let girls pay for meals when you go out to eat.
I despise you.
Chinfong smiled when he heard Yi Xian's words. Since he traveled to this world, except for being told that he had no money in the class in the first chapter, he hasn't been looked down upon because of money for a long time.
After Chinfong finished laughing, Lu Wanling also laughed. Are you looked down upon by others? It turns out that young Master Qin has no money? Lu Wanling bumped into Chinfong while saying this.
Chinfong and Lu Wanling's laughter made Yi Xian a little confused. Seeing Yi Xian's bewildered look, Lu Wanling immediately explained, Yi Xian, young Master Qin's pocket money is enough to buy this restaurant.
Yi Xian said. Alright, Yi Xian, you can keep your money for now.
After all, I am from Shanghai, so I should show my hospitality as a host.
Yi Xian said, Is the goddess laughing at me again? It was all because of Chinfong.
In just a short while, he had already been laughed at twice by the goddess.
I can bear it. Then Lu Wanling pushed the two of them into the restaurant's supreme private room.
It has to be said that the food in this restaurant is quite to Chinfang's liking, but it is far inferior to the food made by Ling Rushwang. At the dinner table, Lu Wanling simply ignored Yi Xian beside her and continued to chat with Chinfong.
Yi Xian said, I will endure it any longer.
Chinfong, eat this, it's delicious. Lu Wanling picked up the sea cucumber next to her and put it on Chinfang's plate.
Try it and see how it goes.
Looking at Lu Wanling's face full of anticipation, Chinfong put the sea cucumber into his mouth. After taking a bite, Chinfong gave a thumbs up and said, It's really delicious. When Yi Xian saw the scene, he felt like he was filled with nameless anger.
That's enough. You're really not like a man to let a girl pick up food for you. Chinfong.
After a simple meal, Chinfong planned to leave. He had not forgotten that Yu Shu Qin was still in the hospital, and he didn't know whether the little girl had eaten lunch on time. Chinfang's worries were actually a bit unnecessary. The hospital would prepare 5 dishes and a soup for Zhang Min for every meal. When the dean learned that Zhang Min's daughter was coming to visit her, he simply increased the lunch serving to 8 dishes and 1 soup.
It's getting late, I should go back.
Seeing Chinfong put down his bowl and chopsticks, Lu Wanling put down her own bowl and chopsticks as well.
Shall I take you there? Lu Wanling knew that Chinfang's car was still parked near the tea house. Since you brought him out, you have to bring him back. All right.
Originally, Chinfong planned to ask Ling Rushwang to pick him up, but since Lu Wanling had asked, he decided to just take her ride. After hearing this, Yi Xian said, I can't bear it anymore.
Chinfong, that's enough. You've finished your meal, but they haven't yet. You want them to send you back? How dare you do that?
Just now at the dinner table, Yi Xian had been sarcastic to Chinfong intentionally or unintentionally. But thinking that Yi Xian was Lu Wanling's friend, Chinfong did not pursue the matter too much with him.
But now? Chinfong is not like Yi Xian, who can endure anything.
Just as Yi Xian was ready to teach Chinfong a lesson, Chinfong slowly turned his head and looked at Yi Xian.
Can't you just eat well? Why do you always talk so much?
Before Yi Xian could react to what Chinfong meant, Chinfong grabbed a chopstick on the table. The other hand held Yi Xian's wrist tightly, with such force that Yi Xian could not break free for a while. Then, Chinfong directly stabbed Yi Xian's palm with chopsticks.
The next moment. Puff!
There was a blur of blood and flesh, and Chinfang's chopsticks went straight through Yi Xian's palm and stabbed deeply into the table. If you don't have Long Outyan's life, don't give me Long Outyan's disease.
After saying that, Chinfong left in a cool manner. Chapter 44, No one cares about Yi Xian.
This scene stunned Lu Wanling. His pupils dilated as he stared at the scene in disbelief. Then, as if he had realized something, he hurriedly chased after Chinfong, who had already left. But when he reached the door, he thought of Yi Xian, whose hands were fixed to the table. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Lu Wanling said to Yi Xian anxiously, Wait for me for a while, I'll be back soon.
Then, he ran in the direction Chinfong left.
Looking at Chinfang's violent appearance just now, Lu Wanling was very worried.
Master Qin, wait for me. Master Qin, Master Qin.
Looking at Lu Wanling, who was running out of breath, Chinfong stood there and waited for her for a while. Master Qin, I apologize to you for Yi Xian's recklessness just now.
I'm sorry.
Looking at the beads of sweat oozing from Lu Wanling's forehead due to anxiety, Chinfong looked calm. If he still doesn't learn his lesson in front of me.
Chinfong glanced at Lu Wanling again. I will kill him.
Lu Wanling shuddered at Chinfang's cold eyes, then sighed and said to Chinfong, Master Qin, I apologize to you for his recklessness.
If he offends you like this again in the future.
Lu Wanling seemed to have made up her mind. She said to Chinfong in a firm tone, You don't have to tell me.
I will deal with him for you.
Chinfong was surprised by what Lu Wanling said.
Could it be possible that this weak woman in front of me could wield a sword or a stick? Young Master Qin, let me take you home. Lu Wanling did not forget that Chinfong was planning to go back. Without much hesitation, Chinfong got into Lu Wanling's Porsche. In the car, Lu Wanling kept apologizing to Chinfong.
I don't know why, although Chinfong was the one who did more excessive things, Lu Wanling thought that Chinfong was not wrong. I have finally found a confidant in my life, and I cannot let this incident create a rift between myself and young Master Qin.
Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss.
Along the way, Chinfang's ears were almost calloused from listening to Lu Wanling's apology. I still like your rebellious look when we first met, Chinfong said to Lu Wanling with a smile. Lu Wanling also heard the joking tone in Chinfang's voice, and knew that Chinfong was probably no longer angry.
You were too crazy at that time.
I was only halfway through playing the piano piece, and you said I had some flaws.
How could I have a good impression of you?
But the traffic light in front of her made Lu Wanling stop the car and looked at Chinfong sideways.
But then I found out that you do have the capital to be arrogant. Lu Wanling's eyes were filled with a hint of expectation and envy. I never thought your talent for piano and poetry could be so amazing. I've seen many geniuses, but they all called me a genius. But after meeting you, I feel that you are the real genius who deserves it. Lu Wanling had no intention of flattering anyone, these were all her thoughts.
In her heart, only someone like Chinfong could be called a genius.
Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. I just know a little bit about it.
Even though Chinfong was indeed very thick-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed after receiving such enthusiastic praise from Lu Wanling. At this time, the traffic light had changed, and Lu Wanling started her car again and drove back to the tea house.
Not long after, Yu Shuqin called. Chinfong clicked on the hands-free mode. What's wrong, Shuqin? Are you in danger?
For some reason, when Chinfong saw Yu Shuqin's call, he subconsciously thought that this weak girl was in danger.
No, master. I just had dinner with my mother.
The food here is quite delicious, although it can't compare to Sister Lang's cooking skills. Hearing the joy in Yu Shuqin's words, Chinfong finally felt relieved.
In fact, Chinfang's worries were unnecessary.
Ever since the Zhao family was wiped out, all the major families in the Magic City began to investigate. It was finally discovered that it was simply because a boy from the Zhao family had offended Chinfang's woman. Immediately, all families in the Magic City, big or small, printed out Yu Shuqin's photo overnight and distributed it to everyone in their family that night. I also issued a death order that no matter where they met the person in the photo in the future, they must stay away from him. Even if the woman in the photo is arrogant and unreasonable and humiliates you in public, you have to swallow your anger and never provoke her. So in the current Magic City, Yu Shuqin is very safe, but Chinfong just doesn't know this.
Ha ha, that's for sure. Rushwang's cooking skills are definitely impeccable. At this moment, Lang Rushwang in the villa sneezed, and then said to herself, Who missed me? It must be the master who missed me. Lung Shuangyue on the side imitated Lang Rushwang's tone, Who misses me? It must be the master who misses me. After saying this, Lung Shuangyue regretted it. Looking at Lang Rushwang walking towards him expressionlessly, he said, Hey, sister, can you not slap me in the face this time? Master, the doctor just told me that in another 3 to 5 days, my mother will be completely cured.
Yu Shuqin could no longer suppress the joy in her heart. The stone that was weighing on my heart was lifted off my shoulders, and I no longer had to worry about anything happening to my mother. Yes, when you are discharged from the hospital, I will come with you to pick up your mother. Feeling Yu Shuqin's happiness, Chinfong also felt inexplicably comfortable in his heart.
As long as this little girl was happy every day, it was enough. Master, would it be convenient for you to pick me up later? I have to go back and pack up. I have to go to school tomorrow.
Yu Shuqin's words were very unconfident. She was afraid that she would trouble Chinfong. Chinfong did not hesitate. He was originally going to take Yu Shuqin back.
Okay, then wait for me for 20 minutes. I'll be there soon.
As the call ended, Lu Wanling showed a look of contempt on her face.
You like it when people around you call you master?
Lu Wanling still remembers that during her banquet, the other two girls around Chinfong also called him host.
What's wrong? I'm just a servant assigned to me by the family.
Of course, Chinfong would not admit to outsiders that he had this special little hobby.
Looking at Chinfang's serious expression, Lu Wanling couldn't help but wonder, could it be that she had made a wrong judgment in her mind just now? Yes, I must have made a wrong judgment.
How could a boy like Chinfong, who is so literary and poetic, like this kind of thing?
Soon, the two arrived at the tea house.
Chinfong opened the car door and said to Lu Wanling, "See you next time." And Lu Wanling also replied to Chinfong, "See you next time." After Chinfong walked away, Lu Wanling always felt as if she had forgotten something.
What exactly did you forget? Lu Wanling, sitting in the driver's seat, kept thinking.
Then, she slapped the steering wheel.
How could I forget Yi Xian? His hands are still on the table. Chapter 45, Chinfong, your death is approaching.
When Lu Wanling arrived at the restaurant again, Yi Xian had disappeared. Only a large pool of bright red blood was left on the ground. Lu Wanling was afraid that Yi Xian would die outside from excessive blood loss, so she hurriedly asked someone to retrieve the surveillance video from the time. In the surveillance video, Yi Xian endured the severe pain and pulled out the chopsticks, then simply did some bandaging and left. Out of concern, Lu Wanling called Yi Xian, but found that no one answered the call.
Lu Wanling couldn't help feeling a little worried.
She was not worried about Yi Xian's safety, but was worried that the forces behind Yi Xian would cause trouble for Chinfong. At this time, Yi Xian was in a hotel, biting the towel tightly with his teeth and disinfecting his wounds with alcohol. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept falling from his forehead, but he still bit the towel tightly without making any sound. After finishing all this, Yi Xian looked at his almost broken palm and felt so angry that he had never been so angry before. Even when facing the royal family in Japan, I have never been insulted like this. Yi Xian swore in his heart that he would make Chinfong pay with blood. He took out his other confidential mobile phone with his right hand and dialed a familiar number.
As soon as the number was dialed, an old man's voice came from the phone. What's wrong, Yi Xian? You called me less than a day after I returned? Did you find the palace master?
Listening to the familiar voice on the phone, Yi Xian controlled his emotions and said, "Third elder, I didn't find the palace master." Upon learning that Yi Xian had not found the palace master, the third elder on the other end of the phone was not overly surprised. After all, Yi Xian had only arrived in Dragon Country for one day. Before the third elder could continue asking questions, Yi Xian's slightly angry voice was heard again.
Third elder, can you send someone to help me deal with a person from Longhua?
Hearing the anger in Yi Xian's words, the third elder also became serious.
What's going on?
Although Yi Xian's skills are not the best in their palace, they are still among the best.
There is no reason why he can't even deal with the people of Dragon Country.
Then Yi Xian told all the conflicts between himself and Chinfong, but he slightly exaggerated Chinfang's actions.
What? This is outrageous. Just wait for me to send someone to Dragon Country. No matter what his background is, how dare he mess with our Dragon God Temple?
I want to make him know what it means to shed blood for thousands of miles.
The third elder was already a little angry at this time.
He never expected that his apprentice's hand would be broken on the first day he arrived in Dragon Country. Afterwards, the third elder personally issued an elder's order, summoning the 3 best cleaners in the hall to go to Dragon Country to capture this ignorant kid. Cleaners is another name for the killer organization within the Dragon God Temple, generally used to assassinate people who pose a great threat to the Dragon God Temple. Each of these 3 cleaners has the most dazzling record.
One of them successfully assassinated the former emperor of the Japanese royal family, which made him famous.
The other 2 had also successfully assassinated important members of the royal family. The reason why the third elder sent these 3 people to Dragon Country was to avenge his disciple. When Yi Xian heard that the third elder had actually sent cleaners directly to Dragon Country, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes.
Chinfong, your death is coming.
Yi Xian has already made up his mind that he will return the pain he suffered today to Chinfong 1,000 times. He wanted to cut Chinfong to pieces right in front of Lu Wanling.
Thinking of Lu Wanling, Yi Xian no longer felt the joy he had before.
Thinking about how his hand was pierced, and Lu Wanling turned a deaf ear to him and actually went after Chinfong. Thinking about how I had been waiting for her in the restaurant for so long, but there was no news. Yi Xian's eyes were full of ruthlessness towards Lu Wanling. He had originally intended to move this woman with his true feelings, but now it seemed that he could only use force. Yi Xian had already made up his mind. When the cleaner from the Dragon God Temple arrived, he would kill Chinfong first and then capture Lu Wanling. He wanted to humiliate Lu Wanling in front of Chinfong and let Lu Wanling know that she was wrong to choose Chinfong. After extinguishing the last cigarette in his hand and hanging up the phone, the third elder did not forget to give Yi Xian one last instruction: to find the palace master as soon as possible. Yi Xian also knew the importance of finding the palace master. Thinking of his own palace master, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a trace of desire in his heart. Our palace master is so beautiful, what a pity. Thinking of his own palace master's cold and ruthless face and cruel methods, Yi Xian shuddered involuntarily. What if his own palace master knew that he was injured like this by a young man from Dragon Country? Yi Xian had a perfect plan in his mind. As long as he can find the palace master as soon as possible and let her know that he was injured like this, then Chinfong will definitely be doomed. At the same time, Chinfong had already arrived at the hospital. Seeing Ye Shuqin waiting for him at the door, Chinfong hurriedly opened the car door. "It's so hot outside, why don't you wait for me inside the hospital?" When Ye Shuqin saw Chinfong coming, she quickly ran over and hugged him. "I want to see the master as soon as possible." In summer, Ye Shuqin only wore a short-sleeved shirt. Feeling the softness of Ye Shuqin's chest constantly rubbing against his chest, Chinfong felt a little bit unsatisfied. "Okay, let's get in the car first." Sitting in the car, driving on the way home, Ye Shuqin seemed very happy all the way. There is no more of the gloomy feeling from before. Chinfong also knew that Ye Shuqin and Zhang Min should have a very harmonious conversation. "My mother told me to thank you very much." Ye Shuqin said this without any reason. Chinfong controlled the steering wheel with one hand and waved at Ye Shuqin with the other hand. "It's just a small matter, just a small matter." But in Ye Shuqin's heart, this is not an ordinary little thing. Then Ye Shuqin took out a bag of popping candy from her bag and said, "Master, my." For a moment, Ye Shuqin was so shy that she didn't know how to speak. Then she mustered up her courage and said to Chinfong, "Master, I will definitely thank you in the evening." Chinfong looked at the candy in Ye Shuqin's hand, his heart full of anticipation. "I really didn't expect that Ye Shuqin is quite knowledgeable." As if he had thought of something, Chinfong joked to Ye Shuqin, "According to what you said, do we need to prepare a whip?" After hearing Chinfeng's words, the shyness on Ye Shuqin's face became even more serious, and then she slowly took out a black bulltail whip from her bag. Chinfong sighed sincerely when he saw this scene. Wasn't his little maid a little too sensible? All kinds of things are ready? It seems that it would be unreasonable not to favor her tonight. However, Chinfong did not forget that he had promised to accompany Lang Rushuang every night in the next few weeks. But, having one more Ye Shuqin doesn't matter. Of course, Lang Xuanyue must not be left behind. I remembered that a few days ago in the middle of the night, Lang Xuanyue lay beside my legs and said pitifully, "I can't sleep without my master's company at night." Chinfong decided that since they were all obedient little servants around him, they must be treated equally. Chinfong has his own principles. The family must stay together. A family means no separation. While thinking, Chinfong had already arrived at the door of the villa. Maybe he heard the roar of Chinfang's car, or maybe Chinfong and Lang Xuanyue had a telepathic connection. The moment Chinfong stepped out of the car, Lang Xuanyue threw herself into Chinfang's arms. "Master, I miss you so much." "Do you miss me?" Master, please let Xuanyu give you another good kiss." Chapter 46, Yi Xian's Revenge. Looking at Lang Xuanyue hanging above him, Chinfang's mood couldn't help but improve. Lang Rushuang stood aside and said softly to Chinfong, "Master, Rushuang misses you too." Chinfong pinched Lang Rushuang's cheek. Chinfong could never get tired of looking at this maid. "Okay Rushuang, this young master misses you too." "What about me, master?" "What about me?" "What about me?" I heard Chinfong say that he missed his sister very much. Lang Xuanyue also hurriedly asked Chinfong. Chinfong used both hands to hug Lang Xuanyue completely. "I must miss our Xuanyue too." Hearing Chinfeng's words, Lang Xuanyue burst into a giggle. Looking at the scene in front of her, Ye Shuqin was also very happy. She hadn't enjoyed this feeling of home for a long time. During the time she spent with Chinfong, Ye Shuqin once again experienced the feeling of home. As if he remembered something, Chinfong took out a house key from his pocket and handed it to Yushuqin.
Isn't your mother going to be discharged from the hospital soon?
This house is quite close to the school, so you can live there first. Hearing this, Yushuqin hurriedly refused. How can this be possible, master?
This. Chinfong knew what Yushuqin was thinking, so he stuffed the key into her hand. It's just a small house with 2 bedrooms and a living room. You can't let your mother live in the old city again, right?
I told you, you are mine, so don't be so polite to me.
It's just a house, I can still afford it.
After saying that, Chinfong walked towards the living room in the villa without looking back. Hearing this, Yushuqin no longer refused. She stared at the key in her hand and silently put it in her pocket.
Master, how can I repay your kindness?
Chinfong had just walked into the house and hadn't even warmed up but when he received a message from Lu Wanling.
Master Qin, Yi Xian has some influence abroad. Be careful that he may retaliate against you. Seeing Lu Wanling's reminder, Chinfong said with disdain, revenge? No one in Longwood dares to retaliate against me.
Lu Wanling looked at Chinfang's news and shook her head with a wry smile. Because of Chinfong, she had more or less learned about the so-called Qin family in Kyoto in the past few days.
Giant. It's simply a behemoth.
Later that evening, Yushuqin thought about what she was going to do and her face was filled with shyness. I had planned a long article, but it was all deleted because it didn't pass the review.
Damn tomatoes.
As the saying goes, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. But for Chinfong, every day is a night of spring. The next morning, Chinfong slept in for the first time ever. In a daze, he pinched it casually, and the soft touch made Chinfong love it very much. At this moment, Yushuqin felt vaguely that something was pinching her chest and abdomen. After opening her eyes and seeing that it was Chinfang's hand, she consciously slid down so that Chinfong could pinch her the most, then closed her eyes and went back to sleep.
At this time, at the Magic City Airport, 3 men in black walked slowly down the airport.
The 3 of them were dressed exactly the same.
After walking out of the airport, there was no extra communication.
They picked up their phones and walked towards a hotel according to a location on the map. Soon, the 3 men arrived near the hotel, and a man with gauze wrapped on his hand had been waiting there for a long time.
You guys came pretty fast.
The man who spoke was none other than Yi Xian, whose palm was broken by Chinfong yesterday. The 3 men in black spoke Longwood dialect not very fluently and asked Yi Xian, photos. Yi Xian took out the photo of Chinfong that he had prepared in advance and said, this is the person.
His name is Chinfong. Make it for me as soon as possible.
After looking at the photo, the 3 of them didn't say anything, but nodded to each other, indicating that they had remembered the man in the photo.
One day, wait for our reply.
After saying this, the 3 of them left in 3 different directions. Yi Xian touched his nose and said, it's quite mysterious. However, Yi Xian still believes in the ability of these cleaners, as he has another task to accomplish.
That means it's time to find your own palace master as soon as possible.
But, in such a huge demon city, where should I go to find the palace master? Forget it, as long as I can kill this villain Chinfong first, it won't be too late to find the palace master later. At the same time, Chinfong had already gotten up and washed up, planning to send Yushuqin to school. But this time, the little girl Lung Xuanyue insisted on going with him. Yesterday, because I was a step slow, I didn't see my owner for almost the whole day.
I must be with my master today no matter what. Chinfong did not refuse.
He also knew that Lung Xuanyue was more attached to him, so he simply took Lang Rushuang and Lung Xuanyue with him. This made Lang Xuanyue very happy, and she quickly kissed Chinfong on the little face. Master is really great.
Then Lung Xuanyue got into the car like a loach.
After Yushuqin and the other person were seated, Chinfong started the car and prepared to set off. Along the way, Chinfong always felt that there was a black car following him. However, Chinfong did not think much about it. He did not believe that anyone in the Magic City would dare to do harm to him openly.
However, as the cars continued to drive in, Lang Rushuang also noticed something was wrong. Master, the car behind us has been following us.
Hearing Lang Rushuang's words, Lung Xuanyue frowned slightly.
Is there anyone who is not afraid of death?
Chinfong didn't hesitate and changed the direction of the car and drove to a small road. Looking at the deserted terrain, Chinfong expressed his satisfaction.
Isn't this a good place to kill people? He also wanted to see who was so bold as to send someone to follow him.
The car behind him was following Chinfong closely, and when he saw the position where Chinfong was driving, he smiled in his heart. This person actually found a cemetery for himself. It really was effortless. Originally, the three of them thought that if they were in a busy street, Longwei's laws were very complete, and it might be difficult to take action against the person in the photo. But since he has come here himself, even the god of hell cannot save him. After parking the car at a corner, Chinfong motioned Lang Rushuang to get out with him, while Long Shuangyue stayed in the car to protect Yu Shuqin at any time. Seeing Chinfong walking out slowly from the corner with a woman, the three of them got out of the car immediately. After taking a look at Chinfong not far away, the three of them were sure that he was the same person in the photo. Then a short knife suddenly appeared from the cuffs and stabbed towards Chinfong quickly. Chinfong was not in a hurry and said calmly, "There really are people in the magic city who are not afraid of death." Just when the three were about to come into contact with Chinfong, a ghostly figure also rushed towards them quickly. Lang Rushuang was as cold as ice at this moment. She had once sworn that anyone who dared to disrespect the young master would only end up dead. The battle did not last long before the winner was decided. Lang Rushuang was tactful enough to leave one person alive. She wanted to know who had the guts to disrespect her master. "Tell me, who sent you?" The only person left at this time had his limbs broken by Lang Rushuang, so Chinfong was not afraid that he would play any more tricks. "If you are not as skilled as others, you will die." Listening to the man's not very fluent Longwa dialect, Chinfong also realized that he was not from Longwa. "Oh, you're pretty damn brave." At this moment, Long Shuangyue, feeling that the battle was over, slowly walked down from the car. Came in front of Chinfong. After seeing Long Shuangyue's face clearly, the man in black's pupils dilated and his face was full of disbelief. "Palace, Master of the Palace?" Chapter 47, Palace Master, please listen to my explanation. The man in black was in a trance as he saw the person in front of him who looked exactly like his own palace master. But, our own palace master has never been so cuddly before. But the only remaining man in black was very sure that the person in front of him was definitely his palace master, because there could never be two exactly the same people in the world. The man in black could not believe until his death that his palace master was just the maid of the man in front of him. No? Where is the ruthless and serious palace master in Japan? Where did the palace master who used to kill any man within 1 meter of the Japanese go? Why now? Looking at Lang Shuangyue clinging to him, the man in black couldn't believe that this was the master who had led the Dragon God Temple to a higher level. I can't believe that this is the palace master who killed people without anyone noticing. But, are you from the Dragon Temple? Lang Shuangyue had never seen these cleaners before, but based on the man's clothing and accent, Lang Shuangyue judged that he was a killer from the Dragon Temple. Yes, palace master. After hearing the answer from the man in black, Lang Shuangyue's face showed a rare hint of anger. Who sent you? Tell me everything you know, and I'll consider giving you a quick death. As soon as Lang Shuangyue finished speaking, many cobras surrounded the man in black. What else? I think you know my methods. After hearing Lang Shuangyue's words, the man in black no longer had the arrogance he had just now. He knew Lang Shuangyue's intentions very well. Since his own palace master had spoken so, the man in black immediately told him everything he knew. As for Lang Shuangyue, the more he listened, the gloomier his expression became. It was really lawless. How long had he been away from Japan? How dare the old and immortal third elder send someone to assassinate his own master? And the man named Ji Xian has already met his death. Lang Shuangyue's hands clattered and she looked at the damn cleaner with a pale face. The man in black was filled with fear and said, Palace Master, I have told you everything I know. Please give me a quick death for the sake of my service to the palace. Lang Shuangyue also kept the promise she had just made. She raised her hand and slashed with the knife, and the man in black did not feel any pain at all. Master, I failed to do my job well. Please punish me. Lang Shuangyue knelt on the ground. The person who assassinated the young master actually came from the Dragon God Temple. Although he had left the Dragon God Temple for some time, after all, he was the former master of the Dragon God Temple. This punishment cannot be avoided. Okay, Shimatsuki, get up. Chinfong helped Lang Shuangyue up with both hands. This matter has nothing to do with you, why would I punish you? Then a strong murderous intent flashed in Chinfang's eyes. Since he traveled to this world, Yi Xian was the first person who dared to find someone to assassinate him.
So this guy named Yixian, thinking of you Shuqin in the car, Chinfong planned to send her to school first, and then go directly to settle the score with Zhao Yixian. Xuan Yue, go and control this guy called Yixian first. Just keep him alive. I'll send Shuqin to school first. After thinking for a while, Chinfong was worried that Yixian would run away alone after learning that the truth was revealed, so he decided to let Ling Rushuang break his legs first. Saves you from running around. Ling Rushuang nodded. There was really no need for a person who threatened the safety of his master to continue living. Back in the car again, Chinfang's eyes had regained their gentleness. No matter what, Chinfong didn't want to involve you Shuqin in any dispute. Shuqin, I may need to take care of some things when you get to school. Yu Shuqin also knew that Chinfong was very busy, so she said to Chinfong very tactfully, Master, don't worry about me. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. There was one more thing Yu Shuqin didn't say, which was that Shuqin could actually help her master with any worries. However, considering Yu Shuqin's current fighting strength, it would be useless to say anything. Chinfong would definitely not let her go and get killed. Watching Yu Shuqin walk into the campus, Chinfong changed his just kind expression. Let's go and meet up with your sister. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was waiting for good news from the cleaner in the hotel, brought Ling Rushuang over first. Ling Rushuang broke into the room and asked Yi Xian, who was lighting a cigarette with a confused look on his face, Are you Yi Xian? Of course Yi Xian sensed that the white-haired beauty had ill intentions, but after thinking about it for a long time, he realized that he had no connection with this beauty at all. I'm Yi Xian, this lady. Ling Rushuang just needed to know that the man in front of her was Yi Xian. As for the rest, it was no longer important to her. Before Yi Zhuanghua could finish his words, Ling Rushuang's fierce attack had already been launched. With just one kick, Yi Xian was kicked to the point of vomiting blood. Not to mention that Yi Xian's hand is still injured. Even if he was in his prime, he couldn't take on Ling Rushuang's move. Ling Rushuang looked at Yi Xian crawling on the ground without saying a word. The cold light of the short blade in her hand reflected on her face, making her look particularly creepy. Don't kill me, we have no grudges against each other, cough cough. Yi Xian was filled with anxiety. Who could tell him what was going on? What had happened? I was inexplicably broken into by a woman and beaten like this. Is there any law that still applies? Has the sky in Dragon Country also darkened? Ling Rushuang was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yi Xian, so she directly cut the tendons of his hands and feet, and waited here for her master to arrive. Instantly, the roar filled the entire street, but no one came to check. Because Chinfong had already made arrangements in advance, he knew that a Japanese spy had sneaked into Long Country and he was in the process of capturing him, and he hoped that government departments would cooperate. Yi Xian didn't have to wait too long before a familiar figure walked in front of him. I heard you've always wanted to kill me? Looking at Yi Xian in a pool of blood, Chinfang's face was full of disdain. Fight with me, Chinfong. Do you have the strength to do so? Yi Xian was already disheartened at this point. The tendons in his hands and feet were all severed. Even if he didn't die this time, he would become a complete cripple. It would be better to let yourself die. Just when Yi Xian was in despair, a familiar figure that he could not believe slowly walked towards the three people. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with brilliance. Chinfong, I admit that this helper is very strong, but in front of our palace master, you two can only die. Then Yi Xian shouted loudly to Long Xuanyue, who was not far away, Palace Master, Palace Master. Palace Master, please save me. Perhaps because he had to face the threat of death, Yi Xian was a little confused and he didn't even think about it. Why did his Palace Master get down from Chinfang's car? Chapter 48, Shocked Yi Xian. Watching Long Xuanyue walking towards him step by step, Yi Xian inexplicably felt confident. The master of our own palace must be on the side of our own family. Just as Yi Xian was about to continue mocking Chinfong, Long Xuanyue had already walked up to the few people. Yi Xian was about to call for help when several giant centipedes beside Long Xuanyue crawled towards his thighs. Among these centipedes, the longest one can reach 40 centimeters in length, and the rest are more than 30 centimeters long. The centipede is still alive even after death, and it has all 5 poisons, which makes Yi Xian deeply afraid. Palace Master, why are you doing this? At this time, Yi Xian was lying on the ground, not daring to move at all. Because he had recognized that these giant centipedes crawling on his legs were the most powerful killing move of his own palace master. If they bit him, even gods could not save him. You are the one who sent people to assassinate the master? Long Xuanyue's handsome face was filled with gloom.
Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Ah? Master? What master? I don't quite understand what you are saying, Palace Master. Yi Xian would never have thought that his high and mighty Palace Master actually had a master. You deserve to die for acting crazy and stupid. Lang Xuanyue controlled the centipedes on Yi Xian's legs, and the next moment several centipedes bit Yi Xian's legs together. The heart-wrenching pain made Yi Xian scream out involuntarily. Palace Master, please spare my life. I really didn't know that young Master Chinfong was your master. Only at this point did Yi Xian realize what kind of big shot he had offended. The rich young master in front of him, whom he had always looked down upon, was actually the master of the palace lord? Dare to disrespect the master, you have already been destined to die. Lang Xuanyue said to Yi Xian with gritted teeth. The anger on his face was self-evident. After hearing Lang Xuanyue's words, Yi Xian felt disheartened. He knew his own palace master's character very well. He had never felt such a cold expression or such angry words from his own palace master. Even though Yi Xian had suffered several major defeats in previous battles with the royal family in Japan, he had never felt such murderous intent from Lang Xuanyue. At this time, Chinfong was squatting on the ground, looking at Yi Xian, who was like a wild dog. I told you before at the dinner table that if you don't have Long Outian's life, don't give me Long Outian's disease. Chinfong patted Yi Xian's face first, and then used his hand to calm Lang Xuanyue's emotions. Okay, Xuanyue, don't be too angry at this wild dog, it's just a dead man. Although Chinfong said this, Lang Xuanyue did not think so, and Yi Xian also saw the seriousness of the matter at this time. He doesn't want to die yet. The wound on the thigh caused by the centipede bite was already red, swollen and ulcerated, and even showed some signs of decay. Master Qin, please spare my life. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you, Master Qin. Please spare my life, please spare my life. Yi Xian regretted it, he really regretted it. Why would he provoke such a being when he had nothing better to do? If he were given another chance to start over, he would never come to Dragon Country again. But unfortunately, Yi Xian is not the protagonist and does not have the ability to survive. You know you're wrong? I guess you know you're going to die soon, right? Chinfong's principle has always been that I will not offend others unless they offend me. If Yi Xian had restrained himself since that dinner and didn't take the initiative to provoke him, Chinfong would certainly not have killed him for no reason, and he might even forget about this person in a few days. But now? Someone has been hired to kill me, and I still want to live? It's just wishful thinking. Chinfong got up and returned to the car, saying to Lang Rushwang and the others, don't let him die too easily. After receiving Chinfang's order, Lang Rushwang and the other person began to torture Yi Xian endlessly. Soon, Yi Xian lay on the ground, no longer making any sound. When everyone returned to the car, Lang Xuanyue's face was still cold. There was another person she needed to deal with personally. The third elder of the Dragon Temple. Anyone who dares to threaten the safety of his master, whether intentionally or unintentionally, does not deserve to continue living in this world. Chinfong didn't start the car in a hurry, but sent a message to Lu Wanling. Your friend hired someone to kill me, but I have killed him now. However, I am not a petty person. If you want, I will allow you to collect his body. Chinfong then sent another location, started the car and left. Along the way, Lu Wanling sent many messages to Chinfong, but Chinfong didn't read them. On the other side, Yu Shuqin had just returned to school. Since she had no classes in the morning, she liked to go back to the dormitory first. As soon as she arrived at the dormitory, the three people in the dormitory surrounded Yu Shuqin again. The three of them had so many questions in their minds, and all of their words fell on Yu Shuqin like cannonballs. Shuqin, what happened that day? Didn't you guys fight? Shuqin, you didn't go to class these few days? You didn't even go back to the dormitory? Where have you been? Tell the truth quickly. Shuqin, although Chinfong is indeed very rich, you can't be blinded by money. The water here is very deep and you can't control it. Let me do it, I can control it. Faced with the overwhelming questions from her roommates, Yu Shuqin didn't know what to explain for a moment. Tell the truth? Let your roommate know that you are Master Qin's mistress? This is a bit too embarrassing. Yu Shuqin thought about it and decided to continue acting crazy. Oh. Okay. Lu Qing was very dissatisfied after listening to Yu Shuqin's irrelevant answer. You idiot, tell us quickly. If you can't explain it clearly, we will torture you. Lu Qing looked at Sun Xiaoyu and Yimo with a sly smile on his face, and Sun Xiaoyu and Yimo immediately understood what he meant. He threw Yu Shuqin onto the bed and began to squeak at her. Yu Shuqin was still very ticklish and gave in after a while. Ha ha ha, I give up, ha ha ha, I give up, stop tickling me. Yu Shuqin laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. So he continued to show the charm of language to the three people. Master Qin is really not my boyfriend. I have told you many times before, but you didn't believe it. Now you should believe it, right? The three of them had to believe Yu Shuqin's statement whether they wanted to or not. I went to the hospital to take care of my mother these days, and then stayed at Master Qin's house at night. Hearing that they were living in Chinfang's house, the three of them all smiled evilly and said, "Oh, are you living directly in his house?" Seeing the I understand everything expressions on Lu Qing and the others' faces, Yu Shuqin did not make any explanation. Because it was exactly as the three of them thought. No, it should be said that it was even crazier than what the three of them thought. After all, he was not the only one living in Chinfang's house. And there are two sisters of my own. Chapter 49, Pretending to be a Boyfriend. When Chinfong returned home, he saw many messages from Lu Wanling on his mobile phone. But most of them were concerned about whether Chinfong was hurt. As for Yi Xian, maybe someone would take care of it if the body became smelly, but now no one might care. Chinfong had just returned home and had not rested for long when the doorbell rang. The person who came was none other than Lu Wanling. Chinfong hadn't replied to her message for a long time, and she was worried that something had happened to Chinfong. Chinfong felt amused when he learned about Lu Wanling's intention. An accident? Lu Wanling was really worrying for nothing. But she had good intentions after all, so Chinfong chatted with her for a while in the living room. Master Qin, can I trouble you with something? Seeing that Lu Wanling looked a little reserved, Chinfong thought that the Lu family had encountered some difficulties. Tell me, if I can help, I will definitely help. If the Lu family really encountered trouble, Chinfong would be happy to help them. After all, after spending the past few days with Lu Wanling, I found this woman to be quite nice. It did not bring any bad emotions to Chinfong, and the Lu family was quite obedient. It's not a big deal. I just want you to pretend to be my boyfriend for a few days. Lu Wanling was very annoyed. Since she returned to China, many people around her had introduced boyfriends to her. Whether it's my mother or my aunt, they all want me to get married as soon as possible. Lu Wanling was speechless about this. After all, she had just turned 20 years old. But I couldn't disobey my mother's orders. Not long ago, my unreliable mother found a man from somewhere and insisted that I go on a blind date with him. Lu Wanling was about to vomit. What was so good about blind dating? For some reason, whenever Lu Wanling thought about finding a boyfriend, Chinfang's image would appear in her mind. Pretending to be your boyfriend? Chinfang's face was full of question marks. Is this kind of bloody plot going to happen to me? Chinfong couldn't help but think of the plot where the guy pretended to be a boyfriend but got slapped in the face. But looking at Lu Wanling's pleading expression, Chinfong was a soft-hearted man and was embarrassed to refuse. Aren't you afraid that I will make your fake play real and eat you up? Seeing the wretched look on Chinfang's face, Lu Wanling said with disdain, "Come on, Master Qin, you have so many beauties around you, how can you still be attracted to me?" It is obvious that Lu Wanling does not have a clear understanding of men. What man would complain about not having enough women around him? Especially when they were ladies from wealthy families like Lu Wanling. Chinfong couldn't help but picture Lu Wanling wearing a maid outfit in his mind, and he couldn't help laughing a few times. Why are you laughing? Lu Wanling didn't know what Chinfong was thinking, otherwise she would definitely say to Chinfong, "Big hooligan." Nothing, I just thought of some fun things. Chinfong certainly couldn't tell Lu Wanling what he was thinking, otherwise he would be beaten to death by Lu Wanling. Do you agree with my proposal? Lu Wanling really doesn't want to find a boyfriend so early, and she doesn't want to go on a blind date. For Lu Wanling, who has never been in a relationship, she is still looking forward to her own love. I don't want to fall in love with another boy so casually. Well, let me think about it. Chinfong crossed his legs and looked at Lu Wanling, then said to her, "Oh, my legs are a little sore. If you rub my legs for me, maybe I can reluctantly agree to your request." Hearing Chinfang's words, Lu Wanling showed a speechless expression on her face. "Are you treating me like a slave?" Chinfong looked smug and said, "It can't be helped. It's you who needs help." Chinfang's words left Lu Wanling unable to refute. She was indeed asking for help. Okay,
I'll give you a good rub. Lu Wanling really put down her airs, squatted on the ground and rubbed Chinfang's legs, saying, "Is the strength okay, Master Chin?" Chinfong lay on the sofa, looking very happy. "It's just so-so. It's really far inferior to my Rushwang." Hearing her master praising her Lang Rushwang from afar, her heart felt sweeter than eating honey. Lang Xuanyue, who was standing next to Lang Rushwang, pouted her lips and said, "Tisk, tsk, I can massage the legs, too. I just haven't massaged the master's legs properly, otherwise the master would definitely praise me instead of her sister." Lang Xuanyue, who speaks her mind, has no idea what the outspoken person means. "Shimatsuki, can you please repeat what you just said?" Hey, sister, I'm going to cook." Afterwards, Lang Xuanyue quickly escaped from Lang Rushwang. And Chinfong in the living room was still leisurely enjoying Lu Wanling's kneading. What Lu Wanling didn't know was that when she squatted down to massage Chinfang's legs, a glimpse of spring light appeared on her chest. It was a feast for Chinfang's eyes. "Are you okay, Master Chin?" Lu Wanling looked up and asked Chinfong. Following Chinfang's gaze, Lu Wanling also looked at her own body. "Master Chin, you are a bit of a hooligan, aren't you?" Lu Wanling, who sensed what Chinfong had been looking at, became even more speechless. He quickly stood up and covered his chest tightly. "I can't believe you're so talented, Miss Lu." Faced with Chinfang's blatant hooliganism, for some reason, Lu Wanling did not feel too much disgust in her heart. But she still pretended to be angry and said to Chinfong, "Now I have pinched and seen it. If Master Chin doesn't agree to my request, I will be angry." Chinfong thought about it and decided that it was nothing more than pretending to be a boyfriend, just as a compensation to Lu Wanling. Okay, I promise you." "Tisk, that's better." Lu Wanling was very happy to hear that Chinfong had promised her, but her face still had an indifferent expression. "Then from now on, in the eyes of outsiders, you are my boyfriend." In other words, Lu Wanling's old father didn't know about this, otherwise, even if he was a fake boyfriend, it would be enough to make Lu Wanling's old father jump with excitement. Just at this time, Lu Wanling's cell phone rang. After taking a look at the note, Lu Wanling was speechless. Helplessly, I still clicked on the answer. "Hello, my mom, what kind of blind date have you found for me this time?" Listening to Lu Wanling's weak words, a very wealthy laugh came from the other end of the phone. My baby daughter is worthy of being a piece of flesh that fell from my mother. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with this one this time. You two knew each other when you were kids, but you played at our house and he played at his." Hearing her mother's mumbling tone with no intention of stopping, Lu Wanling simply interrupted her. "Mom, please stop looking for someone for me. I already have a boyfriend." As she said this, Lu Wanling winked at Chinfong. Chinfong also understood what Lu Wanling meant. Since he had agreed to pretend to be her boyfriend, he had to act more convincingly. Then Chinfong said to Lu Wanling's phone, "Hello, Auntie, my name is Chinfong, and I'm Wanling's boyfriend." Chapter 50, Accompanying Lu Wanling on a Date. When she heard the boy's voice on the phone, Lu's mother was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. "Have you really found a boyfriend? You didn't just pick up a guy on the street to deceive your mother, did you?" Hearing her mother's words, Lu Wanling was shocked. "Oh, Mom, how could it be that she just picked up a random man on the street? Don't you believe your daughter?" Chinfong didn't just pick it up from the roadside, at least he selected it carefully himself. Although he is just a fake boyfriend. That's good. Mom is relieved that you have a boyfriend. Okay, Mom won't bother you anymore. Go on a date with your boyfriend." After saying this, Lu's mother hung up the phone, leaving Lu Wanling with a helpless look on her face. "Your mother is quite concerned about your marriage." Chinfong returned to his seat and fiddled with his slender and beautiful fingers. "Well, it's just that she wants to hold her grandson." There was a deep sense of powerlessness in Lu Wanling's tone. She is an only child and has neither brothers nor sisters. "These days, my mother's close friends are holding their grandchildren, and some are holding their grandsons and grandsons-in-law, making her mother so envious that she is about to bite her back teeth. So they put pressure on Lu Wanling. Okay, I've helped you get through this. So how long do I have to wait as your pretend boyfriend?" Lu Wanling thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, Master Chin. After a while, I can just tell them that I broke up. Anyway, for Lu Wanling, she can deal with it for a while, and for a day. But Master Chin, you are my boyfriend now, but my mother knows everything." Looking at Lu Wanling's smirk, Chinfong said calmly, "Please be careful with your wording, Miss Lu. I am pretending to be your boyfriend. But
Chinfong turned sideways and threw Lu Wanling onto the sofa, supporting his body with both hands, only 1 centimeter away from the tip of Lu Wanling's nose. But if Miss Lu wants to make it real, I can agree to let you do it with me. Lu Wanling's heart started beating again at this moment. She must have heard the gangster meaning in Chinfang's words. She quietly stepped back to the other side and spoke to Chinfong with a nervous face. Master Chin, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Lu Wanling didn't really want to die here, but she didn't dare to play with fire and get burned. Tisk, that's boring. Chinfong retracted his body. He didn't really think about eating Lu Wanling clean. At the very least, you can't eat it all up now. As I said, what Chinfong wants is that they are willing. I knew you were joking, Master Chin, hee hee. The blush on Lu Wanling's face had not disappeared yet, and when he thought of the ambiguous actions Chinfong had just taken with him, he felt itchy in his heart. Master Chin, it's almost time for dinner. Let's go and I'll treat you to dinner. After hearing Lu Wanling's words, Lang Rushwang in the dark clenched his teeth. Is it impossible to accompany the master for dinner again? This vicious woman of the Lu family. Okay, let's go then. Chinfong didn't know what Lang Rushwang was thinking, otherwise she would definitely not agree to have dinner with Lu Wanling. Looking at her master's receding back, Lang Rushwang felt a nameless anger in her heart with nowhere to vent. When I turned around, I saw Lang Xuanyue in another room, playing with her mobile phone happily. Okay, now I can vent my anger. Without Yixian bothering them, Chinfong and Lu Wanling had an extremely comfortable meal. After dinner, Lu Wanling insisted that Chinfong stay with her for a while longer, under the pretext that she had something to explain to him after returning home. In fact, only Lu Wanling herself knew that she didn't want to separate from Chinfong so soon. Master Chin, shall we go ride the Ferris wheel? No, I'm not interested. Master Chin, let's go on the roller coaster, shall we? No, childish. Master Chin, let's go explore the haunted house? No, I'm afraid of ghosts. When Lu Wanling heard that Chinfong was unwilling to play with her no matter what she said, her face immediately fell. You are so boring, Master Chin. At this time, Lu Wanling was holding a bucket of popcorn in her hand, eating while shopping with Chinfong. You are a rich girl, how could you be interested in these things? What? Didn't you have enough fun with them when you were a child? Chinfong grabbed the popcorn from Lu Wanling's hand and started eating it. You know what, it's quite delicious. Hearing Chinfang's words, Lu Wanling's eyes dimmed. When I was little, my father was always busy with work and had no time to bring me to play with these things. When I got older, they would always give me a lot of money on a weekly basis, but they couldn't spare the time to spend with me. I went abroad to study after high school, and have been abroad ever since. Listening to Lu Wanling telling about her childhood experiences, Chinfong also realized that Lu Wanling was still a left-behind child? He is just a very rich left-behind child. Thinking of this, Chinfong inexplicably felt that the eldest daughter of this wealthy family was not actually living a very happy life. No wonder after I agreed to play with her, she took me to the playground as soon as possible. Maybe it is also to make up for the lack of childhood. Okay, let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Chinfong stroked Lu Wanling's hair, and when Lu Wanling heard that Chinfong agreed to ride the Ferris wheel with her, she snuggled up to Chinfong like a kitten. I know Master Chin is the best. Let me feed you popcorn. Open your mouth. Ah. Not long after, Chinfong had bought tickets for 2 people. After waiting for a while, Chinfong took Lu Wanling on the Ferris wheel. As the Ferris wheel slowly rose and fell, Lu Wanling's emotions became more and more excited. Chinfong, look, we seem to be flying. Chinfong looked at the girl in front of him who still had a childlike innocence, and some memories before the time travel flashed through his mind. As the music slowly rose, the Ferris wheel reached the top. Lu Wanling's mood at the moment reached the peak. She pointed at the sparse crowd below and said to Chinfong happily, Chinfong, look, we are taller than all of them now. Lu Wanling pointed to a place not far away and said, Chinfong, do you see that? The restaurant where we just had dinner is right there. Chinfong couldn't help but sigh, actually, it's quite nice to sit here. Then Chinfong seemed to have thought of something, and said loudly to Lu Wanling, if you make a wish at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, your wish will come true. After hearing Chinfeng's words, Lu Wanling hurriedly closed her eyes and began to make a wish. When Lu Wanling opened her eyes again, Chinfong asked her, what wish did you make just now? Lu Wanling turned her head to the side and looked down at the scenery below the amusement park. If I don't tell you, your wish won't come true. She hopes. What exactly is this wish?
perhaps only she herself knows. Chapter 51, Master Qin, are you having an orgasm? Oh, are there any little secrets you can't tell me? Chinfong pretended to be heartbroken, but unfortunately he still couldn't trick Lu Wanling out of her secret. Hee, there's no use being sad, so I won't tell you. It won't work if I tell you. Lu Wanling had a smug look on her face. No matter what, she would not tell Chinfong about her little wish just now. Just when Chinfong was about to think of another excuse to trick Lu Wanling, a strange voice came from next door. Lu Wanling hurriedly asked Chinfong, Master Qin, did you hear that? Is anyone crying? Chinfong looked in the direction of the voice. Oh my god? Are today's young couples so wild? You dare to be on the Ferris wheel in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being recorded and posted online? Seeing that Lu Wanling still had a puzzled expression, Chinfong didn't have the heart to lead her astray. She must be crying because of her fear of heights. Don't worry too much. After hearing Chinfang's words, Lu Wanling chuckled and said, you are even more timid than me. I won't even be scared to tears. Chinfong smiled and said, if you cry like that, it would be very different. In order to prevent Lu Wanling from seeing the inappropriate scenes for children next door, Chinfong sat directly in front of her. Don't worry about crying or not. After riding this Ferris wheel, what else do you want to play? This young master will satisfy you today. After hearing Chinfang's words, Lu Wanling began to think seriously in her heart. I also want to ride the pendulum, roller coaster, bungee jumping, rock climbing, and paragliding. Lu Wanling has an inexplicable yearning for these extreme sports. After listening to what Lu Wanling said about the movement, Chinfong regretted it in his heart. Can I take back what I just said? With bungee jumping, rock climbing, and paragliding, Chinfong was really afraid of a small accident that could lead to his death. Master Qin, are you going to go back on your word? Lu Wanling paused and then said, or is our Master Qin afraid? Chinfong, whose inner thoughts were guessed, certainly couldn't admit that he was afraid. Afraid? There is nothing in this world that I am afraid of. Chinfong had a look of righteousness on his face, as if the world was under his feet. I'm not afraid, but I'm a little scared. Hearing Chinfang's words, Lu Wanling chuckled, aren't you still afraid, Master Qin? During the discussion between the two, the crying sound coming from next door became louder. Lu Wanling also noticed something was wrong, and her face turned red. Master Qin, what are they doing? It has come to this point, Chinfong couldn't hide it anymore, they are indeed doing it. Then Chinfong coughed heavily, and the noise from next door subsided. How about we go out and play? Chinfong simply didn't care about his old face. How about we just play on the merry-go-round? At this moment, Lu Wanling had no time to think about what to play. What had just happened was too much of a shock to her. Even when the Ferris wheel was about to fall, Lu Wanling's little face was still red. After a while, the sound came from next door again. But this time, what was heard was not crying, but a more intense quarrel. Are you capable of this? I just bought you leeks and oysters for nothing. What's the matter? Were you not in good shape last time? You didn't get enough rest the last time. Can you give me another excuse for coming this time? The girl complained. The boy felt a little aggrieved. Baby, please listen to my explanation. Please listen to my explanation. This time it is. I don't care what excuses you give me this time. If you can do it, then you can do it. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. I don't want to hear any more excuses from you. If the Ferris wheel wasn't a little high right now, I really want to jump off. The girl's complaints did not stop there, but she continued to criticize the boys around her. Every time I just feel a little bit of it, you can't bear it anymore. Cut it off, don't say anything, let's break up here. You can see that the girl is very angry. The boy looked aggrieved and said, baby, can you please not leave me? The girl laughed, but she was angry. Flowers will bloom again after they wither, but if you fucking leak, I will definitely leave you. Chinfong couldn't help but want to laugh when he heard the quarrel. Facts have proved that no matter when or where, men cannot fail. Lu Wan didn't quite understand why the two people next door were arguing. Master Qin, what is a bath? Hearing Lu Wanling's words, Chinfong rolled his eyes at her and said, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't know what you shouldn't know. Lu Wanling thought about it for a while, and then asked Chinfong, Master Qin, are you having an orgasm? Chinfong really wanted to kick Lu Wanling down, but out of politeness, Chinfong held back for the time being.
Seeing the change in Chinfang's expression, Lu Wanling knew in her heart that this so-called bath leakage might not be a good word.
I understand, Master Qin, you don't want to ejaculate, right? Young Master Qin, aren't they afraid of being discovered like that?
After getting off the Ferris wheel, Lu Wanling asked Chinfong curiously. Chinfong also answered Lu Wanling very seriously, maybe she just likes the thrill of being discovered. This was the only excuse Chinfong could come up with in his mind. After all, there are quite a lot of people like this, they just like the wild, they just like to expose.
Who knows?
Anyway, Chinfong doesn't understand this kind of hobby.
Oh well.
Looking at a carousel not far away, Chinfong wanted to quickly skip this topic that made Lu Wanling shy, so he took Lu Wanling to the carousel booth.
Come on, Miss Lu, I'll ask you to ride a horse.
As he spoke, Chinfong patted the body of the carousel.
Lu Wanling also gave Chinfong face and strode onto the carousel.
The two of them, one after the other, slowly made up for Lu Wanling's missed childhood.
As the music continued to change, Lu Wanling's mind was pulled away from the incident on the Ferris wheel.
This entire afternoon, Chinfong accompanied Lu Wanling to visit the entire amusement park. She has basically experienced all the projects. Looking at Lu Wanling jumping in front of him, Chinfong inexplicably felt like an old father taking his daughter out to play.
I just don't know if Lu Wanling will call me daddy.
As soon as this thought came to his mind, Chinfong quickly shook his head to get rid of this evil idea.
Forget it, I'd better go back and let you Shu Qin call me. Miss Lu, can you slow down a bit?
Chinfong didn't know why either.
Is it possible that not feeling tired when shopping and having fun is a skill unique to girls? After a whole afternoon, and having run all over the playground, Lu Wanling was still so interested?
This was something Chinfong could not have imagined.
Oh, Master Qin, you are too slow. Lu Wanling walked to a stall with a lollipop in her mouth. How much are these two dolls?
The boss was very happy as he saw that he was about to close the stall but got one last order.
This pair of dolls?
You really have good taste, this pair is a limited edition, only 188, you can take them home directly.
I want it.
Lu Wanling quickly scanned the code to pay, and while Chinfong wasn't paying attention, she put a little rabbit into her backpack.
Then he threw the other little fox to Chinfong behind him.
That little doll is your gift for accompanying me to the amusement park this afternoon.
Keep it well and don't lose it.
Lu Wanling took out the lollipop from her mouth and said to Chinfong very seriously again, don't lose it.
Chapter 52, Lu Wanling's Saliva.
Chinfong didn't think much about it, playing with the little fox which was well made. I didn't realize Miss Lu was still quite childish. The doll was not too big, just a small pendant, and Chinfong put it into his pocket.
Where are you going to go next? Looking at the time, it was not too late.
If Lu Wanling wanted, I could still stay with her for a while.
Hearing Chinfang's question, Lu Wanling thought for a while and said, I still want to see the cherry blossoms.
Chinfong gently pinched Lu Wanling's tender little face with his fingers. It's summer now, and the cherry blossoms have long since dormant and withered. But looking at Lu Wanling's expectant eyes, Chinfong thought for a moment and said, I'll take you to a place where you may be able to see cherry blossoms. Immediately, Chinfong planned to use his power to be a little willful again. After taking out his cell phone and sending a text message to Lang Rushwang, he took Lu Wanling's hand and walked out of the amusement park.
Master Qin, where are you going to take me?
Chinfong kept it a secret, this is a secret that cannot be told.
Anyway, you will be able to see the cherry blossoms, so don't worry.
After leaving the amusement park, Chinfong didn't plan to drive his own car. He had to stay on the road for a while to allow Lang Rushwang to prepare enough. Looking at the buses coming and going on the street, Chinfong decided to join the crowd today.
Are you interested in taking a bus ride with me?
Lu Wanling had never taken a bus since she was a child, so she was very interested in these new things.
Yes, yes.
While waiting for the bus, Chinfong looked at a place not far away, as if thinking about something.
Lu Wanling looked at Chinfang's deep expression and couldn't help but sigh in her heart, is this the difference between an ordinary person like me and a talented person? Can you gain some insights just by waiting for a bus?
What Lu Wanling didn't know was that Chinfong was not that noble.
Chinfong has been thinking in his mind, if Godzilla suddenly invaded the Earth now, and he directly transformed into Ultraman in front of everyone, would he gain a large number of little fans? Soon, the bus arrived, and this time Lu Wanling took the initiative to hold Chinfang's hand. Let's go, let's take the bus together.
Along the way, Lu Wanling felt the wind was sweet.
The two found a double seat at the back, Lu Wanling sat inside by the window, and Chinfong sat outside. The weather is very good today. There are a few seagulls circling and flying in the blue sky. Chinfong hasn't taken a bus for a long time. In his impression, buses are usually crowded. However, there were very few people on this bus, the interior was very clean, and the passengers all looked relaxed. The two of them got on the bus to Eternal Night Island, but this Eternal Night Island was about to be renamed Sakura Island. At this time, Lang Rushuang, who received Chinfang's text message, did not hesitate at all and directly bought the Eternal Night Island at that location. Then he took Lang Shuangyue and mobilized all the power of the Magic City to buy out all the cherry blossoms in the Magic City and the surrounding provinces. Then they were airlifted to the so-called Eternal Night Island and people were sent to plant them one by one on the Eternal Night Island. After finishing all this, Lang Rushuang sent Chinfong an okay emoticon. At this time, Chinfong was still on the bus accompanying Lu Wanling, looking at the scenery outside the window. Chinfong couldn't help but sigh that his maid was really efficient. It only took 2 or 3 hours to get the job done. So, Master Chin, where is our final destination? Lu Wanling looked at the seagulls flying outside the window and continued to say to Chinfong, are you planning to sell me out because I'm pretty? As she spoke, Lu Wanling showed a look of fear and protected her body with her hands, looking particularly adorable. You're not even as pretty as our Rushuang. Even if I sell you, you're not worth the price of a car for this young master. Chinfang's words made Lu Wanling very sad, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that what Chinfong said was indeed the truth. The one called Lang Rushuang doesn't even look like a human being. She looked more like a fairy from the Nine Heavens' mysterious palace, especially with her flowing white hair that looked like a waterfall. Thinking of this, Lu Wanling suddenly became happy again. It was not shameful to lose to this woman in appearance. Looking at the time again, it would take about an hour to reach the destination, and Chinfong felt a little sleepy. Chinfong had been too indulgent these past few nights, and he actually felt a little tired. I'll take a nap first. Remember to wake me up when you get to the terminal. Without waiting for Lu Wanling to say anything, Chinfong leaned directly on her shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Wanling was somewhat helpless. Shouldn't she be lying on Chinfang's shoulders? How could this be so different from the love movie she had seen? However, seeing Chinfang's slightly tired expression, Lu Wanling still straightened her back so that Chinfong could sleep more comfortably. Chinfong? Are you asleep? Are you drooling? Lu Wanling asked Chinfong with some concern. It's hard to say. Chinfong said without even opening his eyes, if it really happens, just pretend you know nothing. It's okay, Master Chin. I will definitely not despise you. Lu Wanling said to Chinfong confidently. Then she held up Chinfang's head with one hand and quickly put a tissue on her shoulder with the other hand. Didn't you say you wouldn't dislike me? Chinfong said with disdain on his face. Hey, aren't you afraid that my clothes will be stained by Master Chin's saliva? Time passes quickly and time passes slowly. Lu Wanling just quietly looked at Chinfang's sleeping face, and had to admit that Chinfong was very handsome. Lu Wanling, this useless girl, couldn't help drooling when she looked at Chinfang's outline. But she didn't know. Tick. Just when Lu Wanling was concentrating on admiring Chinfang's face, a drop of saliva hit Chinfang's face squarely. Chinfong was a little awake in his daze. What's going on? Is it raining? The sudden scene made Lu Wanling very confused. Master Chin, it's okay. You had a nightmare. Go to sleep quickly. Perhaps he was too sleepy. Chinfong didn't even think about why water drops were falling on his face while he was sitting on the bus. At this time, Lu Wanling's face was already red. She patted her chest with one hand and said to herself, Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. It was not known whether Chinfong was confused in his sleep or did it on purpose, but one of his hands slowly caressed Lu Wanling's chest. Before Lu Wanling could react, Chinfong had already pinched her hard. Wrong. The feel is wrong. Lu Wanling no longer cared whether Chinfong was asleep or not, she just shook him awake, and the guilt she had just felt for drooling on Chinfang's face disappeared. Master Chin, are you having an erotic dream? When Chinfong woke up completely, he looked at Lu Wanling in front of him and finally understood why his hand felt wrong. Miss Lu, did something happen? I don't even know what happened. Chinfong is very good at acting crazy and stupid. Master Chin, you are a big hooligan, a stinky hooligan. Lu Wanling kept scolding Chinfong like a wronged young wife. Alright, don't be angry. I subconsciously mistook you for Rushuang. Seeing that Lu Wanling was still full of anger, Chinfong was helpless. He doesn't know how to coax girls. Don't you have any responsibility for this? Hearing Chinfeng's words, Lu Wanling was shocked and pointed her index finger at her face. Me? I'm the victim, okay? Master Qin. Chinfong doesn't care whether you are a victim or not. Think about it, if you were not so beautiful, would I have mistaken you? It's because you are too charming and you dazzled my eyes. When Lu Wanling heard Chinfong praising her beauty, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Tell me yourself whether you are wrong or not. Looking at Chinfeng's angry expression, Lu Wanling felt a little unconfident. Was it really her fault? I'm sorry, Master Qin, please don't be angry, okay? Chinfong seemed very generous. Okay, I will reluctantly forgive you this time. P.S. Guess whether Lu Wanling will end up being taken in by Chinfong as a maid. Chapter 53, Cherry Blossom Banquet. Time flies. While Chinfong and Lu Wanling were chatting and laughing, the bus had already driven to Sakura Island. Close your eyes first, and then you can open them when I ask you to. As they were about to get off the car, Chinfong decided that he must create a surprise feeling for Lu Wanling. What are you doing? So mysterious? Although Lu Wanling said she was reluctant, she still closed her eyes obediently. I can't see anything, Master Qin. The road surface on the island was extremely uneven. Perhaps because he was afraid that Lu Wanling would fall and get hurt, Chinfong simply picked her up. Master Qin, you're taking advantage of me. Feeling that she was held in Chinfeng's arms, Lu Wanling's tone was a little angry, but her arms were tightly around Chinfeng's neck. Chinfong didn't say anything, but just walked forward 300 meters. Then he looked at the masterpiece on the island with satisfaction and gently put Lu Wanling down from his body. Okay, Miss Lu, you can open your eyes now. Hearing Chinfeng's words, Lu Wanling slowly opened her eyes. The two finally arrived at Sakura Island, and Lu Wanling looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. There are many cherry trees here. Although the cherry blossom season has passed, Lu Wanling is very happy and moved. Master Qin, these. Lu Wanling has already guessed where there are so many blooming cherry blossoms on the island. Although she had left Shanghai for a foreign country a long time ago, she was sure that there was no such grand Sakura Island in Shanghai. I prepared this for you. Do you like it? Chinfong picked a beautiful cherry blossom and put it in Lu Wanling's hair. Lu Wanling walked in front of Chinfong, put her hands behind her back, looked up and asked Chinfong, am I beautiful? Chinfeng's answer was very straightforward, it's okay, just average. Feeling Lu Wanling's rolling eyes, Chinfong quickly changed his words, okay, you are beautiful. Then he whispered quietly, but she's not as beautiful as ours. Lu Wanling was in a particularly high spirits at this moment. She held Chinfeng's hand and walked around the island. Everywhere you look, you see cherry blossoms in full bloom. Lu Wanling hummed a little tune and jumped up and down. Chinfong, I am very happy today. Please use your literary talent to praise me. Chinfong spoke without thinking, she is so beautiful that she can make fishes sink to the bottom of their bodies and geese fall to the ground, and the moon hides in shame on the flowers. Lu Wanling was very dissatisfied with Chinfeng's praise. Chinfong, you are too old-fashioned. Can you show your literary talent? Show your literary talent? Chinfong also didn't have the heart to ruin Lu Wanling's high spirits, so he put his hands behind his back, coughed twice, and then looked at Lu Wanling. A compliment to you? Lu Wanling looked expectant. Yes. It would be best if it could also bring cherry blossoms. Looking at the cherry blossoms all over the mountains, Lu Wanling just wanted to recite a poem. But seeing Chinfong beside her, Lu Wanling didn't want to show off her skills. Not only do I have to praise you for being beautiful, but I also have to bring cherry blossoms? Chinfeng's mind was spinning rapidly. Hey! Got it. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? Lu Wanling had a fierce expression, which made Chinfong feel a little amused. I don't have any opinions, but don't I have any benefits? Look, I prepared the cherry blossoms on the island especially for you, didn't I? Now you want me to praise you for being pretty and good-looking, don't I have any benefits at all? After hearing what Chinfong said, Lu Wanling was speechless for a while. Just on the bus, isn't that a benefit? Then Lu Wanling changed her expression to be amiable. Don't worry, you will get some benefits later. Hearing Lu Wanling mention the bus again, Chinfong touched his nose awkwardly. Alright, I'll recite a poem for you.
When Lu Wanling heard Chinfong say that he wanted to recite a poem, she hurriedly took out the small diary she carried with her.
Master Qin, you can chant now.
Seeing Lu Wanling holding a notebook in one hand and a ballpoint pen in the other, Chinfong simply recited directly to Lu Wanling.
Listen carefully.
Cherry blossoms are in full bloom like the sea, and a beauty is standing in the shade of the flowers. The breeze blows across my face, and petals fall all over my clothes.
After reciting the poem,
Chinfong really felt that he was very talented in writing. Lu Wanling looked at Chinfong with wisdom on her face. Master Qin, how do you write the word lapels? Seeing Chinfong looking at her like an idiot, Lu Wanling hurriedly put the diary into her bag.
I'm joking with you, can't you hear it? Master Qin. Then who knows whether you are joking or really an idiot? Chinfong walked to Lu Wanling's side. Putting his hand on Lu Wanling's forehead, what if your brain is not fully developed and your cerebellum is not developed at all?
After saying this, without waiting for Lu Wanling to get angry, Chinfong quickly ran away. After Lu Wanling realized what Chinfong said, she chased after Chinfong from behind. Chinfong,
I am a genius.
As we chased each other, time passed by slowly without us noticing. Chinfong and Lu Wanling lay on the lawn, looking up at the sky together. Master Qin, I wish this day would never end. Lu Wanling lay on her side, looking at Chinfang's profile, not knowing what she was thinking.
I understand, Wanling. Days like today may only come once or twice in a lifetime. Seize every moment.
Chinfong looked up at the sky, watching the seagulls circling and dancing in the sky.
By the way, where are the benefits you just mentioned? It's been so long and you're still making a fool of me.
Chinfong turned his head and looked at Lu Wanling. The two looked at each other, and Lu Wanling chuckled. Then you close your eyes too. Chinfong didn't know what Lu Wanling was up to, but he subconsciously closed his eyes.
Okay, Miss Lu, you can give me your benefits.
Before Chinfong could finish his words, he felt a soft touch on his lips. The imprint didn't last very long, just a moment, and the feeling left the corner of Chinfang's mouth. When Chinfong opened his eyes again, he saw Lu Wanling's shy gaze.
Okay, Master Qin, this is a benefit for you, right? Lu Wanling's face flushed, but she still pretended to be calm.
This was her first kiss.
From childhood to adulthood, she thought she would not be attracted to a boy until she met Chinfong. Not bad.
Chinfong turned his head to the sky, still staring at the group of circling seagulls.
I'm about to leave the magic city. Hearing Chinfang's words, Lu Wanling was slightly surprised. So Master Qin is going? I'm going back to Kyoto. There are some small things at home that I need to take care of. Of course, I may also go abroad.
Chinfong patted an empty space next to him, motioning Lu Wanling to come closer to him.
Lu Wanling curled up and climbed onto Chinfang's shoulder. Then can you take me with you?
Chinfong patted Lu Wanling's butt and said, maybe.
It would be a little dangerous for you to follow me. Kyoto is not as good as the magic city.
It was as if he had made up his mind. I will come back to you after I have dealt with everything.
Chapter 54, Summer Wind.
The two of them just lay there, no one speaking.
Lu Wanling was obviously absent-minded as she counted the stars in the sky. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Wanling spoke again. Master Qin, can't you really let me go with you? Chinfong embraced Lu Wanling's body and said, the forces in Kyoto are complicated and intertwined. I can't take care of you all the time.
Chinfong is naturally not afraid of the aristocratic families in Kyoto, but Chinfong is afraid that it will affect Lu Wanling. After all, any respectable family in Kyoto has power that the Lu family cannot contend with. Hearing Chinfang's words, Lu Wanling was obviously disappointed.
I understand, Master Qin. It's okay.
You have to take good care of yourself and be careful.
Chinfong hugged Lu Wanling even tighter.
The wind from the seashore blew slowly, and Chinfong also wanted to freeze time at this moment.
Don't worry, no one dares to attack me yet.
Time passed quickly, and as night slowly fell, it was time for the two to part. Chinfong stood up and patted the broken leaves on his butt.
It's getting late, Miss Lu. We should go back. Lu Wanling wiped the tears from her eyes and said, yes, it's time to go back. Why are you still crying? Chinfong felt a headache.
It seemed that the girls he was with cried easily. Lang Rushwang is one, Yu Shuqin is another, and now even Lu Wanling.
Do I have a special physical condition that makes me easily make other girls cry?
Chinfong carefully helped Lu Wanling wipe away her tears and said, don't cry.
I will come to the magic city to find you when I am done with my work. Lu Wanling stopped crying and said, "Then carry me back."
Chinfong chuckled, then half knelt on the ground, turned to Lu Wanling and said, "Then come up."
Lu Wanling jumped lightly and hooked Chinfang's arm tightly with her arm. "Okay, I'm up, we can set sail."
Chinfong held Lu Wanling's butt with his hands to prevent her from slipping down and said, "Then I'll set off." At this moment, Lu Wanling suddenly stretched out her hand and hooked her fingers. Under Chinfang's puzzled gaze, a small figure flew over and landed on the girl's hooked fingers. Chinfong looked and saw that it was a small white butterfly with a small body and flawless white wings.
"Chinfong, look."
Looking at the butterfly on her finger, Lu Wanling smiled again.
"It's really beautiful."
The sky had not yet completely darkened, and Chinfong was staring at the butterfly on Lu Wanling's finger, praising it. At this time, Lu Wanling no longer looked at the night sky, but lowered her head and quietly looked at the little white butterfly on her raised index finger. She raised her hand slightly, and flicked her hooked index finger lightly. The little white creature flapped its wings and flew up, circling twice in front of the two of them, and then flew away into the darkness ahead.
"Chinfong, I want to hear you sing."
Lu Wanling still remembers the video of Chinfong singing that she saw on her mobile phone before. She liked his ethereal voice very much.
"Listen to my singing? Then let me think about it for you."
Chinfong didn't know much about the popular songs in this world, so he can only search in his mind for songs that were suitable for the scenes before he traveled through time. At this time, a warm summer breeze blew, making people feel very comfortable. Chinfong looked up at the sky, then at the innocent girl on his back, and suddenly remembered a song that he liked very much in his previous life.
The gentle and lazy sea breeze blows to the high mountain peaks. The warm wind and mountain wind blow into the mountain peaks. Why aren't you here? Ask the mountain wind and you'll come back.
At this moment, a gust of sea breeze happened to blow again, ruffling Lu Wanling's waist-length hair, which floated slightly in the night sky. She was so beautiful that she was like a camellia after the rain, inadvertently revealing her breathtaking beauty. But her gaze had already shifted to the young man who was singing softly beside her.
The scene is two of us walking together, and your face is gently against my chest.
I will always remember the summer wind, which clearly told me that you love me.
I noticed that you have a shy side despite your cool smile.
Chinfong smiled gently after he finished singing, and Lu Wanling on his back clapped her hands at him from the bottom of her heart.
"Master Chin, can you teach me to sing?" Lu Wanling's face was almost touching Chinfang's face.
The heat wave of midsummer combined with the cool breeze from the beach made people feel very happy physically and mentally.
"Okay, which song do you want to learn?"
Chinfong lifted Lu Wanling's body up, his eyes still looking at the dark road ahead.
"I'm going to learn the song you just sang."
Lu Wanling felt that this song was very suitable for their situation.
"Is this song another original one of yours, Master Chin?"
Chinfong must want to take the credit for himself.
"Of course, you can give this song a name."
Lu Wanling did not doubt Chinfang's words at all, but slowly remembered the name of the song. This song was inspired by Master Chin while he was blowing in the wind. Plus, the word wind is also in this song, so why not call it Summer Wind? After saying this, Lu Wanling rubbed Chinfang's cheek and said, "How is it, Master Chin?" Chinfang's body suddenly paused when he heard this.
Could it be such a coincidence? It's a good name, let's call it Summer Wind.
Chinfong felt a little guilty, but it only lasted for a moment.
"Don't you want me to teach you to sing? Next time I sing a line, you just follow me, okay?"
Chinfong said to Lu Wanling with a smile.
"Okay," Lu Wanling nodded immediately. The gentle and lazy sea breeze blows to the high mountain peaks.
The warm wind and mountain wind become mountain peaks. Chinfong sang slowly as he looked at the road ahead.
The gentle and lazy sea breeze blows to the high mountain peaks.
The warm wind and mountain wind become mountain peaks. Lu Wanling imitated word for word as she looked at the young man in front of her. The bright moon decorates your window, and you decorate other people's dreams.
Although Lu Wanling only sang softly, Chinfong had already concluded that Lu Wanling's voice was very suitable for singing.
Because her voice is very clean, even cleaner than a child's.
"I will always remember the summer wind. I will always remember the summer wind. Say clearly that you love me. Say clearly that you love me." The two of them walked forward, talking to each other. "Master Chin, are you tired?" Lu Wanling leaned lightly on Chinfang's face.
They had been walking for a long time and she was worried that Chinfong would be very tired.
"Tired?
Don't worry, I still have good physical strength." With the support of the system, Chinfong was a little tired at this time, but not to the point of being exhausted.
Lu Wanling gently wiped the sweat off Chinfang's forehead and said, "I'll come down, Master Chin." Chinfong stopped and said, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable carrying me on your back?" "No, I just want to walk for a while." Hearing Lu Wanling's words, Chinfong gently put her down from his back.
The moment Lu Wanling's feet touched the ground, she hugged Chinfong tightly.
"Master Chin, no matter where you go, you must not forget me, do you hear me?"
Then, Lu Wanling kissed Chinfang's lips again. But this time, she was no longer shy, instead she just had a girl's deep love for the boy she liked.
Chapter 55, Lu Wanling's Inner Monologue.
They fell in love at first kiss, and now they have reached the exit of the island.
Lang Rushwang stood straight by the car window.
When she saw Chinfong, she hurriedly walked up to him.
"Oh nar."
Lang Rushwang bowed respectfully to Chinfong, ignoring Lu Wanling who was standing beside her.
"Let's go back." Chinfong took Lu Wanling's hand and walked to the back seat together. Lu Wanling snuggled up to Chinfong, enjoying the last little time they had together.
The car was driving very slowly. Chinfong opened the window and looked out, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze in the evening. Lu Wanling interlocked her fingers with Chinfang's, and bits and pieces of memories emerged in her mind.
Lu Wanling giggled in her childhood.
She wandered in the back mountain, strolled among the blooming mountain flowers, and played in the sweet mountain waters.
She was teasing a clever young wild cat whom she had rescued by accident.
She had no friends, so the little wild cat became her only friend at this time. "Are you playing again?" a voice suddenly came from behind him. As a child, Lu Wanling was trembling all over and her scalp was numb. She turned around slowly and saw her grandfather who was wearing a white robe and had a thin face.
"Grandpa." Lu Wanling lowered her head and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. "Put out your hand." Grandpa picked up the ruler.
Lu Wanling gritted her teeth and stretched out her white little hand.
Bang!
The ruler hit the palm of his hand, leaving a red mark.
Despite the intense pain, Lu Wanling forced herself not to cry. "You did so badly in the last few exams. Instead of reviewing your lessons properly, you are here teasing a kitten?" Grandpa's eyes turned to the little wildcat behind Lu Wanling.
Lu Wanling's eyes suddenly filled with tears. "Grandpa, don't be angry, don't chase Xiaohua away.
Its injury has just healed, and it hasn't fully recovered yet. I will review my lessons well." Grandpa didn't say anything.
He put the ruler behind him, with an intimidating expression on his face.
"You are grounded for the week. You must reflect on your behavior in your room and are not allowed to go out. As for the cat, I'll have the servants take care of it for you."
"But Grandpa, my dad promised to take me out, for fun these few days."
Lu Wanling's voice became smaller and smaller, and she became less and less confident.
"I will review my lessons carefully." After saying this again, Lu Wanling quickly fled from here with Xiaohua in her arms. Lu Wanling returned to her room with her hands on her cheeks. "When the house arrest is over, I will definitely ask my dad to take me to the amusement park to have a good time."
Little Lu Wanling reviews her homework in her room every day.
Fortunately, although she likes to play, she is also very smart and she learned everything in the book in a short time.
But Daddy didn't have time to accompany her to the amusement park.
Lu Wanling, who was a teenager, has grown into a beautiful girl. But he is even more taciturn than before. She studied hard because she would feel empty if she stopped. This emptiness came from the deepest part of her heart, and it made her often wonder where she should go.
As soon as Suo Xing graduated from high school, she went abroad to study.
She wanted to relax and adjust her mentality abroad. Abroad, she met many different kinds of people and came into contact with many professions that were unheard of in the country. But the emptiness in my heart could never be relieved.
That spring, Lu Wanling was walking aimlessly on the street alone.
This is the season when cherry blossoms are in full bloom, and the streets are filled with the unique fragrance of cherry blossoms.
Not far away, under the cherry blossom tree, a young girl about the same age as him picked up a scattered cherry blossom under the tree.
Not far from the girl, a young man was taking pictures with a camera, and the lens was filled with pink and white.
Deleted.
The girl blushed and reached out her hand, but the boy handed over the photo and said, "Keep it, it's as beautiful as a painting." From then on, Lu Wanling would deliberately come here every year when the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Lu Wanling also witnessed the girl's growth from a little girl with a ponytail to a bride holding his arm, and the background was always the flying cherry blossoms. Lu Wanling is like a mouse in a dark corner, spying on other people's happiness. I thought to myself, how nice it would be if I could have someone to accompany me to watch the cherry blossoms in the future.
Silently, Lu Wanling sighed softly. At this moment, she finally understood where her emptiness came from. It comes from one's own yearning for happiness. Is she happy? Lu Wanling often asks herself this question. Perhaps to outsiders, she is very happy. Live a life of luxury and don't have to worry about making a living. But she thinks she is not happy at all as she has never had any friends since she was a child. Like a canary in a cage. After returning to China, Lu Wanling had not yet had a good rest when her father told her that a young master had come to Kyoto and asked her to be more respectful to him when the time comes. Although he was very unwilling, he still followed his father's arrangements. But I didn't expect that as soon as I came on stage, he said that I played too little piano? At that moment, I could no longer bear the resentment that had been suppressed in my heart for a long time. It is said that young Master Qin is well educated and talented. Today I see that his reputation is well deserved. I wonder if young Master Qin would be so kind as to play a song to liven up the party? My goal is to embarrass this ignorant boy and make him embarrassed in front of everyone. However, what I didn't expect was that this young master from Kyoto was quite powerful. There is indeed reason to be arrogant. I tried to understand him slowly. But I found that the more I got to know him, the more mysterious he became to me. In terms of musical instruments and poetry, all the areas in which I thought I had mastered were defeated by this young master. Gradually, I became more and more interested in him. I wanted to be friends with him, I wanted to be a good friend with him. Later I found out that the mother of a girl around him was living in the hospital owned by the Lu family, so I waited there every day to try to meet her by chance. Finally one day, I met him in the hospital. Maybe because I was too nervous, I actually asked him if he was sick. Fortunately, young Master Qin did not make a fuss with me. I invited him to have tea together. I thought I would have a wonderful time with young Master Qin, but I did not expect Yi Xian to follow me to Longhua. I arranged for the two of them to meet, but for some reason, Yi Xian kept making sarcastic remarks towards young Master Qin. Later, Chinfong told me that he had killed Yi Xian, but I was not too shocked. It's amazing, I feel incredible too. But I also had an excuse to go to Chinfang's house to meet him. I don't know why I always feel very comfortable when I'm with Chinfong. After a simple meal, I thought of the amusement park that I never got to go to when I was a child. He told me that if you make a wish at the top of the Ferris wheel, your wish will come true. The wish I secretly made in my heart was that I want to be with this young man in front of me forever. Chapter 56, Xin Jingqing's Tyranny. The bits and pieces of memories lingered in Lu Jia's mind for a long time, so long that even when they arrived at the Lu mansion, Lu Wanling didn't notice it. Miss Lu, you're here. Chinfong opened the car door for Lu Wanling. Outside the door were some servants and housekeepers of the Lu family. Master Qin, goodbye then. Lu Wanling tried her best to control her emotions and not let herself cry. After this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. The smile on Chinfang's face was still so gentle, just like the first time they met. Yeah, see you later, Miss Lu. Chinfong did not use his pupils to check Lu Wanling's favorability and loyalty. More or less, Chinfong will regard Lu Wanling as his good friend. At least now Chinfong regards Lu Wanling as his close and good friend. Turning the car around, Lang Rushuang walked towards the villa. At the same time, inside the villa, Lang Xuanyue had a blank expression on her face, and kneeling at her feet was a girl in black clothes and blue hair. The woman's waist-length light blue hair exuded a fine luster, her pupils were a deep blue like light blue, her nose was small, her lips were the color of dewy berries, and her jawline was so neat that it seemed to have been cut by the sea breeze. The woman's face was full of tension and sweat kept coming out of her forehead. It was obvious that she was very afraid of Lang Xuanyue. Palace Master, the palace really needs you now. We have already suffered several defeats against the royal family. Lang Xuanyue played with the beautiful centipede in her hand and looked at the woman kneeling on the ground sternly. Xiaoyue, I am very disappointed in you. Lang Xuanyue didn't want to go back to Japan to be the palace master at all. She just wanted to stay with her master happily. However, I have been running the Dragon Temple business for such a long time, I definitely cannot just give up like this. It can also be considered as a strategy prepared for the Qin family to take control of Japan in the future. You get up first. I know how to handle this matter. Yue hurriedly stood up and stood beside Lang Xuanyue, with her head lowered like a little girl who had made a mistake. In fact, this cannot be entirely blamed on Yue. It is not that she failed to lead the Dragon God Temple to a higher level, but that when the Japanese royal family heard that Lang Xuanyue had left, they invested heavily and began to clear out the members of the Dragon God Temple.
Under Shadow Moon's non-resistance policy, the Dragon Temple was defeated step by step, and many of its territories were handed over to others. But fortunately, the Dragon God Temple suffered few casualties and preserved its strength. Ingyue hurriedly took the time to come to Longwei to look for Long Xuanyue, wanting his iron-fisted palace master to go back and take charge of the situation. At this time, Long Xuanyue had a slight frown on her face. Why haven't those old people in the Japanese royal family died yet? Do I really have to go and take care of it myself? While Long Xuanyue was thinking, Long Rushwang had already walked into the house with Chinfong. Pa! After opening the door, the moment Long Xuanyue saw Chinfong, she threw herself into Chinfeng's arms. Master, why are you so busy all day? You don't even have time to spend with Xuanyue. Looking at Lang Xuanyue's coquettish face and listening to her gentle tone, Ingyue even thought she had entered a dream. The scene before him shocked Ingyue's heart. When did his palace master become like this? But she didn't dare to ask and just stood there blankly. Chinfong also noticed the blue-haired girl. Are there guests at home? Chinfong lifted Long Xuanyue up, stared at Ingyue not far away, and spoke to Long Xuanyue. Long Xuanyue hurriedly introduced Chinfong. Master, this is my assistant in Japan, her name is Ingyue. Ingyue knelt on one knee hurriedly and said, Greetings, master. Although Ingyue didn't know Chinfong, she heard Lang Xuanyue call him master just now, so she also called it master, which should be correct. In addition to Lang Xuanyue's attitude towards Chinfong, Ingyue couldn't help but silently look at Chinfong in her heart. The man in front of me is immeasurable. Very good. After saying this, Chinfong gently picked up Ingyue. He had just secretly used his double pupils to check that Ingyue was very loyal to him. Chinfong had not expected this. It seemed that Long Xuanyue had trained her quite well. Just as everyone was laughing, Chinfang's cell phone rang again. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Yushuchin. Master, my mother has been discharged from the hospital. I took her to the house you gave me today. My mother is very satisfied. Thank you, master. Chinfong patted his head. Today was the day Yushuchin's mother was discharged from the hospital, and he had completely forgotten about it. Well, why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could help you clean up? Yushuchin was very happy to see Chinfong reply to her message immediately. She had wanted to send a message to Chinfong for a long time, but she had no excuse and was afraid of disturbing Chinfong. It just so happens that my mother was discharged from the hospital today, so I finally have a legitimate excuse to chat with my beloved boy. Master Chin doesn't have much stuff, so the dean also found some nurses to help carry it. Yushuchin was very happy that her mother no longer had to live in that dilapidated house. Although the house Chinfong gave her was not that luxurious, it was more than enough for Yushuchin. After a few more pleasantries, Yushuchin's roommates invited her out for a dinner party. Yushuchin explained the situation to Chinfong, sent him a dinner location, and then ended the topic. And at this time, Kyoto, Chin family, elders pavilion. Master, our Chin family has always selected virtuous children as heirs since ancient times, but from what I know, Chinfang's performance in school in recent years is not virtuous. The person who spoke was Chin Huanyu, Chinfang's fourth uncle. Sitting on the main seat, Father Chin looked calm. He picked up the teacup beside him, blew gently, and took a sip slowly. My son is not going to be the next head of the family. Do you old bones want to be the head of the family? Don't talk to me about the family precepts. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Anyone has any objections? Why not just stand up and speak out? Qin Jingqing slowly placed the teacup on the table. His expression showed no emotion, but everyone was shocked. If you continue discussing these irrelevant topics, I think you elders should disband. After saying this, Qin Jingqing turned away. Those who stayed behind were the elders who looked at each other in bewilderment. Arrogant. This Qin Jingqing is really too arrogant. Since the Qin family was founded thousands of years ago, there has never been such an arrogant patriarch. Disband the Elders' Council? Let him disband it. Chinfong? With his performance in the past few years, he still wants to be the head of the family? Dream on. As long as I, Qinzhou, am still alive, this Chinfong will never be the head of the family. Qinzhou's original name was Sun Yuzhou. Because he had made some contributions to the Qin family, he was given the surname Qin and changed his name to Qinzhou. At this time, Qin Jingcheng, who had not yet completely left, heard Qinzhou's words, turned around silently, and slowly walked towards Qinzhou's direction. I originally wanted to let this old man enjoy his old age, but some people just like to jump around. What can I do? At this time, Xinzhou continued to give his speech in front of everyone. Everyone, you have all seen Chinfang's various performances in the past 3 years. He, Chinfong, is not worthy of being the current head of the family. Then Xinzhou looked at the great elder again. As the great elder nodded slightly, Xinzhou continued, everyone, I think the great elder's child Xinyu is more qualified than Chinfong. Before Xinzhou could finish his words, he was beheaded by Qin Jingqing's sword. Chapter 57, Interesting Banquet. In the Magic City, inside an extremely luxurious hotel. Yu Shuqin and her 3 roommates were sitting in the private room. On the other side, there were 4 boys sitting. At the dormitory social gathering, Yu Shuqin had no interest in this kind of entertainment at first. Unable to resist Lu Qing and Yimo's pleading, Yu Shuqin went to the private room with a few others. At this time, everyone in the private room kept toasting each other. But the 4 boys' eyes kept lingering on Yu Shuqin. You, school beauty, I have long heard of your name. I toast you with this glass of wine. The leading man raised his wineglass and smiled faintly at Yu Shuqin. Yu Shuqin picked up the juice on the table and drank it directly. Hey, miss you, this is your fault. People are drinking wine, how can you replace it with juice? That's right, campus beauty you. Anyway, there are no classes tomorrow, so it's okay to drink a little. Yes, school beauty you, won't you give us some face? Faced with everyone's advice, Yu Shuqin didn't want to say anything more. But Yimo understood the little thoughts of the 4 boys in front of him very well, and threw down the chopsticks in his hand. I don't want to drink, I just don't want to drink, what? You're planning to force me to drink. Don't you like drinking? Come on, Wang Chang, let's drink together. Wang Chang, who was shouting the most cheerfully just now, hurriedly explained after hearing what Yimo said, Senior Sister Yi, who doesn't know that you can handle a lot? There's no comparison. Yimo ignored Wang Chang and turned his gaze to Li Xiang. Li Xiang, come on, your hands are raised somewhere. Let's drink together. Then, Yimo looked at the beer on the table and laughed, what's the point of drinking beer? Without waiting for Li Xiang to continue, Yimo directly picked up a bottle of mutai in the private room, opened the lid, and poured the wine. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Without any hesitation, Yimo filled the disposable paper cup directly and drank it all in one gulp. Yimo's family runs a bar, so Yimo's alcohol tolerance is bottomless. In Yimo's words, he has never been drunk. Li Xiang was in a dilemma. Should he drink? He didn't have the confidence to finish a whole glass of liquor. Don't want to drink? A woman has already drunk all the wine. You have said so much. Don't you want to save your dignity? What's wrong, Li Xiang? Are you scared? If you are scared, then stop toasting like others and just sit down and eat your food honestly, isn't that better? As soon as Yimo entered the private room, he noticed that the 4 boys looked at Yu Shuqin with vulgar eyes. Yimo could figure it out without even thinking. These 4 men just wanted to get Yu Shuqin drunk. As for after getting her drunk, Yimo didn't want a girl like Yu Shuqin who knew nothing to be led astray by these people. But what Yimo didn't know was that Yu Shuqin had already taken on the shape of Chinfong. Feeling humiliated, Li Xiang gritted his teeth and drank. Then he followed Yimo's example, filled a glass with white wine and drank it all in one gulp. Just this one sip, just this glass of wine, his face quickly turned red. Although Lu Qing and Sun Xiaoyu were silly, they also felt the smell of gunpowder in the air. All right, sit down and continue eating. I've already said this before, the 4 of us ladies will drink beverages, and you guys can drink if you want. If you want to break the rules, then we'll have to leave. Sun Xiaoyu put a large piece of fish on Yimo's plate and said to everyone. Although Lu Qing still didn't understand what was going on, she was definitely standing firmly on the side of her roommate. In fact, she was the one who organized this bureau. School has been open for a long time, but because of Yu Shuqin's family situation, no one has mentioned the topic of dinner parties. Because they knew that Yu Shuqin must be busy with her part-time job and had no time to come. But since I learned yesterday that Yu Shuqin's mother's illness has been cured, Yu Shuqin no longer has to work part-time every day. The active Lu Qing organized a dinner party as soon as possible. Originally, he wanted the 4 people in the dormitory to have a good meal together. But on the way, I met Li Xiang and a few students from the next class, and then everyone decided to eat together. I shouldn't have gone with them. Lu Qing's face was full of helplessness. Looking at the tough Yimo, Wang Chang and the other 3 silently picked up the food on the table. I didn't dare say anything anymore.
Yu Shuqin poured Yemo a cup of tea. You drink so much? Drink some tea to calm down.
Yu Shuqin didn't expect that her roommate, who was usually very low-key, would be so fierce at the critical moment. Yemo picked up Yu Shuqin's tea, blew away the hot steam on it, and drank it slowly.
This little bit of wine is a piece of cake for Yemo. But for Li Xiang, it was different.
He had just drunk several cans of beer, and now he suddenly had a glass of white wine.
He also began to feel a little tipsy.
Even the chopsticks were a little unsteady.
Old Li, are you drunk? Wang Chang noticed Li Xiang's actions and asked him with concern. Drunk? You're kidding. Would I get drunk?
I've never known what it feels like to be drunk. It is well known that drunk people often do not admit that they are drunk. I started drinking when I was 3 years old, and when I was 5 I got drunk with 2 boys who were 6 years older than me.
Hearing Li Xiang's words, Wang Chang patted his forehead.
Well, he started talking nonsense and acting crazy again. I was 12 years old and I was so drunk that I peeped at girls taking baths.
I was 17. Yemo also became interested in Li Xiang's words. What's wrong with 17 years old?
Li Xiang gestured dazedly to the air. When I was 17, I was a furnace pipe, boasting.
Quiet.
After Li Xiang said this, the air seemed to be still. Wang Chang and others who came with Li Xiang all looked at him with contempt.
My password, what do you say in front of girls?
What do you say to others? Wang Chang and his friends had originally planned to find a way out of being single through this social gathering, but now it seems like they have lost all face.
You don't even care about your face anymore. Yemo really wanted to sew his mouth shut. Why was he so rude? And he asked him what was wrong with being 17 years old?
Feeling that no one was talking, Li Xiang continued to pick up the glass and said, "Come on, drink, everyone, I'm not drunk."
I'm not drunk. Shall we go back?
Yu Shuqin whispered to Lu Qing and the other 2. Lu Qing and the other 3 nodded in agreement and said, "Let's go." Wang Chang wanted to persuade him to stay, but before he could say anything, Yemo made a half-clenched fist in the air and waved it up and down. With the departure of Yu Shuqin and the others, the banquet also ended with Li Xiang's boasting. As soon as he walked out of the hotel, Yu Shuqin saw a beautiful white-haired girl standing at the hotel entrance.
Look, it's the white-haired goddess. Yemo picked up his phone and took a photo of Lang Rushuang. I want to keep it well. The white-haired goddess is so beautiful. Lang Rushuang passed by several people and walked to Yu Shuqin. The master wants to see you. Come back with me. Chapter 58, Sending Lang Shuangyue back to Japan.
After hearing Lang Rushuang's words, Yu Shuqin said goodbye to her 3 roommates one after another. After all, it was the master who wanted to see her for something. At this time, Chinfong was sitting on the sofa, with Lang Shuangyue and Yingyue standing on both sides. Chinfong had already learned from Yingyue's words why she came to Longhua. In the Dragon God Temple, Chinfong was thinking that maybe he really had to let Lang Shuangyue go back to deal with the Japanese affairs this time. Chinfong knew that the ruling status of the Dragon God Temple could not be declined, and in the future he would have to rely on the Dragon God Temple as a stepping stone to allow the Qin family to take over the entire Japan. This was also the mission for which the original owner sent Lang Shuangyue to Japan. But looking at the cute and adorable Lang Shuangyue, Chinfong was really reluctant to let this girl leave him again. Just as Chinfong was thinking, the phone rang. After taking a look at the caller ID, Chinfong quickly pressed the button to answer the call.
Hey, what's wrong, Dad? Why did you think of calling me?
The person who called was none other than Chinfeng's adoptive father, Qin Jingcheng. This is the first time Qin Jingcheng has called Chinfong since he traveled to this world.
You little bastard, have you gone crazy enough in the Magic City?
If you have, come back to Kyoto first. Hearing what his father said, Chinfong was a little confused.
Didn't you say before that I had to finish 4 years of college before I could go back?
According to the original owner's memory, it was Qin Jingcheng who told him that he had to finish college in Magic City, otherwise he would not be allowed to go home. He also said that this was a training for him.
Oh, are there many people in the clan who are against you as the young master?
That's why I arranged for you to go to the Demon City to prevent anyone from doing something bad to you. Now your father has almost solved all these problems, and you can naturally go home. Chinfong couldn't help but silently give a thumbs up in his heart. It seemed that his father was extremely domineering.
What is the attitude of the family members towards me now? Chinfong didn't want to be bullied when he returned.
If there were any blind people in Kyoto who dared to provoke him, Chinfong wouldn't mind letting him go to Yixuan to chat. Attitude? Now they are all very happy about you becoming the young master. There was an old guy named Qinzhou who was so happy that his head fell off after learning that you were going to be the young master. What Qin Jingqing said was indeed true, Qinzhou's head had indeed fallen off. Okay, I'll get ready and go back in the next few days. Chinfong was already tired of staying in the Magic City and wanted to go to Kyoto to try his luck. However, if I go to Kyoto, I cannot take Yu Shuqin with me for the time being. This is also the reason why Chinfong asked Ling Rushwang to call Yu Shuqin this time, to tell her that he might be leaving soon. After hanging up the phone, Ling Rushwang also led Yu Shuqin into the house. Shuqin is here? Please sit down. Chinfong pointed to the empty seat next to him. Yu Shuqin sat down next to Chinfong intelligently. Master, what's the matter with calling me here? Chinfong lit a cigarette and exhaled softly. I may have to go to Kyoto to deal with some things in the next few days. Before Yu Shuqin could react to Chinfeng's meaning, Chinfong spoke again. The waters in Kyoto are very deep. I may not be able to guarantee your safety. You should stay in the Magic City for now. After saying this, Chinfong made a gesture to Yu Shuqin. Yu Shuqin intelligently opened her mouth to make it easier for Chinfong to flick the ash in. Master, do you mean you don't want Shuqin anymore? After spitting out the ash from her mouth, Yu Shuqin couldn't control her emotions anymore and tears slowly fell down. Chinfong knew that Yu Shuqin would say this, and then he slowly explained, how could I not want you? It's just that you haven't graduated yet, right? I'm just going to Kyoto to be busy for a while, and I'll come back to see you when I'm done. Holding Yu Shuqin in his arms, Chinfong took out a tissue and slowly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chinfong then took out another bank card and said, the password is your birthday. Take good care of yourself when I'm not around. Don't let me find out that you're eating cheap food to save money. After saying this, Chinfong took out a piece of paper from his pocket with a phone number on it. If you encounter any problems while I'm away, just call this number and she will help you handle everything. The phone number belongs to Lu Wanling. Currently in Shanghai, the Lu family has completely replaced the Zhang family. Chinfong was not worried about others at all, except Yu Shuqin. Her character was too weak, which might be related to her previous family. Now she has the principal Li Weiman taking care of her in school and the Lu family protecting her outside the campus, so perhaps nothing bad will happen. Hearing the meaning behind Chinfeng's words, Yu Shuqin held Chinfeng's hand even tighter. Master, can you come back earlier? Yu Shuqin also knew that if she went to Kyoto, not only would she not be able to help, but she would definitely be a burden to Chinfong. Don't worry, I will definitely come back to see you when I have time. After calming Yu Shuqin down, Chinfong called Leng Xuanyue to his side. Xuanyue, come here too. Leng Xuanyue had probably guessed what Chinfong meant, and the smile on her face was gone. Master. Leng Xuanyue knelt beside Chinfeng's legs, raised her snow-white neck, stared at Chinfeng's cheek with eyes full of reluctance. Okay Xuanyue, I'm not going to chase you away. Why are you looking at me like that? Chinfong rubbed Leng Xuanyue's hair and then slowly said, you still need to take care of the Dragon God Temple's affairs. Chinfong was also reluctant to let Leng Xuanyue go, but there was nothing he could do because he had to put the overall situation first. Thinking of Japan, Chinfong couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Although the Japanese country in this world has never invaded the Dragon country, it does not affect Chinfeng's anger at all. At the same time, Chinfong also had a small plan in his mind. Why not take complete control of Japan in his own hands? Master, I will come back to you after I finish everything. Leng Xuanyue was reluctant to leave Chinfong like this, it was all because of those damn Japanese royal family. Leng Xuanyue has already decided that the moment she returns to the Dragon God Temple, she must give the Japanese royal family a good beating. Yue stood aside, not daring to say a word. The whole day today was too shocking for her, if she hadn't reported her work to her own palace master first. I would never believe that the girl kneeling on the ground at this moment is the Dragon God Temple's decisive and ruthless Master Poison Doctor. At this time, Chinfong had already made up his mind that this time he went to Kyoto, he was going to turn everything upside down. Okay, it's getting late, it's time to have a good rest. After putting out the cigarette in his hand, Chinfong picked up Yu Shuqin like a princess. Tonight, serve this young master well. Yu Shuqin put her arms around Chinfeng's neck and nodded heavily. Then she pointed at her backpack and motioned Chinfong to take it upstairs as well. Inside the backpack were the handcuffs and leg cuffs that Yu Shuqin had prepared in advance. Chapter 59, God-level firearms technology. The next morning, Chinfong had just gotten up when there was a knock on the door.
Master Qin, are you awake?
Chinfong just opened the door to the living room and was startled by the person in front of him.
Wanling? Why are you like this?
Outside the house, Lu Wanling's eyes were bloodshot and her face was extremely haggard.
She couldn't sleep last night.
When she thought about Chinfong leaving, she felt like a huge rock was blocking her heart.
I can't help it. I couldn't sleep last night.
Lu Wanling sat on the sofa casually.
Master Qin, when are you leaving?
Chinfong sat next to Lu Wanling.
Have you had breakfast? What's wrong? Nothing, can't I come and say goodbye to you?
At the same time, everyone in the house woke up, and Lang Rushuang had already prepared the last dish.
Good morning, master.
Lung Shuangyue rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking very cute.
Good morning, master.
There was an obvious red mark on Yu Shuqin's wrist. She had played very crazy last night.
Good morning, master.
Yingyue was arranged to live next door. After going downstairs, she also greeted Chinfong.
Wait, why is there one more person?
Lu Wanling looked at Chinfong with disdain.
We've only been apart for one night, and you're already hiding a mistress again? Weren't there 3 maids at the previous banquet? Why is there one more? Lu Wanling's sense of crisis suddenly rose. How could this be possible?
I don't know how many more maids Chinfong will be able to recruit when he goes to Kyoto this time. Chinfong was already used to his own scumbag behavior.
Don't worry about it. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat together?
Looking at the dazzling array of delicious food on the table, Lu Wanling's stomach growled, then I will condescend to eat a little from you. Chinfong habitually lay in Lang Rushuang's arms, opened his mouth and let Lang Rushuang feed him food bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Lu Wanling felt an indescribable feeling in her heart.
Are you envious? She was indeed a little envious of Lang Rushuang. Yingyue stood aside. She didn't dare to sit down as she hadn't gotten Lang Shuangyue's permission yet. Why don't you come over to eat? Is it not to your liking? Chinfong saw Yingyue still standing aside and couldn't help but ask.
After hearing Chinfeng's words, Yingyue continued to observe Lang Shuangyue's emotions. When the master is around, his words are orders, and you only need to obey the master's arrangements. Lang Shuangyue knew what Yingyue was thinking, so she warned her. As you command, palace master. Then Yingyue also took a seat and tasted the food from Longhua.
The meal didn't take too long. After dinner, the clever Lang Shuangyue ordered Yingyue to wash the dishes.
She began to pack her things and prepared to set off for Japan. Looking at the little snake still trapped in a special cage in her room, she could finally let her little snake out. As soon as the cage door was opened, several small snakes quickly crawled onto Lang Shuangyue. Lang Shuangyue slowly stroked their bodies, as if to comfort them. On the other side, Yu Shuqin was lying on Chinfang's left, and Lu Wanling was lying on Chinfang's right. They both knew that after this separation from Chinfong, they wouldn't know when they would meet again. Master Qin, you must keep the little doll I bought for you carefully and don't lose it.
Lu Wanling held Chinfang's fingers tightly and said to him angrily.
Chinfong patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Wanling.
Even if I lose myself, I can't lose that doll. That's more like it.
What Chinfong didn't know was that the pair of dolls were a couple's version, and Lu Wanling placed the little rabbit in the most conspicuous place in her room.
Ding, host, do you want to sign in?
Chinfong was startled when he heard the long-lost voice.
System, I thought you were dead. Why haven't you given me any new tasks in such a long time?
Chinfong still wants to continue taking advantage of the system. After all, the system's tasks are basically very simple, but the rewards are quite generous.
Ding, because this system hasn't thought of any better tasks yet, I'll notify you when I think of one. Ding, does the host sign in? Sign in, sign in. How could Chinfong miss this weekly sign in?
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level firearms technology. As soon as the system finished speaking, a series of skills about guns flashed through Chinfeng's mind. Even including how to manually operate a submachine gun. Chinfong was relatively satisfied with this reward. After all, no matter how good his kung fu was, it was no match for a bullet. After the system distributed the rewards, it entered the dormant state again. At this time, Lang Shuangyue had already packed up her things and walked down from upstairs.
She was very angry now.
It was because of those damn royal family of Japan that she was separated from her master again.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, Long Xuanyue has already sentenced all of them to death in her heart. As the door was knocked again, Qin De walked up to Chinfong. Following Qin De was a fleet of Rolls Royces. Master, it's time for us to set off. Chinfong patted Lu Wanling's body and motioned her to stand up. Okay, Wanling, don't worry. It won't be long before I come to see you. Chinfong only knew from the system's description and the original owner's memory that the Qin family was very powerful, but Chinfong had not seen it with his own eyes. I hope this trip to Kyoto will be more interesting. Chinfong is confident that he can turn Kyoto upside down, and Chinfong is also confident that he can make the Qin family more prosperous in his hands. As Chinfong stood up, everyone retreated behind him. I walked slowly to the gate and saw a crowd of people outside. They are tall and strong, with broad shoulders and narrow waists, and they exude a cold and hard aura. Everyone wore dark sunglasses on their face, completely obscuring their eyes and making it impossible to peek into their hearts. Their movements were uniform, and after seeing Chinfong, they quickly spread out in a fan shape, protecting Chinfong closely in the core. As he walked, the tapping sound of his leather shoes hitting the ground was compact and powerful, revealing his unquestionable majesty. Then everyone knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, young master." Chinfong nodded very coolly and said, "Everyone get up." Then he walked to the car door. After gently waving to Yushuqin and Lu Wanling, Chinfong got on the road that would take him back to Kyoto. Lang Rushwang sat next to Chinfong. She felt secretly delighted in her heart. At least now her master completely belonged to her again. Long Xuanyue and Ingyue got into another car. At this time, Long Xuanyue could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He once again regained his status as a magic poison doctor. When she was with Chinfong, Long Xuanyue was carefree, but as soon as she left Chinfong, Long Xuanyue could not control her murderous emotions. Japan? The royal family? You guys are doing great. Chapter 60, Qin Yu's bottom line. In the car, Chinfong hugged Lang Rushwang's delicate body and had a good sleep again. He was really exhausted last night. Yushuqin used all kinds of tricks. Until now, Chinfong still feels a slight pain in his waist. The speed of the convoy was not slow, but the driver's driving skills were surprisingly good. Along the way, Chinfong didn't feel any bumps. Soon, Chinfong arrived at a private parking lot in the suburbs. A completely black Gulfstream G700 was parked quietly in the center of the airport, waiting for its owner. "Master, we are here." Lang Rushwang gently shook Chinfang's body, waking him up from his sleep. "Are we there yet? Let's go." As the cabin door slowly slid open, the first thing Chinfong smelled was not the cold and hard smell of machinery, but a calm and restrained aroma mixed with cedar and leather. The moment Chinfong stepped into the cabin, his sight was firmly captured by the luxurious layout. There is a hand-woven cashmere carpet under your feet. The front cabin is the reception area, the middle section is the rest area, and the rear cabin is the office area. Chinfong stood in the cabin and couldn't help but admire the luxurious interior. Chinfang's bodyguards all stood behind him without doing anything beyond the limit. As the plane slowly took off, it indicated that the future master of Kyoto was about to arrive. Chinfong, sitting on the plane, couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts. I wonder if my trip to Kyoto this time will be as smooth as I imagined? Master, if you are tired, take a rest. It will take another 2 hours to fly from here to Kyoto. Lang Rushwang stood behind Chinfong and gently kneaded Chinfang's shoulders. It doesn't matter. I wonder if I will encounter any interesting things when I go to Kyoto this time. Chinfong crossed his legs, his eyes a little deep. Chinfong was thinking that maybe he could hire more maids in Kyoto. Lang Rushwang didn't know what Chinfong was thinking. No matter where he was, as long as he could always accompany his master, that was enough. Okay Rushwang, you should sit down and rest for a while. Chinfong patted the seat next to him, motioning Lang Rushwang to sit over. Yes, master. For some reason, Chinfong has an inexplicable dependence on Lang Rushwang. Perhaps, Lang Rushwang is the first woman Chinfong has met since he came to this world. Thank you for your hard work these days. Chinfong looked at Lang Rushwang's beautiful face, still so beautiful beyond words. My dear master, it doesn't take hard work. As long as I can stay by your side, Rushwang will be very satisfied. Lang Rushwang didn't ask for too much, she just wanted to spend time with Chinfong. At the same time, in Kyoto, in a luxurious KTV room. Master Qin, I offer you a toast. Wang Xinwei raised a glass of wine and bowed to Qinyu.
Xinyu ignored Wang Xinwei's actions, and instead hugged a lady beside him and said to Wang Xinwei, "Mr. Wang, if I remember correctly, we two are not yet close enough to drink wine together." Seeing Xinyu in front of him not giving him any face at all, Wang Xinwei could only smile helplessly. "Young Master Qin, as far as I know, Chinfong will arrive in Kyoto today." Wang Xinwei drank the wine in the glass, and then said to Xinyu, "If I remember correctly, Chinfong is the future successor of your Qin family." Hearing Wang Xinwei's words, Xinyu's face showed a trace of impatience. "If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, just fart. If you called me here just to make fun of me, I don't mind beating you up now." Wang Xinwei smiled and said, "Master Qin, are you really willing to be suppressed by Chinfong? I do have a plan. Once it's done, I'll make sure you become the only heir to the Qin family." Hearing Wang Xinwei's words, Xinyu's pupil shrank sharply, and then he seemed to have heard a huge joke. "Just you? Don't say that I look down on your Wang family. Although your Wang family has a little bit of strength, it is not enough to shake the position of my Qin family's heir, right?" Xinyu just thought that Wang Xinwei was making fun of him. He didn't believe that a small Wang family could make Chinfang's father change. "Master Qin, I have a high-risk plan, but your profits will be huge if it is accomplished." Wang Xinwei deliberately kept the question in suspense, but his words did arouse Xinyu's interest. "Tell me about it. Master Qin, isn't Chinfong going back to Kyoto today? Why don't we arrange for someone to take him away once and for all?" As he spoke, Wang Xinwei made a beheading gesture. Pang! Xinyu stood up and looked at Wang Xinwei with cold eyes. "Is this why you called me here?" Xinyu's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. "Do you know that what you are saying now is enough to destroy your Wang family hundreds or thousands of times? Master Qin, don't get excited. Sit down and talk." Wang Xinwei tried his best to comfort Xinyu. "Don't you want to become the heir of the Qin family and take charge of the Qin family?" Xinyu's reaction was a little beyond Wang Xinwei's expectations. Was he really that excited? The so-called high risk means high return. After the Qin family members continued to take their seats, Wang Xinwei slowly spoke again. "Master Qin, as the saying goes, the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. This has been the case since ancient times. If you don't fight hard now, will there still be a place for you, Xinyu, in the Qin family in the future?" Wang Xinwei has his own little ideas. As long as he helps Xinyu capture the Qin family heir, then he and Xinyu will be allies. When Xinyu takes over the Qin family in the future, their Wang family will surely soar to success. Of course, another part of the reason is that Wang Xinwei has been at odds with Chinfong since he was a child. He also didn't want to see his mortal enemy become the future head of the Qin family. "Master Qin, when you become the heir of the Qin family, I just need you to help me take control of the Wang family. How about that?" Wang Xinwei thought that Xinyu would definitely not be able to resist such a great temptation, but he was wrong. "Do you believe that I will kill you right now?" Xinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his anger could be felt from his words. "Chinfong and I are competing for the heir, that's an internal matter of our Qin family, it's not your turn as an outsider to make comments." Wang Xinwei was shocked by Xinyu's reaction. "Master Qin, what are you doing?" Xinyu ignored Wang Xinwei, stood up and prepared to leave. "Wang Xinwei, let me tell you, I do want to be the heir of the Qin family, but I want to do it in a dignified way, not by using such despicable means as you said. The reason why our Qin family has been able to stand firm for thousands of years is that no matter what happens, the family will always be united. You, an outsider, want to interfere in the affairs of our Qin family? Sorry, that's impossible. I, Xinyu, also have a bottom line. If I fight, I must fight fairly. As for using conspiracy to damage the unity of the family, this young master can't do it." After saying that, Xinyu just turned away. Chapter 61, Set Foot in Kyoto. Noon, Kyoto Airport. The raging flames were burning the Dragon Kingdom's supreme power center. The tall buildings in the distance are looming, as if waiting for their owners. Chinfong sat on his private plane, overlooking everything that belonged to him. As the plane slowly descended, the cabin door opened. Chinfong also walked down from the plane slowly. Behind him is a large group of bodyguards protecting him closely. Chinfong took a deep breath. For some reason, he wanted to shout, "The 3-year period has come. I, Chinfong, am back." But Chinfong still held back. After all, he didn't want to be awkward. At the same time, when Chinfong got off the plane, several Rolls-Royce cars in the fleet stopped steadily beside Chinfong not far away. The car door opened, and the person who came in was none other than Chinfang's father. "You little bastard, you've really embarrassed me in the past 3 years." Xin Jingcheng punched Chinfang's shoulder hard and said to him with a smile on his face. Xin Jingcheng naturally knew about Chinfang's dog-licking deeds in Shanghai, and he often reflected on it during that period. How could I have given birth to such a useless child? Fortunately, Chinfong changed his mind in the last few days, which made Xin Jingcheng completely relieved. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who was intimidating without even getting angry, Chinfong could only laugh awkwardly and said, "Oh, I was being too picky at that time." Chinfong still admired Xin Jingcheng very much in his heart. According to the original owner's memory, this Xin Jingcheng was not someone to be trifled with. The Qin family is well known for its tyranny in Longhua, but Xin Jingcheng's tyranny is even more famous in the Qin family. Before Xin Jingcheng, all major decisions made by successive heads of the family had to be discussed by the Council of Elders. If the elders think it is inappropriate, they have the right to reject the decision of the head of the family. This set of policies was formulated by the first patriarch of the Qin family. In the beginning, the role of the Council of Elders was only to help the patriarch share some of the tedious affairs within the family. But later, the power of the Elders' Council gradually grew, and even before Xin Jingcheng, it was able to completely influence the decision-making of the head of the family. After Xin Jingcheng became the head of the family, he was respectful to the elder on the surface and tried to stabilize his emotions. In secret, they gradually eliminated and liquidated the Grand Elder's followers, slowly weakening his power. Afterwards, Xin Jingcheng slowly collected evidence of the Great Elder's crimes. Finally, at a morning meeting, Xin Jingcheng read out all the evidence of the Great Elder's crimes in public and deprived the Great Elder of all his real power. However, considering that he was still a member of the Qin family, he was still given the nominal power of a Great Elder. Xin Jingcheng's first success was due to his forbearance, strategy, and decisiveness. In this way, Xin Jingcheng reached the peak of his power. He even gave himself a veto power, which means that he, as the head of the family, can veto anything that he thinks is inappropriate. But Xin Jingcheng was too overbearing. Many people in the Elders' Council proposed to abolish his veto power, but Xin Jingcheng vetoed it. Okay, let's go home first." After not seeing each other for 3 years, Xin Jingcheng missed his only son very much. Chinfang's mother died very early, so Xin Jingcheng doted on Chinfong very much. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to go against the opposition and make Chinfong the heir of the Qin family after knowing that he was a bootlicker. Chinfong looked at the license plate number of his father's car and fell into deep thought. Dragon A00001. There are even 2 small red flags on the roof. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. It was only after I went abroad that I realized that killing is illegal. Just kidding, even if he goes abroad, killing people is not illegal for Chinfong. You don't know, for the past 3 years, this little girl Rushwang has asked me several times every day where I have been. Father Qin turned his gaze to Lang Rushwang. But during that time, many people in the family wanted to cause trouble for Chinfong, so I didn't tell you. You won't blame me, Rushwang? Lang Rushwang was adopted and raised by Xin Jingcheng since she was a child. In his heart, Lang Rushwang is no different from his own daughter. Master, Rushwang doesn't dare. Okay, let's go home together. Xin Jingcheng pushed Chinfong and the other person, and the family was finally reunited. Since Xin Jingcheng was around, Chinfong was very honest and didn't make any moves towards Lang Rushwang. On the way, Chinfong asked Xin Jingcheng curiously, "Is there no one on the street? It shouldn't be this time?" Along the way, Chinfong didn't see a single figure, which made him feel a little incredible. After all, this is Kyoto, the political power center of the Dragon Kingdom and the most prosperous place in the Dragon Kingdom. It shouldn't be so deserted. Oh, aren't you coming back today? I'll have people block these streets. Xin Jingcheng's tone was very flat, as if he was just talking about an insignificant matter. But to Chinfong, what the hell, all the streets are blocked. As expected of my father, he is indeed very domineering. Soon, the convoy arrived outside the Qin mansion. Chinfong stood outside the gate. Although he had already imagined that his home would not be bad, wasn't this too luxurious? This can't be called a mansion at all, it's definitely a palace. The roof is made of golden glazed tiles, which sparkle brightly under the sunlight, as if inlaid with countless precious gems. The eaves are decorated with exquisite flying cornices and carved with lifelike dragon and phoenix patterns, as if they will take off into the sky at any time. At this moment, Chinfong finally understood why Lang Rushwang said it's an injustice to the owner to live here when he first followed Lang Rushwang to the villa in Magic City.
Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Aren't you going home with me? Qin Jingcheng looked confused. Why did it feel like his son had become a different person after not seeing him for 3 years? Go home, go home. At this time, Qin Yu had also arrived at the gate of the Qin mansion and happened to run into Chinfong and Qin Jingcheng, who were about to enter. According to seniority, Qin Yu had to ask Chinfong to call him cousin. But Qin Yu simply ignored Chinfong in front of him and respectfully bowed to Qin Jingcheng, saying, "Greetings, head of the family." Then, he walked straight into the house, as if he didn't see Chinfong. Qin Jingcheng had no way to deal with Qin Yu. Although Qin Jingcheng was very domineering, he could kill Qin Zhou in front of all the elders. But in the final analysis, Qin Zhou was just an outsider, so killing him would be fine. Although the other members of the Qin family would feel a little dissatisfied, they would not go to war against the head of the family just because of an outsider. But Qin Yu is different. He has the blood of the Qin family flowing in his veins, and this kid has never done anything wrong. The only bad thing is that he and Chinfong have been at odds since childhood. But Qin Jingcheng couldn't punish him for such a small matter, right? After all, he was also his nephew. Xiao Yu, are you back? Say hello to your father for me. Qin Jingcheng also knew that Qin Yu and Chinfong had been at odds since childhood. After seeing Qin Yu walk away, Qin Jingcheng said to Chinfong earnestly, "Xiaofeng, even though your cousin doesn't get along well with you, I watched him grow up. He doesn't have a bad heart, he just wants to prove himself too much. When you become the head of the family in the future, you must remember that you must never take action against the Qin family." Chapter 62, A Brother's Voice is More Important Than Heaven. Don't worry, Dad, I won't do anything to the Qin family. As long as these people in the Qin family behave themselves, Chinfong will not make things too difficult for them. But if they dare to play dirty tricks behind his back, Chinfong doesn't mind giving them a break. I haven't been to Kyoto for a long time. I want to go out for a walk. Hearing Chinfang's words, Qin Jingcheng nodded and said, "Okay, then let Rushwang accompany you for a good tour." Kyoto has indeed changed a lot in the past 3 years. As the head of the family, Qin Jingcheng had endless things to deal with every day. He just gave Chinfong a few instructions and then went about his own business. Chinfong glanced at the bodyguards behind him and said to them, "You all can go away. It's enough for me to have Rushwang accompany me." Chinfong didn't want to be surrounded by so many bodyguards, as it would attract too much attention. With Lang Rushwang, a master, accompanying him, Chinfong would not worry about his own safety. "As you command, young master." As soon as Chinfong finished speaking, the bodyguards disappeared. Of course, they did not really leave, but just hid in the dark to protect Chinfong. After all, this is the future head of the family, and there must not be any mistakes. Although the Qin family's ruling position is very stable, in recent years many family heads have been eager to challenge the Qin family's authority. As Qin Jingcheng had to deal with the people in the Council of Elders and focus his main energy abroad over the years, he did not have much time to punish these disobedient families. But Chinfong didn't know this. To him, anyone who dared to show up in front of him would be killed. Holding Lang Rushwang's hand, Chinfong got into the car with her. "Let's go have a meal first." Chinfong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said to Lang Rushwang, who was sitting in the driver's seat. It was already noon, and Chinfong had only eaten a few bites in the morning, so he was still a little hungry. "Good master." Since Chinfong was tired of riding in a Rolls-Royce, he asked Lang Rushwang to pick out a small Audi from the garage. Along the way, Chinfong couldn't help but sigh at the prosperity of Kyoto. The prosperity of Kyoto is not the same as the prosperity of Magic City. The Magic City is a place where people can indulge in luxury and linger, and all the high-end experiences can be enjoyed as long as you have money. But Kyoto is different. Kyoto looks a little more solemn and serious. In Kyoto, being rich is not important, the most important thing is that you have to have power. In the eyes of these people, money is just a number at best. While he was thinking, Lang Rushwang had already brought Chinfong to a restaurant. Chinfong looked up after getting off the car. The 4 big characters Lanting Zunyan on the plaque demonstrate endless luxury. Chinfong handed the car keys to the security guard at the door, then took Lang Rushwang's hand and walked into the restaurant. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" Just as Chinfong was about to order food, a loud crash was heard outside the house. The violent collision made Chinfong and many guests in the restaurant look outside involuntarily. Soon, a quarrel was heard outside the house. "Fuck you, a stinking security guard like you, do you know how to drive? What did you do to my car? Damn it." It was you who drove without looking in the direction. Bang!
There was a crisp slapping sound, and Chinfong frowned slightly.
Fuck, you mean I can't drive?
Afterwards, the sound of punching and kicking made Chinfong lose the desire to eat here.
Forget it, let's find another place.
Handing the menu to the waiter, Chinfong continued to hold Lang Rushwang's hand and walked towards the direction of the quarrel. Looking at the Audi car in front of him that had been hit beyond recognition, Chinfong said to Lang Rushwang, "I don't know which unlucky guy's car this is.
It's completely scrapped after being hit like this."
Lang Rushwang frowned slightly, then slowly said to Chinfong, "Master, this seems to be the car of us two unlucky guys." Hearing Lang Rushwang's words, Chinfeng's face was full of disbelief, and then he hurriedly looked at the license plate number of the scrapped Audi car.
Damn it, this is really the car of an unlucky guy like me? Stop hitting me, stop it right there.
Chinfong roared angrily, and actually scared the rich young man who was punching and kicking the security guard in front of him. Immediately, he shifted his attention to Chinfong. After seeing Chinfeng's face clearly, the man rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then he saw Lang Rushwang standing beside him, and the man in front of him finally showed an excited expression.
Brother Fong? Are you really back? Is it really you?
Then, the man gave Chinfong a big hug and said, "Brother Fong, where have you been for the past 3 years?
I thought you were dead."
Chinfong was speechless and stretched out his hand to separate the man in front of him and said, Xiayun, I just returned to Kyoto, and you have given me a big surprise." The man in front of him was none other than Chinfong's good friend, the eldest son of the Xie family, Xiayun.
Xiayun looked confused. What's wrong, Brother Fong? What do you mean? Could this car be yours?
Chinfong looked at Xiayun with a dark face. "What do you think?" Hearing Chinfeng's affirmative answer, Xiayun's face suddenly broke into a smile. "That's perfect, I won't pay for it, and it will save some pocket money for me." Chinfong pointed at the security guard who was beaten black and blue by Xiayun, and said to Xiayun, "You don't have to compensate Master Che Ben.
Give him 500,000 yuan as medical expenses." Brother Fong, when did we need to pay for medical expenses after we beat someone up?
It cannot be said that Xiayun has done all kinds of evil, but he has almost committed a complete number of crimes. Don't make big mistakes, but make small mistakes all the time.
I'll give it to you if you ask me to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?
What Chinfong hates most is bullying honest people. If it weren't for the fact that Xiayun had a very good relationship with the original owner, Chinfong wouldn't mind giving him a good beating. Xiayun can be said to be Chinfeng's most obedient younger brother. According to the original owner's memory, if Chinfong told him to go east, he would never go west, and if Chinfong told him to beat a dog, he would never chase a chicken.
Okay, Brother Fong, I'll listen to you. Xiayun took out a supreme black card from his pocket, thought about it, and put it back.
Then he took out an ordinary bank card and threw it to the bruised and swollen security guard. "The password is 6 zeros.
There is 1 million in the card. Consider it as my medical expenses for you."
It's not that Xiayun is generous, it's just that this is the bank card with the smallest amount in it. After hearing this, the security guard's face and waist pain were gone.
After picking up the bank card, he said to Xiayun, "Young master, why don't you punch me a few more times?
Otherwise, I won't feel at ease holding this money.
Get out of here now." Xiayun's eyes are now full of Chinfong. "Brother Fong, come on, I'll take you to the welcoming ceremony."
Chinfong rolled his eyes at Xiayun again.
"My car has been damaged by you, how can I go?"
Xiayun's car was a 2-seater sports car, and there was a girl sitting in the car, who looked like his girlfriend. Xiayun thought for a moment, then urged his girlfriend to get out of the car and said, "Get out of here, make room for my brother Fong." "Okay, Brother Fong and Sister Lang, you two can go in my car." Xiayun glanced at Chinfong, then nodded and looked at Lang Rushwang.
"What about you?"
Even if Xiayun asked the girl to get off the seat, this sports car couldn't seat 3 people.
"Me? I can just take a taxi."
After saying this, Xiayun pounded his shoulders, with a resolute expression on his face.
Brotherhood is more important than anything else. Chapter 63, The Clown King's New Power.
Chinfong had never driven a sports car in his previous life, so he decided to experience the thrill that a sports car could bring him.
"Rushwang, I see you've been busy these days, so let me drive you this time. Then I would like to thank my master." People come and go on the streets of Kyoto.
But when everyone saw Chinfang's car, they subconsciously moved away.
"Look, is this the car of the eldest young master of the Xie family?" "It's true. Stay away from him."
This young master of the Xie family is not a good person.
Shoo, stop talking. Be careful if someone hears you, or you'll be in trouble.
You don't know, Wan Laowu next door was in trouble a few days ago because he said a few bad words about the young master of the Xie family.
Guess what? What's wrong?
Oh, it's hard to put it into words. That night, there were 3 pregnant sows in Wang Laowu's family, and all of them had miscarriages caused by the young master of the Xie family. The noise from the surrounding crowd was not too quiet, and Chinfong heard all of Xie Yun's heroic deeds clearly.
Could it be that my brother's sexual orientation is so bizarre?
Chinfong just wanted to step on the accelerator and leave this place quickly.
Too thin and embarrassing.
Lang Rushwang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also had a frown on her face. Ever since Chinfong disappeared for no reason, Lang Rushwang no longer paid attention to news from the outside world. She also didn't expect that Xie Yun had become so perverted in recent years. Based on Xie Yunfa's location, the two arrived at a club of the Xie family in a short while. In the club that Chinfong arrived at, Xie Yun was the largest shareholder. Ever since Chinfong left, Xie's father watched Xie Yun doing nothing all day and was worried that he would do something that would damage the dignity of the Xie family, so he simply took out 200 million to open a private club in the most luxurious area of Kyoto. Xie Yun is the controlling shareholder.
Xie's father didn't have any big requirements for Xie Yun.
If anything serious happened in the future, just don't mention the descendants of the Xie family.
For Xie's father, Xie Yun's big trumpet is almost useless.
These days he is discussing with Xie Yun's mother about practicing a small trumpet. The waiters in the club all knew Chinfong, the Prince of Kyoto. As soon as they saw Chinfong enter the room, they began to entertain him without stopping. Master Chin, no, it should be young Master Chin, are you planning to drink or? The waiter glanced at Ling Rushwang behind Chinfong and swallowed subconsciously. He didn't dare to ask Chinfong whether he came here to find a lady for entertainment. Chinfong ignored the waiter in front of him, glanced at his watch, and then started counting down. 5, 4, 3 Before Chinfong could count to 1, a familiar voice came from behind him.
Brother Fong, I'm here, brother.
When Chinfong saw Xie Yun, he couldn't help but think of what those people on the street had just said about him. Chinfong really wanted to ask Xie Yun whether the story about having sex with a sow was true. But looking at the room full of guests, Chinfong decided not to embarrass his brother.
Let's go, brother Fong.
I'll pay for today's consumption.
Xie Yun patted his chest generously. I was thinking, isn't this club your own business?
What?
Are you planning to ask your brothers to help you with sales? While the two were talking, Wang Xinwei also walked into the club.
Wang Xinwei, who was rejected by Qin Yu, was still cursing.
What a coward, what's there to be afraid of Chinfong? You are the young master of the Qin family, you coward.
Wang Xinwei's voice was very low, and Chinfong did not hear what he muttered.
Wang Xinwei? What are you doing here?
When Xie Yun saw Wang Xinwei not far away, his eyes became a little solemn. Over the years, the Wang family has become increasingly powerful.
During the years when Chinfong was away, Wang Xinwei also tried to recruit Xie Yun.
Xie Yun righteously rejected everyone's requests for him to leave Chinfong and become his younger brother. In Xie Yun's heart, Chinfong is his only good brother. Brothers are more important than anything else, but Xie Yun would never do anything to stab his brothers in the back.
What? We come to your club to drink to give you face. Don't be shameless. The Wang family and the Xie family were on equal footing before, but now it is different.
Since Chinfong disappeared, Xie Yun has no backing, and the Wang family has gradually crushed the Xie family in all aspects. So at this moment, Wang Xinwei didn't take Xie Yun seriously at all.
What do you mean? You are not welcome in my club. Although the Xie family is indeed not as good as their Wang family now, Xie Yun's violent temper can't tolerate Wang Xinwei at all. What's more, his brother is still behind him. Damn it, I'm angry right now. If you don't get out of here, do you believe I will make sure your club can't continue to operate?
Hearing Wang Xinwei's words, Chinfong sneered and said, I really don't believe that you, young Master Wang, have this ability. The reason why Chinfong didn't speak just now was that he had been searching for Wang Xinwei in his mind. In the end, it was discovered that he was just a clown. The lights in the club were dim, and Wang Xinwei did not see Chinfong at first. Hearing Chinfang's words, Wang Xinwei was subconsciously a little scared, but he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became confident. Chinfong, don't show off like that.
Xie Yun may be afraid of you, but I am not.
Wang Xinwei does have the capital to be arrogant, as his Wang family is now secretly doing business with the Japanese royal family. The Wang family provided weapons and human resources to Japan, helping the Japanese royal family to eradicate the Dragon Temple. The Japanese royal family promised that after the success, half of the royal wealth would be handed over to the Wang family, and they would also strongly support the Wang family internationally. Wang Xinwei was sure that once this was accomplished, the damn Qin family would definitely be trampled under the feet of the Wang family. Hearing Wang Xinwei's words, Lang Rushwang's face immediately revealed a hint of murderous intent.
Oh? You're so fucking arrogant.
I, the young master, will never allow anyone in Kyoto to be more powerful than me. However, compared to killing Wang Xinwei, Chinfong suddenly thought of a way to make his life worse than death. Don't put on airs in front of me, I won't fall for it.
Wang Xinwei was actually a little worried, as he was very clear about Lang Rushwang's fighting ability.
But looking at the many onlookers around, he couldn't lose face. The fight between the two attracted a lot of onlookers in the club, but when these people saw Chinfong and Wang Xinwei's faces clearly, they couldn't help but gasp. One is the prince of the Qin family, and the other is the eldest son of the Wang family who is at the peak of his career.
They couldn't afford to offend either of these two people. So this group of people just watched and didn't dare to make any noise. They also want to see which one is stronger, the old Qin family or the new Wang family?
Chinfong didn't care about him, how dare he act so arrogantly in front of him?
How many lives would he have?
Chinfong sneered and kicked Wang Xinwei in the middle.
With a sound similar to an egg breaking, Wang Xinwei's testicles were completely shattered. Ah! Wang Xinwei let out an earth-shaking scream. Then he fainted.
Chinfang's kick was so powerful that he could conclude that Wang Xinwei's lower body was completely disabled.
As a man, having my lower body kicked in the ground is more painful than death.
Looking at Wang Xinwei lying on the ground and unconscious, Chinfong directly asked the waiter to throw him out.
Chapter 64, The Wang Family's Invitation. A clown.
Chinfong slowly said these words to Wang Xinwei, who had been carried away outside the door.
Brother Fong, it still has to be you, Brother Fong.
Xia Yun now looked at Chinfong with admiration in his eyes, which made Chinfong involuntarily think of what the old man said before.
Xia Yun, you'd better have a normal sexual orientation. Let's go, didn't you say you would welcome me?
Chinfong took the lead and walked in front, while Lang Rushwang followed closely behind Chinfong, carefully observing all unsafe factors in the club. As the host, Xia Yun introduced to Chinfong the various entertainment projects that had been added to the club over the years as they walked. Xia Yun's club is magnificent and much better than the club Chinfong had visited in Shanghai before.
It's like heaven and earth. At the same time, the news that Wang Xinwei was seriously injured quickly spread in the Wang family.
Mr. Wang, who was in a meeting, quickly ended the meeting and rushed to the hospital. Looking at Wang Xinwei lying on the bed dying, Mr. Wang only felt a murderous intent emanating from all around. Although he usually loves his younger son more, and he does intend to pass the position of head of the family to his younger son in the future. But we are all brothers and sisters, and Wang Xinwei is our own child after all.
How could he be beaten like this in Kyoto? Wang Qiming didn't need to investigate at all.
The only family in Kyoto that dared to treat their Wang family members like this was probably the Qin family. It just so happened that Chinfong, the heir of the Qin family, just returned to Kyoto today. Chinfong is a fool who doesn't know how to live or die.
Thinking of this, Wang Qiming's eyes became fierce.
Since you have been unkind to my son, don't blame me for being unjust to you.
Wang Qiming was not completely overwhelmed by anger.
He also knew that although the Wang family was now extremely powerful, it was not strong enough to truly compete with the Qin family. What's more, Chinfong will definitely be protected by many experts, and the most difficult one to deal with is the one named Lang Rushwang. Immediately, Wang Qiming smiled grimly, and a perfect plan had formed in his mind.
Chinfong? The Qin family? If you mess with my son, I will make you wish you were dead.
At this time, Chinfong was in the club drinking and chatting with several rich young men called by Xia Yun. Xia Yun is the boss among them, and Chinfong is Xia Yun's boss. The boss's boss is their boss. Everyone was in extremely high spirits today, and Chinfong also drank a few more glasses than before. Lang Rushwang was also surrounded by everyone and sat next to Chinfong, but Lang Rushwang was drinking juice from beginning to end. She had to know to keep her mind clear at all times in case of any unexpected events. Although we are in Kyoto, we still have to be on guard against others.
After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors.
Xia Yun was very familiar with the character of his younger brothers, so he clapped his hands gently.
A row of schoolgirls walked into the room. Brother Feng, you choose first. After you finish choosing, we brothers will choose later.
Xia Yun looked at Chinfong with narrowed eyes and said, Brother Feng, don't worry, these are all college students who have never lost their virginity. Then Xia Yun showed an expression that said, Brother, I understand what you mean. Lang Rushwang also carefully looked at the row of girls beside her. Their looks were acceptable, and Lang Rushwang would also slowly investigate their family backgrounds. Chinfong looked at the relatively innocent girl in front of him. He bit his lips, which had turned pale, and his fingers trembled as he gripped his pants nervously. Perhaps noticing her uniqueness, Chinfong hooked his finger and motioned for her to sit over.
What's your name?
Chinfong held her in his arms and stroked her chin with his hand. The dim light highlights her exquisite face like a porcelain doll.
Young master, my name is Shinzi.
Chinfong picked up the lighter on the table and lit a cigarette.
Shinzi? It's a good name. Why did you think of doing this?
After asking this question, Chinfong regretted it.
Generally speaking, those who do this are not the gambling dad, the sick mom, the school-age brother, and the helpless girl.
However, Shinzi did not answer Chinfeng's words immediately, but cried softly.
Brother Feng, you are quite picky.
Xia Yun slowly stood up and hugged a seductive woman who was closer to him.
Brother Feng, you don't know, this girl's family background is quite miserable.
She was sold to me by her father, who was heavily in debt from gambling. It's a good thing you came on time, Brother Feng. If you had come one day later, this woman would have been mine. After listening to Xia Yun's words, Chinfong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There is a new version of this. But Chinfong didn't want to listen to such boring things.
Are you still in school?
Chinfong put out the cigarette between his fingers and placed his hands on Shinzi's tender legs. Shinzi nodded first, then shook his head as if he thought of something, and his color dimmed. She has not forgotten that she was sold here by her father. Now she has no personal freedom at all. You are a poor man, luckily you met me, young master. If you had met someone else, he would have redeemed you. Chinfong didn't know why, but when he looked at Shinzi's weak body, he wanted to tease her.
No. All right, stop acting so aggrieved. Shinzi is very beautiful, very much like an exquisite porcelain doll from abroad.
Normally, if Chinfong met girls with tragic life stories like this in the club, he would definitely redeem them and advise them to study hard.
Chinfong didn't know why, but he always liked to drag good women into trouble and persuade prostitutes to become good women. But according to Xia Yun, Shinzi is still a virgin.
How could Chinfong bear to let such a delicate girl be harmed by others in the future?
That must be my own fault.
Just when Chinfong was about to take Shinzi to the hotel to help her break it off, a person who was unexpected to everyone present walked in from outside the private room.
Young Master Chin, I just received news that my son accidentally angered you.
The person standing outside the house was none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang Qiming. The moment she saw Wang Qiming, Lang Rushwang quickly protected Chinfong behind her.
Miss Lang, don't worry. I have no ill will towards young Master Chin.
I just heard that my son was incompetent and offended young Master Chin, so I specially set up an apology banquet at home. I hope young Master Chin will do me a favor. Looking at Wang Qiming's smiling face, Chinfong also wanted to know what tricks his Wang family was planning.
Brother Feng, you can't go.
Xia Yun knew the Wang family's character very well, and he was worried that Chinfong would be in danger this time.
It's okay. Since they have come to me, how can I not give them face? I'd better obey your order.
Please take good care of Miss Shin for me first, and I will enjoy her slowly when I come back. After saying this, Chinfong took Lang Rushwang's hand and got into Wang Qiming's private car.